Chapter 3075. Everything was going well at the moment, which indicated that everything was progressing in a good direction. As for complications, as long as he took good care of them, they would definitely not appear. Father Fu smiled as he sent the experts and doctors out of the ward. Yi Qian sat by the bed and fed the old man water spoonful by spoonful. Your father was obedient this time and really brought you back. How rare, how rare. With his granddaughter and grandson serving him, as well as the grandson-in-law, who was always by his granddaughter's side, the old man looked at the three young and energetic faces and then looked at the well-ironed military uniform. He did not feel the pain in his body, and his eyes were full of smiles. The more he lived, the more he looked forward to his future. When Father Fu came in, he happened to see Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian holding the old man's hand. The old man said, "You two don't have to worry. Grandpa is old, so it's inevitable for me to get sick and hurt. I fell because I was careless and not because of anything else. Xiao Xia, my granddaughter is such a good person. You have to take good care of her and don't let her suffer, understand?" Xia Jinyuan's expression was full of respect for the old man who had made great contributions to the country. Even though he had gone through so many hardships, he still served the country without any complaints. "Grandpa, don't worry. I won't let her suffer any grievances. If you feel that I have wronged her one day, you can send my eldest brother to beat me up. That's a good idea. Grandpa will remember it." The old man was extraordinarily happy. He had lived for more than 80 years, so how could he not know what was sincere and what was polite? The grandson-in-law chosen by his granddaughter was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Li Jinyan smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. With me around, no one can bully little sister. Also, little sister won't let herself be bullied. I'm afraid that she would have already beaten up her boyfriend before I even did anything." "That's right, Grandpa. If he dares to bully me, I will retaliate on the spot. I won't hold back my anger until the next day." Yi Qian even waved his fist at Xia Jinyuan. The young man's interaction made the old man's mood much better. Even his pale face became much rosier after the surgery. When Father Fu saw this, he felt completely helpless about his blindness back then. Even the old man knew about this, but he didn't see any clues. However, he felt much more comfortable in his heart. At the very least, the elders in the family knew that their daughter had interacted with that brat with a family Xia, unlike him, who knew nothing about it. The old man didn't stay awake for too long. After chatting for about half an hour, he started to feel tired. Father Fu didn't let him continue talking. He signaled for the three people who were teasing the old man to leave first. He wanted the old man to calm down and have a good sleep. With the three of them around, the old man really couldn't bear to sleep. Less than 3 minutes after the three of them got up and left, the old man closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xia Jinyuan called the commander-in-chief. Before he left, Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed him to call the commander-in-chief when the old man woke up. The next day, without telling the old man, Yi Qian accompanied Xia Jinyuan to have his knee examined. Commander-in-Chief Xia brought Master Xia and old Madame Hua to the General Administration Hospital to visit the old man. They weren't the only ones. Xia Jinyuan's eldest uncle, youngest uncle, and Xia Yui, who had studied under the old man before, were also with them. He was Xia Jinyuan's youngest uncle's son and ranked third among the grandchildren. When the group of people arrived at the hospital, the corridor suddenly became even quieter. The nurses and doctors all held their breaths. Chapter 3076. Could they not hold their breaths? Those who live in this building are all very important people. They are all ministers who have made great contributions to the country. Even if they have retired from their posts, their influence is still there. There will always be important people from all walks of life coming to visit. Family Xia's people came. The old chief, the old minister, the lieutenant general, the major general, the senior colonel. They were all chiefs, and their military ranks were frighteningly high. The nurses and doctors also often met important people, but today's lineup was still a little too big. Father Fu saw so many people come to Family Xia at once. Without needing him to greet them, Commander-in-Chief Xia and his brothers first invited Old Chief and Old Madame Fu into the ward while they stood outside. They did not rush up to disturb Old Master Fu, who had just had a light breakfast. Mr. Fu, congratulations. Old Master Fu is in good spirits and will recover quickly. You don't have to worry too much. Commander-in-Chief Xia was still the same as last night. He did not look like a military officer, but more like a civil official. He looked very happy. He was really happy that old Master Fu's surgery was successful. Father Fu did not know whether to be angry or not. If he was angry, it would make him look petty. If he was not angry, it would make him feel uncomfortable. However, Father Fu, who was still gentlemanly, did not act impolitely. He smiled politely and said, "Thank you for taking care of Ah Yuan last night. I feel very sorry for running up and down. Old Chief and Old Madame Fu are already old, and Yuan rarely comes back to the capital. You don't have to trouble Yuan anymore. I still have my daughter, Yi Qian, and 2 nurses to take care of us. It will be enough. Let Yuan go back to Family Xia to accompany Old Chief and Old Madame Fu." In the wee hours of the morning, when Xia Jinyuan called home to tell Commander-in-Chief Xia that Old Master Fu had woken up, he also mentioned that his future father-in-law already knew about his relationship with Yi Qian. Because of this unexpected discovery, his future father-in-law was angry, and he did not know what he would do next. At the same time, he said, "Old man Xia, whether or not your daughter-in-law can successfully marry into a Family Xia, you have to help me. You don't have to put in a good word for me, and you don't have to worry that I won't be able to please my future father-in-law. You just need to explain your attitude, even though you already knew that I was with Yi Qian." In other words, his future father-in-law was unhappy that his future in-laws knew about the matter, but didn't say anything. Commander-in-Chief Xia slapped his forehead, indicating that he would solve his own problem. Now that he saw his future in-laws, Commander-in-Chief Xia acted as if he didn't know what had happened last night. He said calmly, "Where are you going? Just let him stay and guard the place. He can't disappear just because something happened. If there's nothing, he will shamelessly come over. Fu Gong, make good use of him. Don't stand on ceremony. To tell you the truth, I'm really happy to see you train him and smooth out his edges. It'll be better for him in the future." Father Fu smiled faintly. "What qualifications do I have to train a Yuan?" "How can you not? Since Old Sixth wants to spend his life with Xiao Yi, how can he succeed if he doesn't train him well? Fu Gong, my Old Sixth used to be a reckless person. Later, he entered the military academy and became a lot more restrained. However, sometimes I still don't find him pleasing to the eye. I used to remind Xiao Yi not to be nice to him. He's a person who knows how to go with the flow. You have to give him the cold shoulder before taking him in. Fu Gong, you don't know. Ever since I saw Xiao Yi pointing to the east, my Old Sixth didn't dare to go west. At that time, I was really relieved. I've finally met someone who can subdue him. Fu Gong, I really want to thank Xiao Yi." Just like that, Commander-in-Chief Xia mercilessly betrayed his son. Chapter 3077. It wasn't a repeat. It was a chapter that I missed before. I added it later. There was a problem with caching, so you would see a repeat, but I didn't. Previously, I said that Cloud Rising had a repeat function and wouldn't allow multiple posts. A reader said that she deleted her post and didn't allow others to repeat it to prove her innocence. This post was pinned to the top. The system would automatically delete the post. The little vixens who had posted long comments had personally experienced it. This paragraph won't be charged. It couldn't be helped. His future in-laws were clearly still holding back the anger in their hearts. He had to let this anger dissipate. And the person who lit this fire was none other than his sixth brother. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Then, I'll stand on the side of my future in-laws. I'll criticize old sixth together and preach together. I'll unite with my future in-laws so that I can protect the two families from behind and become in-laws. It had to be said that Commander-in-Chief Xia's tactics were brilliant. Father Fu heard this and felt that something was wrong. Commander-in-Chief Xia, you mean you're not satisfied with the two of them? Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately explained. No. It's not that I'm not satisfied with the two of them. I'm very satisfied with Xiao Yi, and I like her very much. She's a very good girl. I couldn't be happier to see the two of them together. Then I'm afraid that my sixth brother isn't good enough for Xiao Yi. Back then, when I found out that Xiao Yi and sixth brother were together, I had a serious talk with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi told me very clearly that she was a high school student and wasn't suitable for a relationship. She also told me that she was too far away from sixth brother. She even said that if she really wanted to be in a relationship, she wanted to be his most trusted comrade on the battlefield and a lover who could fight side by side with him. I was shocked at that time. Xiao Yi was only in her second year of high school, and she was already so perceptive. I immediately knew that my son had found the right person. I've seen Xiao Yi's hard work all these years. I've seen her step by step steadily become a comrade who can entrust their backs to each other and a lover who can fight side by side. I'm very happy and proud for these two young people. Xiao Yi is a child with a very clear goal. She relied on herself to achieve her goal and received everyone's approval. Just based on this, I really think that sixth brother is not worthy enough for Xiao Yi to marry him. At such a young age, you didn't rely on others and relied on your own strength to reach where you are today. Although old sixth has helped little Yi a lot, if it wasn't for little Ye's extraordinary talent, how could you have reached where you are today? Fu Gong, I'll be honest with you today. I'm looking forward to becoming in-laws with you, and I'm also looking forward to Xiao Yi becoming my daughter-in-law. However, I don't wish for little Yi to marry old sixth so soon. Old sixth is still lacking. He needs to do better, so that Xiao Yi can entrust her life to him. For a moment, Father Fu didn't know how to respond. He had never seen anyone so bluntly think that his son wasn't outstanding enough. You're asking too much. Yuan is also very outstanding. He had to say something fair. He is indeed outstanding, and is a good match for Xiao Yi. However, he is a man. A man has to be more responsible, so that his wife and children at home can be happier. Therefore, old sixth has to continue working hard. I hope that the two of them can be together for a long time. Naturally, I hope that he can give Xiao Yi a happy family. Therefore, Fu Gong, I have to ask you, you must train him well. Sure enough, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Father Fu felt much better after hearing this. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan had no idea that the two fathers were discussing how to train him. He was accompanying Master Xia, old Madame Fu, and old Master Fu as they talked. When he found out, Xia Jinyuan wanted to challenge Commander-in-Chief Xia to a one-on-one fight. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that he doubled over. It was normal for Commander-in-Chief Xia to say those words in front of her father. During the military training years ago, when she sat in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia for the first time, the Commander-in-Chief also said the same thing about Captain Xia. It was normal, too normal. Chapter 3078. Xia Jinyuan, who did not know that his two fathers had already united the front, was being praised by old Master Fu. Yun Kuei, your grandson is really good. He has been watching over me since last night. It's broad daylight now. I asked him to rest, but he didn't agree. He even said that it's rare for him to come home, so how could he be lazy? He even asked me not to complain that he's taking up space, and not to chase him away. Oh, I'm laughing so hard that I'm crying. I'm not complaining that he's taking up space. I'm just worried that he'll collapse from exhaustion. As he spoke, old Master Fu could not help but laugh again. This grandson-in-law of his had a good character, was polite, filial, and capable. He really could not find any fault with him. He was the best. Old Master Xia and old Madame Xia both looked at their grandson, who had been praised by name. The two elders smiled and said, "He used to be a hooligan. Later on, he learned well and changed his personality. The two of us are very surprised. Although this child was a rascal when he was young, he was very filial. When he was young, his father's colleague in the government gave him a piece of cake. He insisted on bringing it back for the two of us. He held it carefully all the way home, afraid that the cake would break. Even when he was in the car, he carried it in his arms all the way home. How old was he at that time? He was 3 years old. He was just a little radish. When he didn't know anything, he kept thinking that I had just pulled out my tooth. He couldn't eat the hard stuff. He had to eat the soft stuff. His grandmother just casually mentioned it, but he remembered it in his heart. He brought the whole cake back and stuffed it into my mouth." Commander-in-Chief Xia had a look of disdain when he talked about his son, while Master Xia had a look of relief when he talked about Xia Jinyuan. Old Master Fu also thought that Xia Jinyuan was a good person, so he nodded repeatedly. "So just let him watch over you. Don't worry about his body being unable to take it. If he doesn't watch over you now, when will he? It's the same with raising a grandson. He should take care of the elders in the family." Old Madame Fu, who used to be the Minister of Culture, spoke reasonably. She was so clear that Xia Jinyuan kept nodding. "That's right, that's right." Xia Jinyuan was the only one accompanying the young man in the ward. Li Jinyan accompanied Yi Qian for a knee checkup. He had to return to the army in the afternoon, so he only had 5 hours to spend with his family. Sitting in the specialist's office, they didn't know that Family Xia had sent people to the house, and there were even a few elders. The specialist in his early 50s looked at the radiographic films very seriously and made a diagnosis based on the radiographic films. There are indeed not many problems, and there is no need for surgery. From the radiographic films, the unknown fluid in the knee has disappeared. It can be seen that it has been absorbed by itself. Self-absorption is far better than minor surgery. This is a good sign. Continue to take anti-inflammatory medicine for a few more days and apply the Chinese medicine ointment externally. If it's convenient, heat it with sand and apply it to your knees to promote blood circulation. But you can't work too hard during this period of time. Your knees can't be too tired. You need to rest more. At the end of the day, she was young and had a good foundation, so she didn't suffer much. The specialist glanced at Yi Qian's military uniform and immediately recognized that she was a military academy student. He smiled and said, "It's fine if you're a student. I'll write a medical report for you. You can pass it to your platoon leader when you go back. Your company commander will agree to let you rest and cancel your morning and evening training." Yi Qian was the platoon leader, not the platoon leader of the entire class, but the platoon leader of the company. When Li Jinyan heard that there was no need for surgery and that the inconspicuous fluid had been absorbed by itself, his tense heart finally relaxed. Chapter 3079. The body was an asset. Even though the special forces had to go through a lot of training and they had countless injuries, no one wanted to have an old injury that would affect their lives in the future. Sometimes it was unavoidable, and sometimes it could be avoided, so they would try their best to avoid it. Yi Jian heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. This was for the best. Walking out of the specialist's office, a nurse pushed the door open and said to the specialist who was treating the next patient, "Professor, the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du is here. You have 2 more patients waiting here." "What do you think?" Yi Qian and Li Jinyan heard every word the nurse said. The wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Mrs. Li, she had also come to the hospital today for treatment and had already arrived. However, they were all unimportant people, so they didn't feel much when they heard it. Li Jinyan was even more so. Even though Mrs. Li was his aunt, they weren't close. They weren't even related by blood. Mrs. Li didn't treat Li Jinyan as her nephew, and Li Jinyan didn't treat Mrs. Li as his aunt either. He didn't need to pay attention to people who weren't important to him. Give the note to your company commander when you get back to school. If he doesn't agree, call me again. Li Jinyan, who was still holding the medical report in his hand, reminded the family member he cared about, "Don't force yourself. A knee injury is not a small matter. Don't force yourself and persist. Don't lose the big picture for the small." You hear me? She was afraid that Yi Qian's company commander wouldn't agree, so she had to grit her teeth and persist. Yi Qian saw that his brother was so nervous and couldn't help but laugh. "He won't disagree. The medical report is here. I got an excellent physical fitness score last semester, so I can slack off this semester and take care of my knee first. It just so happens that the laboratory is the focus this year. I'll just go to the laboratory every day. There's a seat, so I don't have to stand." As he spoke, Yi Qian saw a pair of mother and daughter walking towards them. He paused for a moment as he spoke. They really bumped into each other, and what a coincidence. Du Jiai also saw Yi Qian, and Yi Qian's cousin, Li Jinyan. Seeing this, the corners of Du Jiai's mouth curved slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Yi Ying's cousin was quite capable. She even knew her cousin. She was a female soldier from a village, but she knew the young masters of the capital step by step. She was indeed capable. No wonder Yi Ying. Oh, no, she should be called Sunning now. No wonder Sun Ying couldn't beat her. This cousin of hers was famous for his cold temperament. He didn't like to interact with others, and even his family members were cold and indifferent. They were even worse off than strangers. Yet he was chatting and laughing with Sun Ying's cousin. It seemed like he cared for her a lot. That woman was indeed skilled. She was able to coax the cold-hearted Li Jinyan into caring for her. With Sun Ying's dirty tricks, how could she win over Li Jinyan's woman? A female soldier chatting and laughing with male soldiers every day. She even ordered male soldiers to do this. And that, in the end, she still looked pure and innocent. Sun Ying couldn't compare to her acting skills. Madame Li naturally saw Yi Qian as well. Her face was filled with obvious surprise. Wasn't this Yi Shifan's niece? What was her name again? Why was she here? Also, why was Li Jinyan beside her? When did they meet? When did their relationship become so good? Chapter 3080. Madame Li did not take Yi Qian to heart, so she did not remember Yi Qian's name. However, Du Jiai remembered this female soldier who had humiliated her on the snowy mountain. She had been investigating this female soldier for a long time, but she could not find anything. She only knew that she was a student. Yi Qian, long time no see. Compared to Sun Ying's overbearingness and haughtiness, Du Jiai was much more magnanimous. With an appropriate smile, a hint of haughtiness, and a little bit of politeness, The image of a well-educated and cultured lady from a noble family immediately leaped onto the paper. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a surprise. Cousin, long time no see. Are you here to accompany her to the doctor? Cousin, you're so biased. You only know how to accompany outsiders, but not your family? Li Jinyan did not want to pay attention to her. He glanced at her and said to Yiqian, "Let's go." Li Jinyan felt that it was a waste of time to say another word when he met the Li family. Yiqian felt sorry for her brother. What kind of dangerous place was the Li family to make her brother so cold? When Madame Li appeared, she could clearly feel that her brother's aura had become exceptionally cold. It was just like when they first met. The snow on the snowy mountain peak would never melt. There was only silence and coldness. She nodded slightly and did not look at Du Jiai. She left with Li Jinyan. Du Jiai sneered inwardly at Yi Jian's indifference, but on the surface, she was all smiles. Yi Jian, my cousin has never taken such good care of a girl before. You're so lucky to have gained my cousin's favor. Looks like I'll have to call you cousin-in-law soon. Then I really have to congratulate you for finding such a good husband like my cousin. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was crisp and clear. There was no sarcasm in it at all. Instead, it was full of sincerity. Li Jinyan was also the kind of person who didn't care about people who had nothing to do with him, no matter how much trouble they caused. As long as they didn't say anything too outrageous, he would completely treat them as if they were invisible. In this aspect, Yi Qian was very similar. Old Master Fu and Father Fu did the same. Jinyan, you're getting worse the older you get. You don't even have basic manners. Did you feed everything you learned in the past to the dogs? Or did the Fu family not teach you well at all? That's why you raised such a rude and disrespectful person like you. Madame Li's words were much more vicious than Du Jiai's. She scolded Li Jinyan and the Fu family at the same time. Yi Qian was not going to let her scold the Fu family. Let me do it. Li Jinyan stopped her in a low voice. She still couldn't reveal her identity and couldn't let others know too much about it. He turned around and glanced coldly at Madame Li. The Fu family's upbringing is to treat people who have nothing to do with you with indifference, whereas the second wife's upbringing is to bite everyone she sees. She's like a mad dog with no manners to speak of. When Yi Qian, who was stopped, heard this, he was dumbfounded. What did she just hear? What did she just hear? Did she hear wrongly? She didn't know that her brother had such a vicious tongue. The moment he opened his mouth, the high and mighty Madame Li trembled in anger. Du Jiai was also so angry that her expression changed drastically. Li Jinyan, you're too presumptuous. Madame Li scolded. Your surname is also Li, but you're siding with outsiders. You even came to deal with your aunt. Is this how the Fu family taught you? Chapter 3081. Madame Li was a double standard. She was allowed to criticize others, and it was natural for her to criticize others. However, if others criticized her, it was the opposite. With such a double standard, it was no wonder that she raised a daughter like Du Jiai, who was two-faced. You don't have to remind me again and again who you are to me. Madame Li, you should know best who you are. Li Jinyan had seen such things many times. After seeing it many times, he calmed down. He would not be angered by Madame Li and Li Chuhai to the point of smashing things, nor would he be so angry that he would feel stifled in his heart. He did not have to argue with the other party until his face turned red every time. He only needed to crush the other party's scruples and then attack fiercely. In the end, it was not him who was angered, but the other party who started the fight, who lost first. At this moment, Madame Li, who had lost all her elegance, was undoubtedly the first to lose. Li Jinyan was getting older and more mature and capable. He was no longer the young man who could not say a word after being scolded by her and only knew how to sulk. Li Jinyan deliberately chose to talk about what she hated the most. The more scruples she had, the more she did not want others to know whose daughter she was and how she entered the Li family. In ancient times, there were mistresses who were despised by others. Today, there were mistresses who were despised by others. Madame Li did not move into the main residence of the Li family until she was in her teens. Before that, she lived outside with Li Chuhai and her husband, old Madame Li, who was also her brother-in-law, living a life of being pointed at and gossiped about. When she was in her teens, she was sensitive and sensible. Being pointed at and gossiped about left an indelible shadow in Madame Li's heart. Later, whenever she met someone who came out of the street where she lived, everything would go wrong. Those neighbors who were secretly embarrassed did not know why everything went wrong for them. When Madame Li was young, she knew how to plan step by step carefully. Now that she was old and had become a grandmother, she became more and more arrogant. Not only did her temper not decrease with age, but she became more and more self-opinionated and arrogant. It was mainly because her husband was capable and her children were capable. In addition, she had been bullied too much when she was young. Madame Li, who had always been despised by others, suddenly had the opportunity to despise others. Naturally, she vented all the indifference she had suffered when she was young. This also matched the old saying, "You look like a crown prince in a dragon robe, but you're a rat in a house." That was why, when Madame Li went to the Xia family, the butler of the Xia family called Old Master Li, forcing Old Master Li to bring Old Madame Li to the Xia family to apologize. In the eyes of the older generation, it didn't matter if one's background was poor. It was also good to be clean. However, if one's family background was not good, especially if one was born from an outside wife, and in the end, he could not even tolerate the children of the first wife after marrying into the family. This was already a disgrace, and thus people looked down on him even more. Therefore, at this moment, Li Jinyan said, "Madame Li, you should know best what kind of person you are." This sentence was so vicious that Madame Li would never forget her background. Du Jiai knew what the minefield in her mother's heart was. As long as this minefield was touched, even she did not dare to casually interrupt. She could only silently support Madame Li, who was trembling with anger, and watch Li Jinyan leave with Yi Qian. The woman beside him is Yi Jifan's niece, right? Jiai, go give your father a call and ask him to investigate who's behind that woman. Also, ask your father to call that woman's school. Madame Li could not make things difficult for Li Jinyan for the time being, so she burned the fire on Yi Qian. Chapter 3082. Du Jiai had investigated Yi Qian before. She replied softly, "Mom, she is studying at the National University of Science and Technology. She doesn't have anyone backing her up. Also, you asked me why I looked so pale when I came home last time. I was mad at her too. I don't know what this woman is capable of. She has charmed all the male soldiers around her. They are all willing to listen to her orders and do things for her. Mom, she's Sun Ying's sister. Since they're all from the same family, it's obvious that she's the same type of person as Sun Ying. They both want to climb up the social ladder and become phoenixes." In front of her mother, there was no need for Du Jiai to feign a side of herself that no one knew about. However, she was also a clever person. When she spoke ill of others, she spoke in a sweet voice without any pretentious pretense, exuding a sense of straightforwardness. She was probably an artistic soldier in a military uniform. "You reminded me. They are sisters from the same family. Aren't they the same kind of people? Don't get involved in this matter. I will handle it myself. After you retire from the military, Focus on the postgraduate entrance exam. Don't worry about the outside world. I will handle it myself. Mrs. Lee already had a plan in mind. What were military students most afraid of? They were most afraid of relationships outside. She could make use of this opportunity, seeing how tightly Lee Jinyan was protecting her. She wanted to see how long he could protect her for. In the past, she was able to coax her father into taking good things away from her eldest brother. Now, she could also make her eldest brother's son get whatever he wanted. There was no need for the daughter who was going to marry into the Qin family to get involved in this matter. This was to prevent gossip from spreading and displeasing the Qin family. Du Jiai knew what Mrs. Lee was hinting at. Before she could say anything, she blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will do my best to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Auntie Yu said that she hopes that I can work with Qin Xiu in the Foreign Affairs Department. We will have a common language, and it will improve our relationship." The Aunt Yu she mentioned was Qin Xiu's mother, Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin didn't want Du Jiai to join the military. She thought that her son and daughter-in-law would be all over the place, and she wouldn't know when she would be able to hold her grandson. Therefore, she tried to ask if Du Jiai was considering retiring from the military. If she was, why not take the postgraduate entrance exam and try to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Du Jiai was supposed to retire from the military at the end of the year. She planned to re-enter school and re-enter a good unit. So Mrs. Lee accepted Mrs. Qin's suggestion. Thus, both sides were happy. Madame Lee had a plan in her heart, so she didn't show her anger on her face. She adjusted her expression and went to see the doctor. Over on the other side, Li Jinyan said to Yi Qian, "She might have taken you to heart. I'll get Xia Jinyuan to take precautions in advance to prevent unnecessary trouble for you." "She has taken me to heart." Yi Qian raised his brows and smiled. "Brother, Du Jiai and Mrs. Lee have taken me to heart a long time ago. Du Jiai thinks that I have offended her, so she secretly investigated me. The Lee family. Family Xia's relationship has always been mediocre. I don't care about their relationship." Yi Qian and Du Jiai had accidentally bumped into Du Jiai at the military headquarters, so she briefly mentioned it to Li Jinyan. However, she didn't mention Mrs. Lee. Now that they were meeting again, Yi Qian was already mentally prepared and didn't mind, especially since Mrs. Lee had criticized the Fu family's upbringing. If her older brother hadn't pulled her away, she would have rebutted Mrs. Lee a long time ago. Li Jinyan was a cautious person, so he made up his mind to tell Xia Jinyuan about what had just happened. After the siblings walked out of the elevator and were about to reach old Master Fu's ward, Yi Qian's footsteps became slower and slower. In front of her, Commander-in-Chief Xia was the first to stare at her with a smile. "Your boyfriend's uncle's—" Li Jinyan reminded her in time. Yi Qian suddenly felt that there was too much fluid in her knees. Why did her knees feel weak? Chapter 3083. Subconsciously, Yi Qian looked for Father Fu. If Father Fu was here, Yi Qian would not be so flustered. However, Father Fu was not here. The old man had just left to go to the doctor's office to ask if there were any problems with the test results. Li Jinyan wanted to help, but could not. They were all elders. He wanted to help his sister, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, "Since you're here, take things as they come. Keep your back straight and walk calmly. Don't think too much. They're just here to see Grandpa, not to see you. So take it easy. Don't panic." Yi Qian, whose knees had gone weak, wanted to cry but could not say anything. She maintained a smile on her face and straightened her back as she said to Li Jinyan, "It would have been better if you didn't reveal their identities. Now that you did, I think calm will also have a psychological barrier. If you don't say it, you won't know. The ignorant are fearless. Only when one is fearless, one will have no psychological burden. Only when one has no psychological burden can one be at ease. Now, how could she be at ease? She was already very calm, that she did not turn around and run away. Commander-in-Chief Xia's family had already seen Yi Qian. It could be said that when Yi Qian walked over from the front, the uncles of family Xia's family Xia looked straight at him. Family Xia's eldest uncle, Xia Goen, whose sideburns had turned white, was in a high position. His gaze did not reveal his authority. As he stood there, no matter how restrained his aura was, it was enough to make people fear him. His facial features were very similar to Commander-in-Chief Xia's. Because he always maintained a serious expression, there was a line at the corner of his mouth that made him look even more dignified. He was already 65 years old. In the next 2 years, he would retire and be idle at home, accompanying Master Xia and the old madam to enjoy the rest of his life. His eldest son, Xia Lingxiao, was a division commander. He was 19 years older than Xia Jinyuan. He was 45 years old this year, which was also the golden age for men. Family Xia's youngest uncle, Xia Jiaza, was 57 years old this year. He was also the only one among Master Xia's 4 sons who did not join the army. He was a very successful businessman, with a wide range of business dealings and an unimaginable amount of assets. Due to the lack of wind and sun, Uncle Xia Jiaza looked to be in his 40s or 50s at most, which was a few years younger than his actual age. He resembled Madame Dowager. Uncle Xia, who was 57 years old, had a graceful bearing. He did not have the majesty of a soldier, but only the elegance of a scholar. When he saw Yi Qian walking over, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Third elder brother, 6th brother has better taste than you. Not bad. This girl was pleasing to the eye at first glance. I found her pleasing to the eye. I don't have any greeting gifts. How about I give her a villa in the Red Leaves Villa? It just so happens that we'll be neighbors with Old Fifth's family." Old Fifth was the second son of family Xia's youngest uncle. He was ranked 5th among the grandchildren. Commander-in-Chief Xia was already used to his brother's generosity. He said calmly, "You have a lot of properties, so I don't mind if you want to give me a house or a car. Anyway, you have a lot of money. 2 days ago, Old Fifth told me that he cleared out 340,000 yuan of moldy cash from the garage." Ha ha, third elder brother, I'm old. When people get old, their memory gets worse. I really don't remember stuffing money into the garage. I'd rather use it for charity than let the cash go moldy. I've already asked Old Fifth to clear out the money and send it to charity. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at his younger brother. He was already 57 years old, and his grandson was already 7 years old. However, he was still as forgetful as when he was young. How did he manage to do such a big business? Could it be that he put all his memory and energy into his business? Chapter 3084. Little Uncle Xia Jiaza expressed that he had no objection at all. If Old Fifth hadn't cleared out the money from the garage, the money would have continued to mold until it became worthless. It was good to use it for charity now. Then I'll give the real estate of Red Leaves Villa to Xiao Yi as a gift from me. She's a very pleasant girl. 6th brother has always had such good taste. Not bad, just like me. Earlier, he said that old 6th brother had better taste than him, but that was the truth, so he couldn't defend himself. Now, he said something about having good taste. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Like you? You're so forgetful that you can't find it today or tomorrow. 6th brother doesn't have such a bad habit. You're already so old, but you're still as calculative as before. Big brother and second brother have always given in to me since we were young. but you've never given in to me. Where's the respect between brothers? Her youngest uncle, Xiajiaza, had always been a hot-tempered person since he was young. No one knew who he took after. He was also the one who had been beaten up by old Master Xia, the most among Commander-in-Chief Xia, and his brothers. Xia Jinyuan had been a hooligan since he was young, so it could be said that this little uncle had contributed greatly. Cut it out. What are you talking about? Eldest Uncle Xia Angua, who had been silent all this time, interrupted Minister Xia's quarrel with a deep voice. The younger generation is already here, but you two elders are still not done. Do you want to make a fool of yourselves? When Minister Xia spoke, even Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a strong aura, restrained himself a little. The eldest son was in charge. Back then, Master Xia and the old madam were so busy with work that they couldn't take care of their children. So the eldest son, Xia Angua, took on the responsibility of taking care of his younger siblings. Therefore, even though Commander-in-Chief Xia and Family Xia's little uncle were already in their 50s or 60s, they still respected Minister Xia. As long as Minister Xia said something, the two of them would immediately listen. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia waved at Yi Qian, who was walking over, and said kindly, "Xiao Yi, Xiao Li, come over here," and introduced the two elders in the family to each other. This progress. Third brother, you're really anxious. Family Xia's youngest uncle maintained his benevolent smile as he looked at Yi Qian warmly. His voice was so soft that only the three brothers could hear him. Commander-in-Chief Xia replied calmly, "Of course, sixth brother's marriage is very important. Sixth brother handled this matter well. He's much better than our generation. He knows to strike first and gain the advantage." Family Xia's uncle nodded and praised his nephew, Xia Jinyuan, who was chatting with the three elders in the ward. Yi Qian, who was walking over, could already tell that the three elders of the Family Xia family were discussing her. It was only a short distance, but she felt more tired and flustered than if she had walked over a mountain. You should face the other two elders the same way you used to face the Commander-in-Chief. Li Jinyan could tell that his little sister, Yi Qian, was nervous. This was all he could do to help. "I'll accompany you. Don't get stage fright." How did she face the Commander-in-Chief in the past? In the past, the first time she called Family Xia, the Commander-in-Chief received the call and said, "Hello, I'm Xia Xinhui." Then she was so scared that she put down the phone and didn't dare to speak. She immediately disconnected the call and ran away. Later, during military training, she was tricked by Xia Jinyuan. When she opened the car door and saw the Commander-in-Chief sitting in the back seat, she restrained herself for a long time before she could stop herself from running away. She pretended to be calm and got into the car. Later on, they slowly got along with each other and found out that Commander-in-Chief Xia was an approachable elder in private. In addition, they got along more often and heard that he often tricked Captain Xia. Gradually, they were not as restrained as before. Chapter 3085. But today was different. She was suddenly faced with two other elders of Family Xia without any mental preparation. It would be strange if she didn't panic when she wasn't prepared at all. It seemed that people of Family Xia all had one thing in common. They liked to make surprise attacks. Since the Commander-in-Chief signaled for Yi Qian to go over, it was impossible for Yi Qian to slow down, even if she wanted to. Li Jinyan, who was walking with her, couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. After walking over, she smiled slightly at the other two elders, and then said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Commander-in-Chief, sorry to trouble you to come over again." Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, "It's not trouble. Since old master is awake, I naturally have to come over to see him. Grandpa and Grandma are also here." Sixth brother is accompanying them to talk to Old Master. Let me introduce you and your sister to the other two elders of the family. Under Commander-in-Chief Xia's gesture, Yi Qian first got to know her uncle, Minister Xiaoangua. This is your uncle. He's also a familiar face. You should have seen him often on TV when you were in school. He then said to Li Jinyan, Xiao Li, you must be familiar with him, right? Hello, Minister Xia. Li Jinyan reached out and politely shook hands with Minister Xia. I'm Yi Qian's brother, Li Jinyan. Thank you for coming to visit my grandfather. Hello, uncle. I'm Yi Qian. Thank you for coming to visit my grandfather. Yi Qian, who braced herself to go up, didn't dare to be rude. She bowed and politely addressed Minister Xia as Uncle, just like Xia Jinyuan. Old Master Fu is a person of virtue and prestige. It's only right that we come to visit him. We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. Minister Xia nodded slightly, and there was a satisfied smile in his serious eyes. One was Old Master Fu's grandson, and the other was Old Master Fu's biological granddaughter. When the two siblings stood together in their military uniforms, it was as if everything in front of them had brightened up. Although Old Master Fu didn't have many descendants, his grandson and granddaughter were all dragons and phoenixes among men. He was much better than those who had many children and grandchildren, but all of them were idle. Department Head Xia had always respected Old Master Fu. Now that he had such a relationship with Old Master Fu, he looked at the siblings in front of him. No matter how he looked at them, he felt that they were very nice. Then, the gentle smile in his eyes deepened. I often hear your father and sixth brother talking about you at home. It's my fault for not being able to meet you today. She was a very proper girl, with clear eyebrows and bright eyes. Her temperament was calm, and she did not lose her military prestige. Although she was a little flustered by their appearance, she was not so flustered that she did not know where to look. She was relatively calm. Sixth brother indeed had better foresight than his father. When it was time to introduce his youngest uncle, Xia Jiaza immediately offered a villa, which completely stunned Yi Qian. The property prices in the capital were already quite high. Even though she had only been to the capital a few times, she knew that the villa at Red Leaf Villa was one of the most expensive in the entire capital. Yi Jian's first reaction was to reject the offer of a villa. She firmly rejected it. Commander-in-Chief Xia said, Your youngest uncle has so much money that it's moldy. As long as the younger generation in the family gets married, he will give each of them a property. This is youngest uncle's gift to you. Take it, don't refuse. Take it, don't refuse. Yi Qian's back was sweating. How could she accept it? Even if she accepted it, she wouldn't be able to afford it. Just the high property management fees alone were not something she could afford. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that she firmly refused. He thought for a moment and thought of something else. He said to his youngest uncle, Xia Jiaza, Xiao Yi really can't accept it. The property management fees for that villa are not a small sum. She's still a student and can't afford it. Chapter 3086. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to accept it, and she definitely wouldn't accept it. That meant she didn't have to worry about being accepted. That's true. I didn't think about it. Xia Jiaza also realized that he couldn't afford to raise her. Then I might as well give. Uncle, you don't have to give us anything. Even if you give us something now, it'll just be empty. The door to the ward opened, and Xia Jinyuan came out with old Madam Yi. Master Xia didn't come out, and was still chatting with old Master Fu. You two brothers are not allowed to make things difficult for Xiao Yi. Do you hear me? Old Madam Yi came out and didn't ask anything. She first protected her favorite granddaughter-in-law under her wings. I told you not to come over. You'll scare Xiao Yi, but you didn't listen and insisted on coming over. If you want to make things difficult for Xiao Yi, I don't care if you two brothers are old. I'll scold you all the same." Before eldest Minister Xia and youngest Uncle Xia Jiazi could speak, old Madam Yi took Yi Qian's hand and said kindly, "Xiao Yi, don't be afraid of them. If they make things difficult for you, tell Grandma. Grandma will stand up for you." It was Li Jinyan's first time seeing how family Xia interacted with each other. He was stunned and couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing. Old Madam Yi was talking about a minister and a successful businessman in front of the younger generation. Was it appropriate? Old Madam Yi thought it was quite appropriate. Yi Qian finally understood why Commander-in-Chief Xia always liked to make things difficult for Captain Xia in front of her. It was because of her family background. She quickly said, "Grandma, no. Eldest uncle, youngest uncle is very good to me." Afraid that old Madam Yi wouldn't believe her and would continue to make things difficult for the two elders, Yi Qian added, "Youngest uncle just said that he would give me a villa. Don't misunderstand, such a good uncle. Your youngest uncle is very generous to the family. If the family lacks anything, your youngest uncle will make up for it without hesitation. Whenever the younger generation in the family gets married or has a good relationship with them, he will give them a greeting gift. This is a small token from him as an elder. You should accept it. Don't feel burdened. Because Xia Jinyuan didn't have a mother to take care of him when he was young, the old madam favored Xia Jinyuan the most among her grandchildren. Before Yi Qian married into the family, the old madam smiled and began to make plans for Yi Qian. This is a small token of appreciation from youngest uncle. You should accept it. If you don't accept it, you'll be regarded as an outsider." Xia Jiazi laughed. "Mom, third brother just said that if I give the villa to sixth brother and his wife, they won't be able to afford the property fees with their current salary and allowance. If you can't give them a villa, why don't you give them a piece of land? You don't have to pay the property fees for a piece of land, right?" The old madam was a calculative person. Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian, and Li Jinyan saw that their youngest uncle Xia Jiazi was stunned. After a while, he said, "Mom, you really like to dig a hole for us. Then you stand there and smile as you wait for us to jump into it. Our younger sister is the only one in the family who has inherited your skills. Even if we live for another few decades, we might not be your match." The old madam pretended not to hear what he said. She smiled and asked Yi Qian, "What about your eldest uncle? Did he make things difficult for you? Don't be afraid. With Grandma here, nothing will happen." With Grandma here, Li Jinyan quietly took a small step back and quickly entered the ward when no one was looking. He really couldn't listen in. The more he listened to the family elders' conversation, the more he trembled. Chapter 3087. And this kind of conversation was very heartwarming. So heartwarming that it made him, who had been walking in a cold world and whose only source of light was his uncle and grandfather, envious. It turned out that family could chat in such a relaxed and humorous manner. In such a warm family, his younger sister would definitely not be wronged after marrying in. She would be loved and cared for by the family Xia and would not be wronged in the slightest. The family Xia had enough ability to protect his younger sister. Even if the mastermind behind his aunt's death appeared, he would have to think twice. His future brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, the Devil King Li, was even more satisfied with his future brother-in-law. It had to be said that the family Xia was a godly help. Outside, Yi Qian heard the old madam's question, and his heart skipped a beat. After a while, he felt relieved. Looking at the old madam's kind and wise eyes, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Grandma, why would Uncle make things difficult for me? You don't worry about me. Uncle looks very serious, just like when I first met Commander-in-Chief Xia, and didn't dare to speak loudly. In fact, Uncle is just like Commander-in-Chief Xia. They both look serious, but they are very kind. It was a very intimate tone with a hint of coquettishness. The old madam immediately felt very comfortable. She smiled until the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. Yes, yes, yes. Grandma knew that you were intelligent. See, you hit the nail on the head. That's right. Your uncle is just like your father. They both look serious, but they are not serious in private. That's right. That's right. Why would a family need to be so courteous? As a family, they should be affectionate. They should say whatever they wanted to say. The words that came out of their mouths couldn't hurt the other person's self-esteem or the harmony of the other person. The people who were listening had to be kind too. After all, they were all a family with the same bloodline. They didn't have so many scruples and didn't have so many thoughts. She liked this child, Xiao Yi. She was clean and upright. She had to protect such a good granddaughter-in-law well. However, Xiao Yi also needed to change a little. She was a little too thoughtful. It was not good to be so thoughtful at such a young age. It would hurt her foundation. She had to change. She couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. After hearing about her past, it was already amazing that she could survive. Growing up in that kind of environment, it was normal for her to think too much. But now, things were different. With her family Xia protecting her, the demons of the past and the future would not be able to get close to her. It was easy to tell her not to think too much. He wanted her to know that no matter when, her family was her warm home, and everyone in her family could be used to stand up for her and make fun of her. After a long time, she would experience the warmth of her family and get along with her family. Naturally, she would not think too much. Yi Qian made the old madam beam with joy, and so did the rest of the elders. The happiest person was Xia Jinyuan. Just now, he could tell from Yi Jian's tone that she was acting coquettishly towards her grandmother. She didn't even keep a distance from her. Today, old Xia did a great thing, right? Sixth brother, sit with grandma for a while. We're going to visit old Master Fu. Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose eyes were full of smiles, instructed his son to take good care of the old madam. He then said to Yi Qian, Xiao Yi, accompany us to visit old Master Fu again. Sit for a while and leave. Don't disturb old Master Fu's rest. Old Master Fu was very happy to see family Xia and her family visit. Commander-in-Chief Xia, Minister Xia, and youngest Uncle Xia Jiaza had important matters to attend to, so they stayed in the ward for about 10 minutes before leaving. Old Master Fu instructed his grandson, Li Jinyan, to send them off. This was the Fu family's etiquette. The three elders asked Li Jinyan to only send them off to the inpatient department before gesturing for him to go back and take care of old Master Fu. Chapter 3088. Before the car drove over, Minister Xia walked to a shady path with few pedestrians. He stood under a tree and said, when they graduate, they can indeed consider marriage. Sixth brother has found a good girlfriend. It's rare for them to be like-minded and have a lot in common. I noticed that when sixth brother spoke, Xiao Yi would listen carefully. Her expression was very gentle, and there was admiration in her eyes. When Xiao Yi spoke, sixth brother's expression and eyes were the same as Xiao Ye's. The two of them not only love each other, but also respect each other. I saw the love of sharing honor and disgrace and helping each other in times of need from them, just like old master and old madam. Uncle Xia Jiaza nodded slightly in agreement and added, there's one more thing. She's not moved by money. When she said that she refused, she didn't just say it. Her body and mind refused. She was very firm and not moved at all. When I saw her so firm before, I thought she didn't know the market price of Red Leaf Villa. Later, when third brother mentioned that the property fee was expensive, I saw the understanding in her eyes. Only then did I realize that she knew. Third brother, you're blessed to have found such a good daughter-in-law. Sixth brother is also blessed to have a wife in his arms and a successful career. They can complement each other. Third brother, you don't have to worry about anything. Minister Xia and Uncle Xia were not being polite. Xia Jinyuan had already sent a letter home saying that he would bring his wife back to celebrate old Madam's birthday. According to the rules of family Xia, if a man with a family Xia brought his girlfriend back to celebrate his elder's birthday, it meant that she was the daughter-in-law he would marry in the future. With such an old rule, Minister Xia and Uncle Xia had always wanted to meet Yi Qian so that they could help their nephew check. If the girl didn't make it, they would let their wife come forward and let the girl back off. The family background of the girl their nephew found were not the main point. The main point was whether her character was good or not. As for whether the girl's character was good or not, they were a little worried that their nephew would be like his father, who only looked at the surface and not the inside. They were worried that Xia Jinyuan would find a girl who would cause trouble at home. With the previous incident as an example, he dared not let his guard down. Therefore, no matter how satisfied Commander-in-Chief Xia and Xia Jinyuan were when they mentioned Yi Qian, even when their niece Xia Yiwei was full of praise when she mentioned Yi Qian, the two elders did not immediately express their opinions. They did not say a word about it. No wonder I heard the magpies chirping in the backyard early in the morning. So it was really a happy occasion. Third brother, you and sixth brother are really patient. You only told us today that Xiao Yi is old Master Fu's granddaughter. Uncle Xia looked back at the main entrance of the hospital with a smile in his eyes. This hospital is finally pleasing to my eyes. Find some time to tell me about Xiao Yi in detail. Thinking about what happened this morning, Minister Xia felt that it was a little unbelievable. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, they received a call from third brother Xia Yui saying that old Master Fu had undergone surgery and was admitted to the hospital. Later, Master Xia told them that if they were free, they could visit old Master Fu together. When they met up, they found out that sixth brother's girlfriend was actually old Master Fu's granddaughter. This was unheard of. She was actually old Master Fu's granddaughter. About half a year ago, they did a DNA test and confirmed their relationship. Chapter 3089. Suddenly knowing such a big thing, Leader Xia and Uncle Xia, the two elders who had never changed their expressions, were stunned for a while. Due to time constraints, they didn't go into detail. They only listened to Commander-in-Chief Xia pick out the main points. In short, the future niece-in-law that they were very satisfied with was old Master Fu's granddaughter. There was no mistake about it. Commander-in-Chief Xia originally wanted to continue hiding Yi Qian's identity. After all, they were still investigating, and the death of martyr Sun Xueqing had entered the most critical period. He didn't want his family to know about the relationship between Yi Qian and the Fu family. He didn't expect old Master and old Madam to suddenly do this. I originally wanted to tell the family about Xiao Ye's matter later. Since you know about it now, please keep it a secret for the time being. Especially on your side, Jiaza, you're a businessman, and there are many people around you. If you reveal a little, it might be known to everyone. However, we don't want people to know too much. Because they were in the hospital, even if there was no one around 10 meters away from them, Commander-in-Chief Xia still lowered his voice a lot. His face also showed a dignified expression that made Leader Xia and Family Xia's Uncle Xia's heart turn solemn. Her situation can't be explained in a few words. Sometimes it involves confidential matters. I can't say much. Uncle Xia immediately said, "Then I choose not to listen. I know that Xiao Ye's relationship with the Fu family can't be revealed. I know that Xiao Ye's relationship with the family Xia and the Fu family can't be mentioned to outsiders. I just need to know the two most important points. Family Xia's Uncle Xia would never ask about confidential matters. Their statuses were different, and he had responsibilities. He would never ask about things that he shouldn't know. As a businessman, he didn't need to know about confidential matters. Although Minister Xia was the leader of the national defense, Martyr Sun Xueqing's matter was a military matter. He was in a high position and couldn't know about it. After a moment of silence, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Then you don't have to tell me in detail. I don't need to know too much about your military matters." "No, big brother. Our military will have a meeting with the Ministry of National Defense in a few days." As he spoke, Commander-in-Chief Xia pointed to the front and said to Family Xia's youngest uncle, "The car is here to pick you up. Get in first. I'll go with big brother." She wanted to avoid Family Xia's uncle. Family Xia's uncle didn't stay any longer and immediately left. "You guys talk. I'll go to the side and wait for Yenny." He finally got to see Chief Engineer Fu Yuxing, so I'm afraid he won't come down for a while. First, it was the military, then it was the national defense. Listening to it, everyone felt that the matter of Xiaoya's mother was not simple. They could not get involved in such a matter before it was clear. After Family Xia's youngest uncle left, Commander-in-Chief Xia could finally say something. "The military has submitted the request for the Ministry of National Defense's assistance in the investigation the day before yesterday. If everything goes well, it will be submitted to your office today or tomorrow. Big brother, this matter is no longer a trivial matter. The problems involved in it are likely to be another big storm. You have to be mentally prepared." Hearing Xia Ang's words, Minister Xia frowned. "How is it related to the Ministry of National Defense? Are there any details about Martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice in the report?" "Yes, you'll know when you see it. It's not convenient to talk about it here. We'll talk about it in the conference room when you receive the report." "Okay." Minister Xia nodded in a deep voice and said, "I'll go back to the old house in a few days. If Xiaoye is free, ask sixth brother to take her back to the old house and let the family meet her." Chapter 3090. Commander-in-Chief Xia shook his head and smiled. "I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Old Master Fu needs someone to take care of him. Xiao Yi is also a filial child. She won't go anywhere to take care of old Master Fu. I'll ask sixth brother to stay and help. I don't want Xiao Yi to tire herself out. They have to meet each other so that we can recognize each other. Don't create a scene where we don't recognize each other when we meet outside. If it's not convenient now, let's do it next time. You have to worry more about old Master Fu. You should arrange for 2 more guards to come over. 2 guards will be on duty during the day. What about at night? Won't Xiao Yi and Chief Engineer Fu be the ones to worry about? The Fu and Xia families will be one family in the future. Old Master Fu and Old Master Fu have known each other for decades. The Fu family's matters are our family Xia's matters. Pay more attention and let Xiao Yi know that our family Xia and sixth brother can entrust the rest of their lives to her." Master Xia, who was still in the ward, said the same thing to old Master Fu. "You should rest well. Your matters are our family's matters. You can't separate yourself from our family just because you're afraid of troubling us. It's the same for Xiao Yi when she comes to our house in the future. We're family, so don't be too polite. If you're too polite, it'll make us seem distant." Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian stood beside the hospital bed. Xia Jinyuan accompanied Master Xia, while Yi Qian accompanied Matriarch Xia. Li Jinyin listened with a slight smile while peeling fruits. There were already 4 pears in the fruit bowl in front of him. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Grandpa Xia, I'm really not being polite with you. Grandma Xia also told me that we shouldn't be polite with each other as family. I've remembered it." Matriarch Xia, whose white hair was neatly combed, gently patted Yi Qian's hand and nodded with a smile. "That's right. Xiao Yi has already remembered what I said. There's no need to be polite with our family, Xia." "Ha ha, that's right, that's right." Master Xia laughed heartily. Seeing that his good friend was tired after a long morning, Master Xia adjusted his friend's blanket and said with a relaxed expression, "You, rest well. When your body is better, we'll play a few more rounds together. It's getting late. Have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Let's chat and relieve your boredom." Old Master Fu was indeed a little tired, but he did not feel tired at all. The kind smile on his face did not disappear. "Don't come tomorrow. It's hard for an old man like you. Sister-in-law Rong, please advise her not to come again tomorrow. It's fine as long as I have your 6th brother here. Since you're so willing, then I won't be polite with you. My grandson, Jinyin, has to return to the team in the afternoon. There's only Jane Eyre and her father watching over him. It's really too busy. I fell at the wrong time. Jane Eyre has to stay in the hospital with me. I can't even walk around. It's all my fault for holding them back. Grandpa, when you've recovered, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go." Yi Qian did not want old Master Fu to feel burdened. Taking care of the elderly was a filial duty that children and descendants should do. How could he say anything about holding them back? Xia Jinyuan was used to coaxing the elderly. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "You can't say that I'm holding them back. I was afraid that you wouldn't let me stay. I'll only feel at ease if you let me stay. Otherwise, I'll be worried that you won't let me stay because you're not satisfied with me and want to change your grandson-in-law." Chapter 3091. Ha ha, I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Old Master Fu was so pleased by his future grandson-in-law that even his eyes lit up. "Hurry up and send your grandfather home. I'll wait here for you to come back and accompany your grandfather." At this point, it could be said that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's relationship had already been made known to the elders of the 2 families. There was no need to be secretive about it anymore. Moreover, as long as there was no problem between the 2 of them, their marriage was set in stone. Li Jinyin had already peeled the fragrant pears. The 3 elders each ate a pear before saying goodbye. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian each supported an elder as they walked out of the ward. Old Madame Fu said to Yi Qian, "You don't have to send us home. Our 3rd brother is on leave. He can accompany us home after he chats with your father. Just send us downstairs and take good care of your grandfather." She then said to Xia Jinyuan, "Same for you. You don't have to send us home. Let your 3rd brother send us home. 6th brother, you're the backbone now. You have to be responsible for everything. You can't tire Xiao Yi out, and you can't let your father-in-law worry. You hear me?" Xia Jinyuan nodded repeatedly. Facing the old man's nagging, there was no trace of impatience on his handsome face. Instead, there was only attentiveness and patience in front of the old man. This made the originally fierce soldier much gentler. Yi Qian liked this kind of Xia Jinyuan very much. He was so dependable that it made her feel at ease. When they arrived downstairs, Li Jinyan called to say that their grandfather had fallen asleep and asked her to send Master Xia and old Madame Xia home. In the end, she didn't manage to send them off. After chatting with Father Fu, Xia Yui returned to the ward. When he found out that the 2 elders had left and that old Master Fu had fallen asleep, he didn't stay. He said goodbye to Father Fu and quickly walked out of the inpatient department. Xia Yui was 31 years old this year, 5 years older than Xia Jinyuan. At 31 years old, he was already the chief engineer of a missile in a base in the northwest. He also had the advantages of a man from a family Xia. He was handsome, and when he walked through the hall of the inpatient department, he attracted a lot of attention. Yi Qian had never met Xia Yui before. When she went to see the specialist, Xia Yui first greeted old Master Fu. Because of some work matters, he went to a corner with Father Fu and used paper to communicate with him. Now, the paper used for the communication was in a document file, ready to be destroyed when they got back. It was also the first time he had seen Yi Qian. Because of his profession, he appeared very self-conscious and serious. But Yi Qian recognized him as soon as he walked over, because he had a pair of eyes that resembled his youngest uncle's. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and there was a hint of a smile that wasn't a smile. It was this hint of a smile that added some gentleness to his serious expression. Especially when he spoke, he seemed very approachable. This was Yi Qian's second time interacting with Xia Jinyuan's peers. Previously it was Xia Yue, and now it was Xia Yui. Although they both looked distant, they were actually very easy to talk to. After a short conversation, Xia Yui accompanied Master Xia and old Madame Fu to the car and left. Before he left, he said to Yi Qian, "In the future, if old six bullies you, give third brother, second brother, and eldest brother a call. The three of us will take care of him for you." That one sentence made Yi Qian feel the kindness and warmth of a family Xia. Meeting Captain Xia in her life was truly her greatest fortune in this lifetime. Captain Xia said that he was very lucky to have met her. Actually, it should be the other way around. She was very lucky to have met him. Chapter 3092. When she arrived at the ward, old Master Fu was sound asleep. Father Fu had his head lowered and was saying something to Li Jinyan. Yi Qian had just pushed the door open and was about to enter when Father Fu waved at her and Xia Jinyuan, indicating for them to go outside first. Take his temperature every half an hour. If his temperature is normal and his breathing is normal, it means that everything is fine. If his breathing is rapid or his body temperature is high, press the bell immediately to call the doctor over. Although everything is fine now, he's old and his immune system is not as good as a young person's. The possibility of complications is high, so you have to be careful at all times. I'm going out to talk to your sister and the others about something. You stay here. Father Fu carefully reminded his nephew and made sure that he did not miss anything before leaving the ward. Yi Qian, who was standing outside, saw Father Fu come out and asked softly, "Dad, what do you want to talk to us about? Is it about Grandpa? Is there a problem?" She was a little uneasy and worried that something was wrong with old Master Fu. There was a hint of anxiety on her usually calm face. Xia Jinyuan gently held her hand and told her not to be so nervous. Yi Qian had already grasped the strong warmth in his palm tightly, as if relying on the warmth from his palm to support her. Father Fu saw their small movements and raised his eyes slightly. He sighed and said, "Jane Eyre, you're too nervous. Grandpa is fine. Everything is fine. If something really happens, you have to let nature take its course. Don't overthink it. It's not a good thing for you to overthink. Dad hopes that you can relax and accept everything calmly." Yi Qian smiled bitterly. She also wanted to accept everything calmly. Sometimes she knew that she cared too much and lost her cool, but she longed for a family reunion. She longed for the family affection that she had now to last for a long time. Her heart, which had been empty for 2 lifetimes, had finally been filled. She did not want any more accidents to happen. She did not want to lose any more family members. Dad, I know I'm too nervous. Actually, I also want to face it calmly. However, whenever I think that something might happen to Grandpa and that I might lose Grandpa, I can't help but feel afraid. I can't help but overthink. There was too much helplessness and too much desire in her words. When it came to kinship, Yi Qian was like a traveler in a desert under the sun. She had walked for too long and too far. She longed for an oasis to appear, so that her journey could end. Father Fu's heart ached when he heard this. The reason why his precious daughter was so scared and insecure was because of the shadow left behind in her childhood. Now, those culprits who had left a deep shadow in her heart had been punished one by one, and the shadow in her heart should disappear. Believe me, there won't be anything that will hurt you again. Everything will develop in a good direction. Our life will only get better and better. Jane Eyre, you have to believe in me. Father Fu pointed to the chairs outside the ward. Sit down. I have something to tell you. It was indeed something to be happy about. When Yi Qian heard that Yi Zhifan had been sentenced to death, she was stunned by the sudden news. After she slowly regained her senses, she asked in a trembling voice, Dad, has it been confirmed? Is he really sentenced to death? Of course. I went to the court with your Uncle Qin to listen to the judge's verdict. Also, Sun Dongqing will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. You won't have to worry about them jumping out to cause trouble again. After 2 lifetimes, Yi Zhifan's outcome had finally reversed the tragedy of her previous life. At this moment, Yi Qian did not cry. Instead, she smiled like a flower. Chapter 3093. On the day of Yi Zhifan's execution, the sun had yet to rise. The sky outside the window was as blue as jade. It was a very good day, and even the air was so fresh that it seemed to have been filtered. That day, Yi Qian woke up early and helped Old Master Yi wash up, then had breakfast with him. Old Master Yi had the habit of reading the morning papers, so the grandfather and grandson quietly read the morning papers together. After chatting for a while, Yi Qian didn't leave the ward until Old Master Yi fell asleep. Li Jinyan had returned to the army 3 days ago, and Xia Jinyuan had returned to the Snowfield Brigade base yesterday afternoon. Now, Old Master Yi only had Yi Qian and Father Fu to take care of him. But Yi Qian was going to start school the day after tomorrow, so she had to return to school before 5 p.m. At that time, Old Master Yi would only have Father Fu and 4 guards to take care of him. It was already 10 a.m. Yi Qian walked out of the ward and reminded the guards to keep an eye on Old Master Yi's condition. Then she took the elevator and left alone. Today was the day Yi Zhifan's execution. It was 11:30 a.m. sharp. From then on, Yi Zhifan would no longer exist in this world. Even the traces he left behind would slowly disappear with the passage of time, and the hurt that Yi Zhifan had caused her in the past. She believed that with time, it would also slowly disappear. All the hurt, insults, blame, indifference, anger, and disdain she had suffered all those years ago would eventually disappear with Yi Zhifan. The hatred from her previous life would also be released in this life. Finally, Yi Zhifan would forever be a passerby in her life. He would never bring her any harm again. Never again. Yi Qian stood in the pavilion behind the inpatient department, facing south. She stood there motionlessly, watching. To the south was the southern province. Yi Zhifan would be executed there. There were still 34 minutes until 11 a.m., but she had already been standing there for nearly 20 minutes. In September, the capital was no longer as stuffy as it was in the summer, but the cicadas in the trees were still chirping endlessly, making the entire backyard very lively. But to Yi Qian, the surroundings seemed to be blocked from her. Even the small pavilion, where she stood seemed to be cut off from the rest of the world. Yi Qian was not thinking about anything else. Her mind was completely blank. She was waiting for 11 o'clock, waiting for Yi Jifan's death. As the time approached, Yi Jifan, whose hands and feet were still handcuffed, began to feel uneasy. His hand that was holding the spoon went from steady to slightly trembling, but now he simply tossed the spoon aside and used his hands to stuff the food on the plate into his mouth, mouthful by mouthful. The most sumptuous meal he had ever had since he was imprisoned was also his last meal. It was time for him to be on his way after he finished his last meal, which meant that he would no longer be able to see the sun of the next day. His life had entered its final countdown. He stuffed his mouth full to the point where even his tongue could not move easily. His mouth was bulging, and his teeth were grinding against each other until he finished all the food in his mouth. Outside, 2 bailiffs stood expressionlessly. Beside them stood a medical examiner in a white coat. This was the medical examiner who had injected him with the drug. He had carried out an execution by lethal injection, which was used as an alternative to execution by shooting. It was first stipulated in the criminal procedure law in January 1997 that it was a non-lethal poison method. The time of death after the injection was short, usually between 30 to 60 seconds. There was no physical pain, and it was not as bloody as execution by shooting. Chapter 3094. The injection drug was specially prepared and provided by the Supreme People's Court. At 8 in the morning, the drug was sent to the Southern Province prison by a special vehicle. No one else was allowed to pass through. 2 bailiffs and a specialized forensic doctor were in charge until the drug was injected into the prisoner's body. Yi Jifan, who didn't know if he was full or not, quietly looked outside. He looked at the blue sky and the bright light. The weather today was really good. There wasn't even a single cloud. The sky was blue, just like a mirror that reflected the good and evil in the world. Yi Jifan, I'll wait for your retribution. I'll wait for your retribution. He vaguely heard a childish voice. It was Yi Qian's voice, a girl who hated him, who was waiting for his retribution, and who hated his entire family to the core. He originally thought that she would be destroyed, and he would rise up the ranks. In the end, things didn't go as he wished. Ha 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 ha. She rose up the ranks, and he was destroyed. This was retribution. She had finally waited for his retribution. I want to ask something. Did anyone outside come to watch me carry out the execution? Yi Jifan asked the bailiffs beside him before he went to the execution room. He wanted to know if Yi Qian had come. The bailiffs glanced at him and answered calmly, No. She actually didn't come? Not a single person? He asked again. No one will be watching. The bailiffs patiently answered the prisoner's last question. Yi Jifan nodded and was escorted to the execution room. It seemed that Yi Qian's military father didn't come either. Did you see the car that just drove past? That's the car that delivered the drug to Yi Jifan. When Yi Jifan enters the injection execution room, he will be fixed on the execution bed. The forensic doctor will connect the injection channel, and the bailiffs will carry out the execution. You hate Yi Jifan so much. You must be happy today. On the side of the wide road, a black car was parked on the side road under the shade of the trees. The car window facing the main road was opened, and a middle-aged man pointed at the car that sped past after the red light and green light. He smiled at a beautiful young girl and said, Today he will ascend to heaven. There will be one less person you hate in your heart. What do you think? What do you think about what I said? Sunning, who was sitting in the back, wasn't happy. She was afraid. Yi Jifan was going to be executed today. She only found out yesterday afternoon from this middle-aged man that her father was going to be executed today. She didn't believe it at first, since it was a secret execution, How did he know? One death means one less person. Seeing the people you hate in your heart disappear one by one. They all wanted to kill you, but in the end, you were the one who had the last laugh. The whole process, the whole ending, was so beautiful and satisfying. Sunning, you're a smart girl. I believe you will choose the path that suits you best, right? Yi Jifan isn't your enemy. He's your father. It's just that what your mother did was completely brainless and implicated him. That's why he started to give up on you. But think about it. The person who really made you lose everything and the hope of marrying into the Li family wasn't your father, Yi Jifan. It was someone else. Yi Jifan has been sentenced to death. It will be carried out today. Shouldn't the person who harmed you the most deserve to die? Sunning, think about it carefully. Who was the one who made you lose everything? Was it your father, your mother, or someone else? Revenge must be taken, but it must be done correctly. You can't do it blindly. The middle-aged man said slowly. Every word, he said, hit the bottom of Sun Ying's heart. Chapter 3095. Can't be blind? Need to take revenge? Sunning, who was sitting close to the car door, was on full alert. Her eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Then, she secretly glanced at the middle-aged man. Her eyes rolled, and she fiddled with her fingers as she answered uneasily, "My father broke the law. He deserves the death penalty. Also, I can't hear what you're saying. I have to go back. I have to go to work tonight. Who is this person? Why did he know so much about her?" Sunning, who had been in society for more than half a year, was no longer as naive and self-righteous as before. She had been beaten, scolded, and almost lost her life. Gradually, she realized that self-esteem and pride meant nothing in the face of life. If she lost her life, what could she use to be proud? What dignity did she have? Of course, she wanted revenge. Yi Jifan once taught her that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Before she had the ability to fight against Yi Qian, she had to endure. Unfortunately, she thought that she had Yi Jifan and had nothing to be afraid of. When she was scared, she realized that what Yi Jifan had said before was right. Now, this strange man in front of her said that he would help her. Ha ha ha. Did he think that she was still the old Ying? When the middle-aged man heard this, a strange expression flashed across his face. "Your dad was executed today. As his daughter, aren't you sad at all? He is your father, not just anyone." When she heard that her family had been colored by their environment and had even lost the most basic of morals, Sunning couldn't help but giggle. When she giggled, her eyes were full of flirtatious charm, like a pear blossom trembling. "I say, big brother, are you kidding me? You and your boss know a lot about me, right? Since you know a lot, do you think I will still be sad for him?" Out of habit, Sunning forgot the fear of being dragged into the car. She waved her slender hand and leaned against the middle-aged man. "Big brother, don't joke with me. After being dragged out by you today, I couldn't sleep. Now, I don't feel like sleeping anymore. How about this? You pay me 5,000 yuan, and I'll accompany you for a day. I'll only accompany you and not sleep. If you sleep more, you'll have to pay another 5,000 yuan. She laughed until the end and used her soft chest to gently rub against the middle-aged man's arm. Her actions were frivolous, but due to the temperament she had cultivated from dancing before, it gave her a beautiful and extraordinary visual sense. The middle-aged man pushed her away in disgust. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly. He took out a knife from under his seat. As soon as he pulled out the knife, a cold light flashed. Sun Ying, who had been acting frivolously just now, was so scared that her face turned pale. She immediately remembered her current situation. She was not accompanying a guest, but being dragged out by someone big. Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't mess with you anymore. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Big brother, I was really wrong. Sun Ying, who had long lost her previous arrogance, immediately felt her bones go soft. She put her palms together and begged for mercy. At this time, she no longer had the high and mighty arrogance she had when she saw Yi Qian. What was left was only a prostitute who had accepted to exchange her body for a luxurious life. Miss Sun, what did I say just now? Repeat it to me word by word. Remember, don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, this knife will draw a line on your white and tender face. If you make a mistake with a word, it will draw a line. You have to say it carefully and slowly. Chapter 3096. The tip of the knife was right in front of Sun Ying's eyes. Sun Ying was so scared that she closed her eyes and screamed, I'll talk, big brother, I'll talk. Put the knife down, put the knife down. Sun Ying's memory was pretty good. In addition, she had received special training in the clubhouse. She had to remember everything that the guests around her said, without missing a word. It was precisely because of this that Sun Ying's performance was very good. In addition to her good appearance and temperament, she became the focus of training after a month. Until now, she had become the brand of the clubhouse. However, she could only pick out the important things the guests said. She couldn't remember anything else. Sun Ying picked out the words that she remembered, which were also the words that moved her the most, and said them word by word. The middle-aged man was just trying to scare her. Seeing that she really recited them, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman is quite capable. No wonder the boss said that she could be selected to work for him. Then tell me, how do you plan to take revenge? Yi Qian is in the limelight now, but you are accompanying this guest today, and another guest tomorrow. You used to be the one who looked down on Yi Qian, but now Yi Qian is looking down on you. What if one day you are accompanying a guest outside while she is on duty in her military uniform? Sun Ying, aren't you afraid? Are you really willing to accept this? She was never willing to accept this. Yi Qian was the one who was stepped on, but now it was her. How could she accept this? Sun Ying, who was scared out of her wits by the knife, didn't dare to say anything again. She also didn't dare to answer easily, especially when the sharp knife was dangling in front of her eyes. Miss Sun, when I ask you a question, you better answer me. Otherwise, this knife will draw lines on your face. As he spoke, the middle-aged man directly pressed the sharp tip of the knife against Sun Ying's cheek. This is an unused Swiss Army knife. If Miss Sun is so uncooperative, I don't mind Miss Sun giving this knife a taste of blood today. The sharp knife pressed against her face. The cold, sharp sensation made Sun Ying's heart jump into her throat. She was so scared that she didn't dare to scream. She was afraid that if she screamed, the muscles on her face would be affected, and in the end, her face, which she relied on for a living, would be cut. I'll cooperate. Sun Ying, who was so scared that her fingers were trembling, said softly, Big brother, please take the knife away, okay? No need. I think Miss Sun will feel more comfortable if we talk like this. Tell me, are you willing? I can't accept this. As soon as she spoke, the corners of her mouth twitched. Sun Ying, who immediately felt the stinging pain, was so scared that tears flowed out of her eyes. When she opened her mouth again, she sounded like she was about to cry. I don't want to, but what can I do? I don't know how to repay him either. There's nothing I can do. How could he take revenge? What was she going to use to take revenge? Yi Jifan was dead. Her biggest and most powerful backer had fallen. Even Yi Jifan had fallen. What ability did she have to take revenge? That's right. If you answer like this earlier, our communication will be much smoother. The middle-aged man was just scaring Sun Ying. He wanted to push her to do things. It wouldn't be good to scare her out of her wits. He put away the knife and answered with a slight smile, "It's very simple. We'll help you." "They'll help her?" Sun Ning, who seemed to see a flash of light in front of her, suddenly raised her head. When her line of sight happened to sweep across the Swiss Army knife that hadn't been put away, her head, which had originally retracted, shrank back. Chapter 3097. Help her? If he really wanted to help her, why didn't he just take revenge for her? He even deliberately dragged her out to sea when Yi Jifan would die. "Miss Sun, if you had worked for our boss earlier, your father might not have died, and your life would have been better. Unfortunately, you met our boss too late. With your intelligence and beauty, it would have been easy for you to stand out. You just lacked opportunities, so you didn't succeed." That's right. What she lacked was opportunities. If she had the opportunity, she would definitely be more outstanding than Yi Qian. Sun Ying's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She bit her lips and gently touched her cheek that had been cut by the knife. She still lacked opportunities. The middle-aged man had been paying attention to Sun Ying. He didn't miss any expression in her eyes or on her face. When he saw the ruthlessness in her eyes, he was once again impressed by his boss's foresight. No wonder his boss said that he wanted to grind down her arrogance so that she would know how to be obedient in the future. "Miss Sun, a wise man submits to circumstances. We called you out today because our boss wants you to feel at ease and know our boss's ability. Yi Jifan's execution wasn't made public. It was a secret execution. Our boss even knows about this. You should know our boss's methods. As for you, you can't refuse. You understand? How about this, Miss Sun? You must be in a bad mood today. After all, your father was just executed. I'll send you back first. I'll come back in a few days." Sun Ying's eyes were cold as she covered her face. She didn't care at all when Yi Jifan would die, or how he would die. Father? Huh. Was there a father like him? When his daughter needed his help the most, not only did he not help her, he even dragged her down. When he knew that Mrs. Li had taken the videotape and knew that it might affect his career, he immediately wanted to cut off all ties with his daughter. He didn't leave her any way out. Ha ha ha. What use did she have for a father like him? What use did she have for him? Did he still think that she cared about their father-daughter relationship? Bah! Ever since she couldn't marry into the Li family and changed her name to Sun Ying, she and Yi Jifan's father-daughter relationship had been cut off. So what if she knew that Yi Jifan was sentenced to death today? In her heart, Yi Jifan was long dead. As for the other person, she did hate him day and night, but what could she do? No matter how much she hated her, she had no way to find her. In the past, it might have been possible, but now she was just a hostess in the hall. What could a hostess do? In the past few months, she had come to realize that a young lady could not do much. He slept during the day and slept at night. The difference was that he slept alone during the day and slept with someone at night. She also wanted to find a few people with status and use her beauty to seduce those people with status to do things for her. She also tried this, but what kind of answer did she get? A second ago, he was still allowing her to be here, and that stinky thing. The next second, he immediately turned his back on her, and even said that her brain was flooded with water, and that there was something wrong with her. What was even more disgusting was that she, a prostitute, actually had the audacity to make things difficult for a military academy student. She was F***king overestimating herself. Did she think that she was so great just because he slept with her for one night? Bah, she's just a slut. What terrible words. No matter how much money these stinky men threw at her and how many expensive clothes and jewelry they bought, as long as she mentioned this matter, all of them turned their backs on her. They said that a piece of trash like her was only worth the price of a few bags of clothes. They gave her jewelry just to show her some face when they went out. She knew how to sing, dance, speak fluent English, know social etiquette, and most importantly, she used to have status. Chapter 3098. Sunning took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. I don't care how Yi Jifan dies. What I care about is how you can help me. It seemed that this woman was indeed ruthless. No wonder when he mentioned that her father was going to be executed today, she smiled and approached him. She even negotiated with him. The boss was right. This father and daughter were cut from the same cloth. You'll be satisfied with our help. Since Miss Sun is so straightforward, I'll take you somewhere now. It's a very good place that will broaden your horizons. At 10:55, Yi Jifan finally confirmed his identity. Outside, Sunning was chatting and laughing with others. At 10:58 a.m., Yi Jifan was tied to a bed that looked like an operating table. Outside, Sunning was forced to chat with someone with a knife. At 11 o'clock sharp, Yi Jifan was injected with drugs. Outside, Sunning said that she was not satisfied. She hated Yi Jifan for his ruthlessness in the past. At 11:30, Yi Jifan closed his eyes forever. Outside, Sunning said that she did not care about Yi Jifan's life or death. At 11:05, Sunning left. At the same time, Yi Qian, who was far away in Beijing, returned to the ward with light steps. At the same time, Father Fu, who had just finished smoking a cigarette, returned to the ward. The father and daughter looked at each other and smiled. They did not mention where they had been. There were some things that did not need to be said. It was enough to know in one's heart. Father Fu saw the smile in his daughter's eyes. He raised his hand and patted his daughter's head. You've worked hard, Jane Eyre. Why had it been hard? It could be understood that it had been hard in the past. It could also be understood that it was hard to take care of the old man. Yi Qian smiled. You're the one who's worked hard. I'm young and can handle it. You can't. You're already under a lot of pressure at work. I've counted the calls you've received over the past few days. On average, there are 10 calls a day. Dad, you have to deal with work even when you're on vacation. You're the one who's really worked hard. Are you saying that Dad is old and can't bear it anymore? Father Fu deliberately misunderstood and pretended to be unhappy. I don't accept that I'm old. My mental age is at most 30 years old. I'm in the prime of my life. Yi Qian was already grinning from ear to ear. Yes, yes, yes. You're only 30 years old. You're still young. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm young. Even if my actual age is 80 years old, my mental age is at most 50 years old. Just like your grandfather. I never admit that I'm old. Then when I'm old, I'll also say that my mental age is very young. I won't accept that I'm old. Silly girl, you're only 20 years old now. You're still young. It's still too early for you to refuse to admit your old age. The father and daughter were chatting happily outside the ward. Their eyes and faces were full of smiles. It was as bright and beautiful as the weather outside. It was clear and bright, without any haze. When old Master Fu woke up from his nap, the 3 generations of the family chatted happily again. The entire ward was filled with warmth and affection. Old Master Fu was happy to see his busy granddaughter. Father Fu was happy to see that his old father was getting better day by day with his daughter's company. Yi Qian was happy to have the company of his family. That afternoon, there was an unread document on the desk of Minister Xia of National Defense, Xia, and the document was submitted in a sealed form. Ordinary civil servants were not allowed to read it. Only confidential civil servants were allowed to read it. On the day Yi Qian left Beijing. Father Fu received a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia asking him to go to the military. Chapter 3099. Father Fu went to the military around 3 in the afternoon. By the time he came out, it was already time for the lights of the homes. Walking out, his footsteps were somewhat weak. His feet seemed to be stepping on cotton. Every step he took made the 2 guards at his side worried and on edge. They were afraid that the chief would fall while walking. "Chief, you rest here. I'll drive over now." Walking to the side of the driveway, the attentive guard didn't dare to let Father Fu continue to walk forward. Another guard took good care of him, and he quickly went to the parking lot to drive the car over. Father Fu, who came out of the Commander-in-Chief Xia's office, wasn't in good spirits. He was muddle-headed, and his brain was dizzy as if it was filled with lead and ice water. One moment it was heavy, and the next it was cold all over. His head was heavy, and his feet were light. There wasn't a trace of comfort. Although Father Fu heard what the guard said, he didn't open his mouth. He just nodded, indicating that he already knew. "You take good care of the chief." The guard who went to drive the car whispered to the other guard, and then strode forward to drive the car. The sky outside was already dark, and the tall lampposts had a snow-white light. The illuminated corner also shone on the trees that were green during the day, casting crooked and disorderly shadows of the branches. Father Fu's gaze didn't know where it fell. It seemed like he was looking at the trees, and also seemed like he was looking at the light. After standing for a few seconds, he seemed to think of something and said to the guard, "My cell phone." Entering the military to the confidential floor, everyone's cell phone would be uniformly kept. No communication tools could be brought up. Only after walking out of the confidential floor would the cell phone be returned. The guard quickly handed over the cell phone. When Father Fu took the cell phone, he didn't notice that his fingers were still trembling. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. His daughter needed to rush back to school at 5 o'clock to report. At this moment, she was already at school and had already assembled to start the evening self-study. When the cell phone was turned on, there was a DDD sound of several text messages. It was somewhat urgent, as if urging something. Father Fu saw the number above. His finger moved and couldn't wait to open the text messages. They were all text messages sent by Yi Qian. "Dad, I've arrived in Xiang City. The weather in Xiang City is very good. It's not as dry as the capital. Dad, why is your phone turned off? Is Grandpa okay?" Yi Qian could feel that Father Fu had turned off his phone through the text message, so he was worried. "You went out, right?" "I just talked to Grandpa on the phone. Grandpa is doing well, so you don't have to worry." "Dad, call me after you turn it on." At 4:50 p.m., the 5th message came. "Dad, you go ahead. I've already arrived at school. I need to hand in my phone. I'll call you when I'm out." At this time, there were many public phones that used SIM cards to make calls outside, but there were none in the National University of Science and Technology. One had to walk out of the school gate to make calls. Communication between military academy students and the outside world was strictly regulated. They were not allowed to go out as they pleased, nor were they allowed to contact the outside world as they pleased. If there were any urgent matters at home, there was a phone number to contact the various academies. After reading the 5 messages, Father Fu, who felt his daughter's deep concern for him, felt his dizzy mind clear up a lot. After thinking for a while, he didn't call her. Instead, he sent a few text messages. "My son, don't worry. Everything is fine. If there's anything, contact me by letter. Don't let worrying about your family affect your studies. Your knees still need more rest. Remember to hand over your medical records to the company commander. Don't force yourself. Don't try to be brave." She was far away. Her concern could only be expressed through text messages and letters. Chapter 30, 100. Yi Qian could no longer see the text messages on her phone. All her phones had been turned in and turned off. She could only get her phone back when it was time for the holidays. Father Fu sent the text message just as the guards drove over. Father Fu got into the car and went straight to the hospital. He was a little tired. He closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the car. His lips were pursed tightly, making his thin face look even more serious. He did not want to be disturbed. The two guards would not disturb Father Fu, who was resting in the back seat. They were soldiers arranged by Commander-in-Chief Xia and would be responsible for taking care of the chief in front of them during this period of time, as well as the old chief lying in the hospital. They would keep what they saw and who they saw a secret and would not leak it out for the rest of their lives. This was the duty of a guard. Father Fu, who had his eyes closed, did not rest. He was still thinking about what he had just said. Recently, whenever he went to the military, it was because of the death of his wife, Hong Mei. This time was no exception. The more they investigated his wife's death, the deeper the water, and the more complicated the situation became. The things that were implicated were so big that it was far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that the person they were looking for was in the country. Who knew it was actually outside of the country? According to the latest investigation, even Commander-in-Chief Xia was shocked. Behind the shock, many people were relieved. This was because it did not implicate the country's top officials. The current investigation was directed towards the foreign forces. They were the foreign spies that they had been guarding against. Now that the foreign forces were involved, the whole thing was no longer something that he and his daughter, Yi Qian, could find out. Some things had to be kept secret for his and his daughter's safety. He did not have to worry about his own safety. He was in the military base all year round. It was impossible for outsiders to enter the restricted area. Even if the foreign forces knew of his existence, they would not be able to succeed. Furthermore, the higher-ups had also mentioned that Hong Mei had been killed and he had been imprisoned back then. It was very likely that their research plan had been leaked back then. The entire conspiracy might have been directed at the Fu family. The reason why Hong Mei had been sacrificed was most likely because she had found out something and had been sacrificed before she could report it to the higher-ups. This was the possibility that they had deduced based on the progress of the investigation. If that was the case, and they were targeting him, then his daughter was in grave danger. There was no need to worry about the old man's safety. In a few days, the old man would be sent to another place for secret recuperation until the whole case finally came to light. Right now, he was most worried about his daughter, Yi Qian. He was worried that she would suffer the wrath of foreign powers. Fu Gong, the foreign forces haven't discovered Xiao Ye's existence yet, so you don't have to worry too much. We will also talk to Xiao Yi as soon as possible and inform her of the current progress of the case so that she can be mentally prepared. At the moment, Xiao Yi is absolutely safe. I can assure you of that. I'm telling you this not to increase your psychological burden. I just want you to know that the current investigation has been transferred overseas. The previous suspicions in the country were deliberately misled. It was only until last month that all the domestic investigations were immediately stopped. However, in order to make the other party think that we are still investigating in the country, we have to continue to release smoke bombs. In the future, if there's any progress in the case of martyr Sun Xueqing, in order to ensure the safety of you and the old man, it's unlikely that we'll be able to update you on the progress. Please forgive us. Chapter 30, 101. In the face of Commander-in-Chief Xia's sincerity, there were many things he could not ask. If he did, he would be crossing the line. If the old man and his safety was guaranteed, then what about his daughter's safety? Why not guarantee? From this, it could be seen that there were still variables on his daughter's side. Father Fu calmed down and took a few deep breaths to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He could not show his emotions in front of old Master Xia to prevent him from worrying and affecting his recovery. Since the higher-ups said that they would guarantee his daughter's safety, then he believed that his daughter's safety would not be a problem. Also, he believed that his daughter's ability was enough to deal with any possible danger. Father Fu thought so, and so did Commander-in-Chief Xia. Therefore, he did not say that Yi Qian's safety was not very safe at this moment. This was because the people outside the country already knew her exact location and knew that she was a military academy student. According to the clues provided by Sun Xueqing's former comrade, the current bureau chief, this person outside the country knew of Xiao Ye's existence from the beginning and had been keeping an eye on her movements. According to Chief Kai, this person only wanted to cripple Xiao Yi and did not think much of anything else. It was as if he was observing something or waiting for something. What was this person trying to do? It was unknown at the moment. They only knew that this person had already followed Xiao Yi to the vicinity of her school, and not just once or twice, but several times. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had finished handling his official business, thought of this himself. He also had doubts in his heart. He dialed a number and asked, "I also want to confirm something. Since the people outside the country have their eyes on Xiao Yi, why haven't they made a move yet?" He asked the person in charge of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection, whom Yi Qian had met before. Hearing this, the person replied in a deep voice, "The higher-up suspect that the reason this person has not made a move yet is because he thinks that Xiao Yi is just a military academy student and does not pose a threat to him, nor can he cause any substantial harm to him, so he has not made a move yet. But once he knows of Xiao Ye's ability, then Xiao Ye's situation will definitely be very dangerous. This is something that no one wants to see. That's why, for now, it's best if Xiao Yi doesn't make any more moves. Let him continue to think that Xiao Yi is just an ordinary cadet with nothing else to show for it. Chief Engineer Fu doesn't have to know about the progress of the case, but Xiao Yi, who has been watched by the foreign countries, has to know. If necessary, Xiao Yi might have to take the risk." After Commander-in-Chief Xia hung up the phone, his expression remained cold for a long time. He stood up and poured himself a glass of water. He stood quietly in front of the map of our country that was pasted on the wall. His gaze was deep and gloomy as he looked at it. Who knew what this senior general, who held an important position, was thinking about? It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't even have dinner, stood quietly for a while. He took a sip of strong tea and called Yi Qian, who had already returned to school. It was still the same. He could not directly contact Yi Qian. He had to pass on the message. Yi Qian was still soaking in the library. As soon as she arrived at school, she received the latest mission from the laboratory. She, who had returned her focus to her studies, began to work hard for the next experiment. In the library, she even met the 2 majors who had been interviewed at the garrison before the college entrance examination. When the 2 of them saw Yi Qian, they could still recognize her at a glance and accurately called out her name. Chapter 3102. The 2 majors had an unusually deep impression of Yi Qian. There was no other reason other than the fact that they were in charge of the pre-admission background check for the military academy. Yi Qian had already left a deep impression on them. In addition, the military had specially called them at that time. So before they met Yi Qian, they were curious about this girl. In the subsequent interview, the girl's calm and collected performance left a deep impression on them. After the college entrance exam results were released, the girl reported to the academy. Her various performances during her freshman year and later during her time in the academy made Yi Qian a mark in the hearts of many teachers and leaders. She also made a mark in the hearts of many alumni. Yi Qian was not surprised to meet people who knew her in the library. She was already used to reading books and suddenly receiving gazes. It was the same this time. Even though she met the two teachers who interviewed her years ago, Yi Qian was not too surprised. She raised her head and recognized the two teachers. Because there was a row of students reading in the library, and because they were not allowed to speak loudly in the library, she smiled slightly and bowed politely. She did not need to say anything to be able to feel her politeness. When the two majors saw this, they also smiled and nodded. Then they took the materials they needed to borrow and left the library together. Yi Qian originally thought it was just a small episode. When she came out of the library and walked alone through a quiet alley with the street lights on, she heard someone calling her name from the other side of the alley. Yi Qian, please wait a moment. It was a familiar voice and a familiar person. It was the two majors she met in the library earlier. Seeing the two people striding toward her, Yi Qian subconsciously thought, did the two teachers purposely wait for her to come out of the library? They did intend to wait for her because they had something to tell her. A girl? She said she knew me and she wanted to look for me in the academy. After hearing this, Yi Qian's first reaction was to think that Jiasen had come to the academy to look for her. Yes, her words and actions were a little strange. I asked her a few questions. I asked her surname, what her name was, and what her relationship with you was. She mumbled and was vague. One moment she said she was your classmate, and the next moment she said she was your relative. Her words were incoherent and made me suspicious. I asked her again, but she only asked if I could bring her in to find you. She refused to answer anything else. When I asked her again, she avoided the question of her identity even more. When I asked her to take out her ID card, she refused to show it. When she saw that she couldn't enter, she stopped talking to me and turned to leave. When I went out this morning, I bumped into her and the guard on duty. She wanted to enter the school. When she saw me, she probably recognized me and ran away. When the teacher said this, Yi Qian already knew who it was. Sun Ying. She didn't expect Sun Ying to come to the school to look for her. She even tried to sneak into the school. Based on Sun Ying's personality, her motives were definitely not that simple. After thanking the major for his reminder, Yi Qian kept thinking about why Sun Ying would come to school to look for her. What ulterior motives did she have? Could it be that she knew that Yi Zhifan had been executed and wanted to cause trouble for her? That shouldn't be possible. Sun Ying didn't learn Yi Zhifan's skills, but she did learn his ruthless personality. Yi Zhifan was so heartless. Why would she come to find her? For Yi Zhifan. There must be something else. And this something else was explained when Yi Qian received a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia at the hospital office. Chapter 3103. From what Yi Qian heard from Commander-in-Chief Xia, what she was most concerned about was not how Sun Ying got involved with foreign countries, but the person who followed her and was most likely involved in the murder of her mother was her brother, a relative of her family. If her brother knew about this, would he be even more disappointed in the Li family and suffer an even greater blow? Commander-in-Chief Xia, can you not tell my dad about Li Chuhai's identity for the time being? I'm worried that, after my dad finds out, my brother will also find out. His relationship with the Li family is already very strained. I'm worried that, if he finds out, he will completely fall out with the Li family. This was Yi Qian's main concern. She did not care about who else went to her school and what they did. Xiao Yi, you don't have to worry about this. There are some things that Fu Gong doesn't know. This afternoon, your father and I talked from around 4:30 p.m. until 7 o'clock p.m. We basically talked about everything except Li Chuhai's matter. You don't have to worry about the people around you for the time being. You should worry about yourself. Li Chuhai has already followed you twice. The higher-ups only found out about this last month. This shows how cunning Li Chuhai is. The higher-ups suspect that he is the one who has always been in contact with Yi Zhifan. He was also the one who ordered Yi Zhifan's family to raise you into a cripple. He was also the one who ordered Yi Zhifan's family to keep you alive. Otherwise, with Sun Yaozu's cruelty, he would have killed you long ago. It was because of his orders that Yi Zhifan had to protect you. He only protected your life and let everything else slide. This explains why he did not do anything when Sun Dongqing scolded and hit you, and when Sunning tried to frame you. These were all the findings of the higher-ups so far. Combined with the clues they had, they made inferences one by one. These inferences could be confirmed and were not made up randomly. As Commander-in-Chief Xia's conversation deepened, some of the mysteries in Yi Qian's heart were gradually solved. If that's the case, then it's indeed reasonable. He followed her twice. No wonder she felt that someone was watching her twice. When she looked up, there was nothing. It was like an illusion. At that time, she also thought it was an illusion. Now, it seemed like it was not. Someone was really watching her, and this person was Li Chuhai. Li Chuhai was her mother's superior. He had even taken her to a coastal city. According to the investigation of the higher-ups, Li Chuhai valued her mother very much at that time. He had taken her with him on several business trips. Why did he want to harm Mother? Combined with the clues provided by Sun Yaozu, who said that he recognized her mother on the smuggling ship and knew her identity, he told the higher-ups. This was probably the wedge that Li Chuhai used to murder her mother. But if it wasn't the reason for her mother's sacrifice in the end, it was all related to the outside world. How could it be just because her mother had been undercover on a smuggling ship? So what was the problem? Yi Qian directly voiced his suspicions, and in return, Commander-in-Chief Xia remained silent for a long time. You have a lot of suspicions, and the higher-ups are also investigating in the direction you suspect. Therefore, it can be said that the entire investigation has entered the most critical period, and also the bottleneck period. But Sun Ying's appearance gave the higher-ups hope. Li Chuhai sent someone to contact her, and then asked her to come to school to look for you. It seems that Li Chuhai is planning to use Sunning to deal with you. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled faintly. Using Sunning to deal with me means that Li Chuhai doesn't know me that well, right? Chapter 3104. Yi Qian was a smart girl. When she found out that Li Chuhai was using Sunning to deal with her, she immediately understood that Li Chuhai did not know her well. Commander-in-Chief Xia's originally serious expression turned into a slight smile. That's right, he doesn't know you well. You've been on overseas missions for the past few years, and your combat missions have all taken place overseas. Even if he has connections overseas, no matter how capable he is, it's impossible for him to know our country's top secret. If such a person were to find out about it, then the country's security would be as good as a piece of white paper. It would be like a bubble, and the whole world would be able to see it without having to burst it. Yi Qian's smile deepened. Commander-in-Chief, let me be the bait. You can order me to cooperate with the investigation at any time. Sunning may come looking for me again. I'll meet her then, and perhaps I'll be able to find out more from her. Commander-in-Chief Xia actually made this call to let Yi Qian be the bait. The entire case started with Sun Xueqing's sacrifice as a martyr, and one of the variables was Yi Qian. She was the most suitable bait. When the higher-ups suggested it, he was initially against it, but later he thought it through and understood that this was the most appropriate decision. It could speed up the investigation and eliminate the scourge as soon as possible. 18 years ago, Old Master Li used all the connections available to him. In the end, he retreated from the center of power to protect Li Chuhai. The result was still the same. Li Chuhai was unrepentant, and even went from bad to worse. This time, no one could protect him. Sun Ying left the country this afternoon for a certain country. She won't come looking for you in the near future. Li Chuhai sent someone to bring her to a country where mercenaries are everywhere. It's very likely that he's secretly training her, so the next time he comes looking for you, it will not be a small matter. Yi Qian, you have to be careful. Your safety is already in danger from the moment you get involved with overseas matters. Regardless of whether it's the Fu family or you, you're in a very bad situation. Don't go out during school if you can. Even if a classmate comes to look for you, you can't go out at will, and you can't leave the province at will. Since National Day is coming, the sophomores will need to take turns to stand guard and be on duty. I will ask the school to inform your captain that you need to rest for your knee. Regarding this, Yi Qian expressed his obedience and fully cooperated with the higher-ups and the military. After ending the call with Commander-in-Chief Xia, Yi Qian had a light smile on his face as he walked back to his dorm. Sun Ying was taken by Li Chuhai's men to a country where mercenaries were everywhere. Interesting. The last time she said goodbye to Sun Ying, she saw the undying hatred in Sun Ying's eyes. She always had a premonition that the matter between her and Sun Ying would not end so soon. In his previous life, Sun Ying was the biggest winner. How could she be eliminated so easily? After his rebirth, the entire situation had changed. The only thing that hadn't changed was Sun Ying's twisted desire for revenge. Sun Ying was unwilling to fall behind others, unwilling to be suppressed by her, unwilling to be silent, unwilling to be gloomy for the rest of her life. How could she let herself be so unwilling? As long as she was still alive, her unwillingness would always be there. She was a person who couldn't recognize reality. How could she give up the glory and wealth that she had always wanted just because she couldn't marry into the Li family, Yi Jifan's execution, and Sun Dongqing's imprisonment? Chapter 3105. No, Sun Ying wouldn't. Therefore, as long as she didn't die, as long as she was still alive, she would continue to go against her somewhere and think of ways to take revenge. Then, just wait. Wait for Sun Ying's final return. This was the final battle between her, Yi Qian, and Sun Ying, the final settlement. The hatred of 2 lifetimes would be settled one by one in this life. When Sun Ying went abroad, Madame Li was the angriest. The day after she found out that Sun Ying was arranged to go abroad, Madame Li went straight to the Li family's old mansion and scolded in front of old Madame Li. Li Chuhai, must you anger me to death before you're satisfied? Old Madame Xiao Li was talking and laughing with her precious son when her daughter suddenly rushed out. Old Madame Xiao Li was shocked. She was already 75 years old. How could she withstand such a shock? Chenglan, what's wrong with you? Don't you have any manners? You're already 60 years old. Do you still think you're young? Where are the etiquette and rules? Compared to her daughter, old Madame Li preferred her son, Li Chuhai. Back then, she was able to be promoted as an outside wife, enter the Li family, and enter the family tree because she gave birth to her son, Li Chuhai. Otherwise, how could the old master, who already had 2 sons, agree to let her marry into the family? Until now, her son, Li Chuhai, was still her support. As for her daughter, she was already married and relied on the old master's connections in the army to support a son-in-law from a grassroots background step by step to his current status. She had long repaid what she owed her daughter. Li Chenglan was so angry that her face was red. She gripped her handbag so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Even the roots of her teeth were about to bleed. Mom, you're still in the mood to talk to me about etiquette and rules. Your good son, my good brother, is now amazing. He doesn't even take me, his sister, seriously. Not only does he pretend to comply with what I ask him to do, but he also wants to secretly make things difficult for me. He thinks that I, a sister who wholeheartedly planned for him, thought for him, and even properly arranged for his son and daughter to return to the country, is a monkey being played by him. When old Madame Shaoli heard this, she felt a little uneasy. She glanced at Li Chuhai and then at Li Chenglan. In the end, she chose to stand on her son's side. If there's anything, sit down and talk calmly. Come in and make a ruckus. Your father's health hasn't been good recently, and he can't sleep every night. He just fell asleep, and you'll wake him up if you make such a ruckus. Old Man Li, who had lived under the control of Old Man Li all her life, was a sensible person. She knew that as long as the old man was still alive, only Old Man Li was the master of this family. Her son was not the master, and neither were the two sons left before him. Now, as long as she coaxed Old Man Li coaxed her son and took out some small benefits to help her daughter when the time was right. In the future, the mountain that was pressing on her was gone, and she could live the rest of her life in peace. In this life, she had a lot more than her short-lived sister, who died early and didn't enjoy any children and grandchildren. At the mention of Old Man Li Chenglan had to lower her head no matter how arrogant she was outside. When she was in the Li family, she also had to hide. She sat alone angrily and glared at Li Chuhai, who still had the cheek to laugh. Okay, sister, Mom is right. You're already 60 years old, and my grandnephew is already in kindergarten. Why are you still making a fuss? Come, have a cup of tea to cool down. Calm down, and let's have a good chat. Chapter 3106. Li Chuhai and Li Chenglan had a good relationship. When they were young, they often worked together in order to get things from the aunt in the old house. At that time, under Old Man Li's arrangement, the aunt lived in the old house, and the stepmother was his biological mother. The aunt and stepmother were not willing to recall. It was a shameful time for them. Because they had suffered together when they were young, the relationship between the two had always been good. Now that Li Chuhai poured tea and apologized, the anger in Li Chenglan's heart subsided. However, it was impossible for her to completely calm down. You've drunk the tea and apologized. You'd better explain it to me. If you can't explain it, Li Chuhai, don't expect me to forgive you. Sister, don't let Mom worry about these things. Mom is old and doesn't need to listen to the outside world. Let's talk outside. Old Madame Li, who was only 15 years older than her daughter, stood up by herself. She took good care of herself and didn't even need the help of the servants. She stood up slowly and waved her hand with a smile. Okay, you can talk at home. Don't go anywhere. I'll go back to my room to take care of your father. I don't know if your father has been woken up by you two evil creatures. I have to go and see him. Both of you, keep your voices down. Don't make any more noise. You hear me? If I hear any more noise, your father won't have to do anything. I'll kick you out first. Although she said that, old Madame Li couldn't bear to kick out her own flesh and blood. She hoped that such a big house would become her son's house in the future. How could she bear to kick them out? Li Chuhai immediately stood up and helped the agile old man, Li, who was much healthier than Old Man Li. Mom, let me help you upstairs. We'll solve our sister's problem. You don't have to worry. It's my blessing that you're healthy. Li Jun said that he also wants you to take care of his son. Li Jun, Li Chuhai's son. Old Madame Li loved to hear this, and went back to her room with a smile. Li Chenglan, on the other hand, looked on coldly from the side. When she saw Li Chuhai coaxing her mother until her wrinkled face was like a chrysanthemum, she recalled some things from the past and her expression gradually softened. When Li Chuhai came down, he was able to speak calmly. Now that Mom is not here, tell me about your plans. I don't understand. Why would you send someone who made me a laughingstock of the upper class overseas? Previously, you said that you didn't like her, and I believed you. That kind of trash can't enter your eyes. But what are you doing now? Li Chuhai, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I won't let this matter rest. Li Chuhai's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess as he asked with a smile, I thought you'd calmed down. Why are you still talking like you've eaten a firecracker? Come, let's chat over some tea. She refilled Li Chunlan's teacup and asked casually, Sister, who told you that Sunning went abroad? Don't try to get information out of me. I was the one who sent her in. Why can't I know her whereabouts? Although this kind of trash isn't worth my time, she's still a little tricky. Naturally, I have to guard against her. Otherwise, do you think I've wasted my decades of effort to get to where I am today? Sister, Sunning is a little tricky. I still have to ask her to help me with something. Seeing that she didn't mention who had tipped her off, Li Chuhai didn't ask anymore. There was no hurry. He would find out about this matter. Chapter 3107. Li Chunlan frowned with a sharp look. What else can she do for you? She's such an ungrateful person. She can bite you back at any time. You still want her to do things for you after what happened in the past. Sis, this kind of person likes to climb up the social ladder, but she only has a little bit of skill and brains. If she has too much, it won't be enough. I have my own ways to make her listen to my arrangements obediently. Don't worry about trouble. When have I ever let you down or caused trouble? Leave Sunning to me, sister. I won't let her turn the tables, and she won't come back to you and cause trouble for you. Sister, don't worry. I promise she won't get in your way. Li Chuhai said confidently, but Li Chunlan didn't believe him. She sneered and said impolitely, You didn't let me down in the past, but that was because you needed me to deal with a lot of things. Things are different now. You used to tell me everything, and I even needed to make decisions for you. What about now? Li Chuhai. Oh, Li Chuhai, you didn't even inform me before taking Sunning abroad. You want me to believe you? Okay, I won't ask you if you don't tell me, but I'll remember what happened today. A person with a strong desire for control suddenly found that something was done without her consent. She didn't even know that someone had done it behind her back. One could imagine the anger in her heart. Li Chunlan had a strong desire for control. She had the final say in all matters of the Du family. Even her husband had no right to question her. Now that Li Chuhai had done such a thing behind her back, Li Chunlan was left with a big knot in her heart. Sister, you're 60 years old. You should have a good rest. I was wrong about Sunning. I apologize for not telling you in advance, but I'll tell you what I asked her to do when the time comes. It's getting late. I have to catch a plane back to the southern province. I'll come to the capital to see you next time. With that, Li Chuhai stood up. At this time, Li Chunlan found that there was a small box next to the sofa he was sitting on. A person who came out of nowhere appeared the moment he stood up. He picked up the box and followed him respectfully, as if the person in front of him was a great person. Li Chuhai, who was in a suit and leather shoes, stood up, and his aura changed greatly. He was no longer the filial son who coaxed old Madame Li just now, nor the brother who bowed his head and apologized to Li Chunlan. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a tall and straight body, exuding a strong aura that made people dare not easily approach him. Li Chuhai made Li Chunlan feel extremely strange. Even his familiar face made her feel unfamiliar. As a change, this made Li Chunlan and Madame Li's heart inexplicably skip a beat, and a sense of panic immediately rose in their hearts. For some reason, Li Chenglan suddenly stood up and asked in a hurry, "Do you still go back to Southern Province often? Didn't Mom tell you to focus on the capital?" Li Chuhai, who was walking in front, heard the words. He did not look back. He just raised his hand and smiled. "The capital is full. I can't squeeze in even if I want to. Also, those acquaintances are all there. I don't like them. I'd rather be free in the Southern Province. Let's go. Sister, take care of Mom. I'll go back to the capital when I have time." What was so good about the capital? In his eyes, there was nothing good. Every time he met an acquaintance, he could not help but recall how he failed 18 years ago. In the end, he fled abroad in a panic. Chapter 3108. Those years, those things, when Li Chuhai, returned to this land that he hated, he constantly reminded himself of the hardships he had gone through and the sins he had suffered. Now that he was back, he was going to finish what he failed to do and the people he failed to deal with so that he would not have any regrets. Li Chuhai strode out of the Li mansion and got into an imported luxury car. He was not alone in the car. Apart from the driver, there were 2 bodyguards, one in the front and the other in the back. A hidden camera recorded clearly when he returned to the Li residence, and when he left, all the records were immediately sent to a special task force of the National Defense Department to monitor Li Chuhai's every move, including when he boarded the plane and when he returned to the Southern Province. The whole process was under their control. "Go back and check the Red Pavilion for me. Find out who did not take my words seriously. Find out who did it and bring him to me." Back to the Southern Province. The first thing Li Chuhai did was to find out who told Mrs. Li that Sunning had left the country. Right now, he was the one in charge. Everything and everyone had to follow his arrangements. If anyone dared to have any disloyalty, even if that person was his own sister, he would not tolerate that person. After arranging all these things, Li Chuhai became a serious businessman. All his business partners were quite successful businessmen. On the surface, Li Chuhai, who returned to do business, didn't do anything illegal. In the past few months, Li Chuhai, who was very cautious, did not do anything except take Sunning abroad. It was as if he had forgotten about Sunning. On National Day, there was a murder case in the Southern Province. A manager of the famous Red Pavilion KTV in the Southern Province died in an accident. Such news did not cause much of a stir in the Southern Province, but it made Mrs. Li, who was holding the phone, feel cold. "Big sister, this one isn't very honest, and his hands and feet aren't clean either. He deserves to have an accident. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. There is no need to find an outsider." Li Chuhai's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a smile. "An outsider is an outsider. How can you trust him? Maybe one day he will be betrayed by them. You don't know yet. It's good that he is gone. I don't have to worry. The manager who died in the accident was the one who worked for her and kept an eye on Sunning." Mrs. Li, who received the call, felt a chill in her heart. The business that she had worked so hard to manage had fallen into the hands of Li Chuhai in less than a year. "You're the boss of the Red Pavilion now. It has nothing to do with me. If she's gone, so be it. You don't have to tell me." Mrs. Li, who answered lightly, was actually so angry that her body was trembling. After finishing her words, she slammed the phone down with a gloomy look in her eyes. "It's revolting, it's revolting, it's really revolting." Madame Li was furious, but this time she didn't question Li Chuhai anymore. Instead, she endured it. During the 7-day National Day holiday, Yi Qian secretly made a trip back to Beijing. The old man had already been discharged from the hospital and moved into the residence of all the leaders. There were 3 layers of protection inside and 3 layers of protection outside. Anyone who entered would be subject to stricter checks than the military compound. Even the vehicles entering and leaving had to be specially identified. The security level was at the highest level. Yi Qian had to apply 20 days in advance to enter this place. After going through a series of checks and approvals, he was finally allowed to enter on National Day. Chapter 3109. The place where the old man lived was filled with leaders at the level of heads of state. Entering the beautiful residential area where the small buildings were looming behind the tall trees, Yi Jian felt that even the air had become extraordinarily solemn. She didn't even dare to make a sound when she walked. From the moment she lifted her foot to the ground, Yi Qian straightened her back and straightened her back. Even though she was dressed casually, she felt like she was wearing a military uniform. In order to see the old gentleman as soon as possible, Yi Qian took the earliest flight to the capital. It took off at 4 a.m. and arrived at the capital at 6. It was only a few minutes past 8. The guard walking in front suddenly stopped and saluted. Yi Qian, who was following behind him, immediately followed the guard's action. She stood at attention and saluted. It was a standard military posture that could be used in a promotional video. The person walking toward them was a head of state. He was wearing a linen cotton Tai Chi training uniform that had been washed until it was yellow. When he saw them, he even greeted them casually, "Good morning." It was completely different from the serious expression he had when he spoke on TV. Yi Qian looked straight ahead. She didn't dare to look at the leader. Only when the leader left did she let out a sigh of relief. "Don't be nervous. The leaders are very solemn on television, but they are very easygoing in real life. Sometimes they even chat and laugh with us guards." The guards were not ordinary guards. They were all very capable. Even in the field forces, they were the best. They were responsible for the safety of the leaders. How could they be qualified to enter this place if they weren't capable? Yi Qian's breathing was only slightly hurried, but the guard walking in front heard it clearly. "It's my first time here. I'm still a bit nervous," Yi Qian answered honestly. How could she not be nervous? In a place where even the air was solemn, she had to be even more careful with her words and actions. The guard, who didn't know Yi Qian's identity, smiled and replied, "Just get used to it." He didn't say anything else until Yi Qian entered the building where the old gentleman lived. The old man knew that his granddaughter was coming back today, so he had been nagging about it since he did not sleep well. Uncle Fu, the housekeeper who came in with him, smiled and said, "You said that there was no need to trouble the higher-ups and that there was no need to arrange for your granddaughter to come to the capital. Why are you nagging about it now?" The higher-ups were afraid that the old master would not be used to the change of environment, so Uncle Fu, who had been taking care of the old master, came over together with the old master's bed and daily necessities. They wanted to make sure that the old master would not feel unfamiliar at all and could recuperate in peace. The old man muttered, "Why aren't we there yet? Is there a traffic jam?" He lay on the bed and sighed. He said to Uncle Fu, "In the past, I didn't have much to look forward to. I lived one day at a time. If one day she was gone, then so be it. It's different now. I have something to look forward to, something to worry about. I've lived to this age, but I still want to borrow a few more decades from the heavens so that I can take a good look at my eldest granddaughter. I want to see her get married and have children. I want to see her reunited. Now that I have my eldest granddaughter, the older I get, the more I refuse to admit that I'm old. I just hope that I can live a little longer and make my eldest granddaughter happy a little longer. This child has a lot of thoughts and worries. She values her family very much. During the few days when I was hospitalized, Wanwan would sneak over to see if the 4 machine was working properly. After she was done, she would reach out her finger to check if I was still breathing. Xiao Fu, my eldest granddaughter's life in the past was too tough and tiring. She really needs someone who cares about her by her side. Chapter 31:10. When Old Master Fu said this, his face was full of guilt. In his entire life, the person he felt the most guilty towards was his eldest granddaughter. He had never known of her existence and had caused her to suffer at such a young age. He felt the most guilty towards her. The soft sigh made Yi Qian, who had been standing outside for a while, bite her lower lip. In that soft sigh, she could hear her grandfather's deep guilt and self-blame towards her. How could she blame her grandfather? There was a reason for everything. He did not deliberately forget about her. There was really no need for him to feel guilty or self-blame. Now that she could return to the Fu family, she had her grandfather's love and her father's love. It was enough to make up for the past. She had been inside for a while. She had wanted to give her grandfather a surprise, but she had heard old Master Fu say that she was thinking too much. She had stopped in her tracks. Unexpectedly, she had heard old Master Fu's heartfelt words. Yi Qian, whose breathing was a little irregular, wanted to check her emotions before going in. After the soft sigh, she heard old Master Fu say, "In order to make her happy, I have to live well. I have to live a little longer. I can't live 100 years, but I can live to 101. Yi Qian, who was outside, was in tears when she heard this. Butler Fu carefully fed old Master Fu porridge and asked with a smile, "Why do you only live to 101? Why don't you live to 102? The timing is just right. I'll live another 100 years. At that time, my eldest granddaughter will already be married and have her own children. Her focus will be on family, children, and work. How can an old man like me distract her? It's time for me to leave." Butler Fu's eyes stung when he heard this. He understood what old Master Fu meant. At that time, the young mistress of the family would have found the sustenance in her heart. She would have a lover, a child, and the company of another big family. With so much kinship and so much care, the young mistress of the family would not be so sad when the old man left. You have been thinking about others your whole life. When will you start thinking about yourself? Butler Fu said softly. Old Master Fu, who came from the northeast, choked up a little. Old Master Fu still smiled calmly. Thinking about others is living. Thinking about yourself is also living. This old man still likes to think about others. Calm, casual, open, and selfless. These were the qualities of an old scientist that were as precious as gold. He did not ask for anything in return, nor did he ask for gratitude. He only asked for a clear conscience. Butler Fu did not know what to say. He let out a long sigh and said, all the words that he wanted to say were contained in this one sentence. There was no sound of conversation in the bedroom. Yi Qian did not go in immediately. She wiped her tears and quietly retreated until she was in the living room. When the old man in the bedroom heard this, he immediately said, "Oh, you're finally here. Quick, quick, Xiao Fu, let my eldest granddaughter come over." Also, he asked her if breakfast was useful. Give her a bowl of millet porridge. It's good for her stomach, so that she won't have to serve me empty-handed. He was as happy as a child. When he saw Yi Qian, the old man smiled. There were even more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "Child, you must be tired from your daily training. You should rest well now that you have a break. Don't run around everywhere. That won't do. I can't accompany you usually, but I have to come over and accompany you during the break." Yi Qian took the small bowl from the bedside table. She skillfully fed the old man the millet porridge and asked how he was doing. Chapter 31:11. Butler Fu, who was standing next to the old man, laughed out loud when he heard the old man say, "No need, no need." He joked, "You are an old child now. We all have to coax you." "Ha ha ha, an old child is an old child. I feel good about myself," the old man replied smoothly. Although he was lying down and could not move, his complexion was good. Even his voice was loud and clear. It was obvious that he had taken good care of him. Yi Qian's heart brightened when she saw this. She only hoped that Grandpa could live to see her get married and have children. Yi Qian accompanied the old man at home for the 7 days of National Day. She had originally planned to go out for a morning run, but on the first day, she saw a leader who often appeared on TV doing Tai Chi. She was so scared that she immediately changed direction and ran away from him. For the next few days, Yi Qian did not go out for a run. She ran around the house for an hour and called it a day. Due to a hip fracture, the old man could only get out of bed and walk around for at least 3 months. Now that it had only been a little more than a month, he could only stay in bed and rest. It was extremely difficult for him to even get up and turn over. This caused the old man to tease her from time to time. "Even after living for so long, there are still things that I'm afraid of. I won't dare to fall down again in the future." He was in a good mood and did not get emotional because he could not take care of himself. Yi Qian did not leave the old man's side for the 7 days. She played chess with him every day, read books, and discussed the current political situation. They even discussed the 27th Olympic Games in September. During this period, Xia Jinyuan did not call back once. If this was a normal family, it would definitely be abnormal. The more attentive elders would definitely ask if there was something wrong with the young couple's relationship. Were they having a conflict? However, the old man did not do so. Firstly, it was out of habit, and secondly, he knew Xia Jinyuan's responsibilities. There were some things that he did not need to ask to know the reason for. However, the old lady was still worried that her granddaughter would be upset, so she did not deliberately mention to Yi Qian that she and Xia Jinyuan could not contact each other at all due to their jobs. She only mentioned that in their line of work, it was normal for them not to have any contact at all. At that time, your grandma was also very busy. One year, I spent the new year with your grandma, your aunt, and your dad. It was the 3rd day of the new year. Your grandma said that she had to go back to work in the morning and would be back in the evening. As for me, I received a call from work in the afternoon and had to rush back as well. When I arrived at work, I only had time to tell your dad that I could not come back before I was taken back to the base by a car. At that time, your aunt was in university and your father was in boarding junior high school. They usually didn't go home. Other than some New Year goods, there was nothing else at home. Unexpectedly, your grandmother said that she would come back at night, but she didn't come back until more than a year later. As for me, I came back even later than your grandmother, 2 years later. It was only when I came back that I found out that your dad and aunt had to borrow money for their school fees. When he talked about the past, there was sadness and laughter. At least when the old man talked about the past, his eyes were gentle and kind. He had never been troubled by the difficulties of life. Yi Qian admired her grandfather the most. Even when he fell from grace and ended up sleeping in a stable, he did not lose his yearning for life. He still faced it calmly. Seeing that the old man had stopped talking, Yi Qian could not help but ask, "What happened after that? You and Grandma came back after such a long time. How are my dad and aunt?" The 2 adults in the family suddenly did not come back. They must have been shocked, right? Chapter 31:12. After that, we lived our lives as they should after that. The old man looked kindly at Yi Qian and said in a hoarse voice, "Your aunt and dad were used to your grandmother, and I disappearing at the end of the year. After that, the two of them waited at home for 3 nights, but we didn't come back. On the night of the 8th, the two of them went straight to the highest authority in our institute to borrow money. When Yi Qian heard this, he wanted to laugh, but also felt sad. His grandparents had suddenly left for a year or 2. Fortunately, his aunt and father were used to it and knew how to live the rest of their lives. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? Your grandmother came back first. When she found out that I didn't come back, she was so scared that she immediately ran to the school to look for them. She was afraid that the two of them had gone missing. Communication back then was not as convenient as it is now. There was the internet, pagers, and cell phones. Even if they left suddenly, we would know by sending a text. Your grandmother and I didn't know where the other party was when they left or when they came home. When your dad went to high school, your grandmother retired early to take up a position in the school due to her poor health. That was why there were adults at home. Your generation has encountered a good era. Jian, you have to cherish the days you have now. Don't let the dissatisfaction in your heart make the good days become filled with complaints. That would really be a waste of this good time. Don't be so calculative about what's in front of you. You have to look further. You are still young. There's plenty of time to get to know each other and get to know each other. When you're old, you can be like your grandfather and tell your grandchildren about the things that happened when you were young. Hearing this, Yi Qian suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I'll blame Captain Xia for not giving me a call?" "No, grandfather, we're used to it too." "You little girl, you're so quick-witted. You immediately saw through your grandfather's thoughts." The old man saw that his granddaughter's eyes were bright and cheerful. When he mentioned that she hadn't contacted her family Xia for a long time, she didn't seem upset at all. He immediately laughed out loud. Yi Qian's ears turned red from the old man's laughter. "It's not a big deal. We all know that the other party is thinking about it. It doesn't matter if we can't contact each other every day. It won't affect our relationship." That's right, that's right. Your relationship with that kid from the family Xia is not ordinary. It won't affect you. It won't affect you. Grandpa is worrying for nothing. The shy Yi Qian was afraid that the old man would act up again and tease her about her relationship with Xia Jinyuan, so she immediately changed the topic. "Grandfather, tell me more about what happened back then. I'd like to hear it." "Too many things happened back then. What do you want to hear?" "I want to hear everything. Every story is a legend. Sometimes when I listen to it, I feel a sense of regret that I wasn't born in that era." The older generation had too many stories to listen to, and every one of them was filled with incredulity. Even Yi Qian, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, felt that those things could actually happen. Yi Qian's words made the old man laugh again. "You little girl, it's a good thing that I broke my hip bone, and not my ribs. Otherwise, I would have broken my ribs again every day because of your laughter." After he finished laughing, the old man, who loved his granddaughter dearly, told Yi Qian about some past events that he could talk about. "At that time, our country was weak. Stealth fighter jets, aerial missiles, reconnaissance aircraft, our country didn't have any of those. What could we do without them? We could develop our own products and market our own products." Chapter 31:13. In the bedroom, the old man's vigorous voice was a little slow. After all, he was getting on in years, and his voice was not as strong as it was when he was young. It came out slowly, like a bell in an ancient temple, full of the smell of time. There wasn't much money allocated, and there wasn't any good environment. Dozens of people didn't even know which bomb shelter they were dragged to, and they worked day and night. Some worked until their stomachs bled. Some worked until they were in their 40s, some in their 50s or 60s, and some died young, collapsing at their posts and never waking up again. But no one was afraid. No one was afraid. When someone collapsed, we continued to stand up, working hard to fulfill the wishes of our fallen colleagues. At that time, we were full of drive and only wanted to do something big that would shock the whole world. Later, we succeeded. With the first missile, there was a second, a third, a fourth, and now, who still dares to say that our country doesn't even have the ability to develop our own missiles? Who still dares to say that our country relies entirely on imports? During the 7 days of National Day, Yi Qian listened to the old man talk about the past and the many things that the older generation had encountered. The old man's memories reflected all the different emotions of life. The more he interacted with the old man, the more Yi Qian felt that his personality had mellowed a lot. The emotions that he would occasionally reveal slowly disappeared, and the way he treated people and matters was much calmer than before. He lost the hostility from his previous life and gained a calmness towards the joys and sorrows of life. This subtle change could only be noticed by others, but not by himself. When it was time to leave, the old man could not personally send Yi Qian off, but he carefully reminded her to take good care of herself in school, from her daily life to her studies, as he was afraid that Yi Qian would suffer. Yi Qian listened carefully, and also carefully reminded the old man to take good care of herself. After leaving this time, she was afraid that she would not even be able to come back to visit her grandfather during the winter break. After returning to school, Yi Qian lived the school life that a military academy student should have. There were no urgent missions, no extra training, and his pace followed the school's pace. Dormitory, training field, classroom, laboratory, it was the same almost every day. In the second year of university, the intensity of the training was obviously higher than in the first year, and the difficulty was also much higher. To Yi Qian, this training was considered basic training. Other than persevering every day, Yi Qian also had to give herself additional training. The main reason was that she was afraid that she would fall too far behind her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, so she did not dare to relax at all. In November, after her knee was confirmed to be completely fine, Yi Qian returned to the dormitory and told Su Wen, who had been following her closely, that she would wake up half an hour earlier every morning to train. She asked Su Wen if she could do it. Su Wen was washing clothes. When she heard Yi Qian's question, she smiled indifferently and said, "Of course, I gave a military order to follow you and learn from you. I can't drop the physical performance that I worked so hard to improve." Ever since the first year's drill, Su Wen really turned over a new leaf. She no longer dawdled around, and it was as if she had turned into a different person. Every day, she trained hard. The intensity of her training made He Jing want to advise her to be more stable and not work so hard. At the end of October, her physical performance improved to the point that it made the whole class sit up and take notice. Now that she had developed the habit of training together with Yi Qian, and under the influence of Yi Qian's self-discipline, Su Wen, who had been slow in her behavior, became strict and disciplined. Using the words of the drill's brigade commander, "This is the power of a role model." Chapter 31:14. At 5 a.m. the next day, Yi Qian brought Su Wen and He Jing to the obstacle course. After 10 minutes of warm-up, Yi Qian said to the two of them, "You guys complete the course at your own speed, and I'll complete the course at my own speed. Let's each take care of our own tasks." Su Wen did not understand what he meant, so she asked in confusion, "Where are you going to train? Why don't you train with us?" "Of course, but I won't be leading you guys to train like before. I'll have to train by myself." The two girls understood Yi Qian's answer, but they did not quite understand what he meant. But very quickly, they understood why Yi Qian said, "I'll have to train by myself." Because of her knee problem, Yi Qian had been resting from the start of school in September until the end of November. She did not train at all. Now that her knee was normal, she would have to train according to the training standards of the Snowfield Brigade. She did not want to distance herself from her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade because she was still a student. She needed to be nervous. After warming up, she started her own training. In an instant, He Jing and Su were dumbfounded. Yi Qian, who was as fast as a cheetah, completed all the obstacle course at a speed that Su Wen and He Jing had never seen before. Too fast, too fast. How fast was he? The two of them had not even completed half of the obstacle course, but Yi Qian had already completed it. Oh my God, that scared me to death, scared me to death. My little heart stopped beating from the shock. Su Wen came down from the net wall and saw Yi Qian kick the sandbag in the air. Her little face turned pale. That sandbag looks like a 50-kilogram sandbag. Usually, the boys kick it the most. The 50-kilogram sandbag was kicked by Yi Qian, and it looked like it was about to break the thick hemp rope. He Jing was considered a calm person, but at this moment, she was so scared that she was sweating profusely. That 50-kilogram sandbag, TT this, if it hits someone, it can really send them flying. Yi Qian kicked with his left leg, then his right leg. The sandbag shook so hard that it almost became a shadow. Su Wen was about to kneel down. No wonder she said she didn't want to bring us along. Bringing us along is simply asking for our lives. Jing I'm so excited. Do you think any of the boys in our class can beat Jane Eyre? I don't think so. He Jing thought about it seriously for a while before answering. She thought about it again and again. She had never seen a boy who could kick a sandbag like it was made of cotton. I can rest assured that we will be safe for the next 3 years. From now on, Yi Qian will be the big sister in my heart. Su Wen's eyes were glowing. Yi Qian was too handsome. Yeah, I think so too. He Jing expressed her agreement. From then on, Su Wen and He Jing followed in Yi Qian's footsteps. In the end, every time they took a physical fitness test, their results would climb up a notch. In the end, it made all the boys in the class uneasy. One by one, they lengthened their training time. In the end, it became the company commander's happiest moment. At the end of December, on the day of winter snow, Yi Qian finally received a call from Xia Jinyuan. This was their first call after the end of the summer vacation. It was very short, only 5 minutes. When Yi Qian heard his low and hoarse voice coming from the phone, he knew that he was out on a mission again. It seemed like he had never seen him rest properly. Don't be in a hurry to call me. It's okay to call me after you've rested enough. A soft voice came from the other end of the line. Like sweet wine, it flowed into the heart of the man, who was still smoking. I miss you. I want to hear your voice. How about you? Did you miss me? Chapter 31:15. When it came to relationships, Xia Jinyuan had always been straightforward. He was like the strongest wine that warmed Yi Qian. The more she drank, the drunker she got. The drunker she got, the more she wanted to drink until her entire heart was on fire. Even if it was burned to ashes, she would be willing to do it. Yes, I miss you a lot. I miss you whenever my brain stops, she answered softly. Xia Jinyuan had the strongest wine, while she had the softest wind to blow away the smoke on his body and wash away the blood on his body. Hearing her words, Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and coaxed her. He wanted her to say more words of love that would fill his heart. What are you thinking about me for? Tell me. What am I thinking about you for? I'm thinking about whether you're safe and sound. I'm thinking about you. Are you thinking about me too? Yi Qian followed his wishes and spoke softly from her heart. Captain Xia, there was something wrong. He would usually be like this, but he would never talk to her so tiredly. Although she was saying sweet nothings, her heart was trembling. Yi Qian pursed her lips and felt a little uneasy. She wanted to ask, did something happen? Did something bad happen? Why was he so tired? If it were in the past, Xia Jinyuan would have answered her with a naughty smile, but he didn't this time. This time, he was silent. Only the sound of his shallow breathing could be heard from the other end of the phone. This made Yi Qian even more certain that something had happened to him. Yi Qian had always been sensitive, and Xia Jinyuan was her most beloved lover and the comrade she cared about the most. His every move and every word affected her emotions. Even though they were separated by a phone line, even though they weren't face to face, she could sense that something was wrong with Xia Jinyuan's silence over the phone. Only the sound of Xia Jinyuan's slightly rapid breathing could be heard. Time after time, it was like an invisible hammer that slammed into Yi Qian's heart, causing it to sink continuously. Time seemed to pass in silence for an eternity. The light and shadow also stopped. As his breathing turned from light to rapid, Yi Qian seemed to hear his soul crying. Something had happened. Something had really happened to them. This was no small matter. Something had happened that she couldn't accept, something that made his emotions extremely unstable. His palms were sweating so much that the phone almost slipped out of his hands. His fingers were very cold, so cold that even his blood had lost its temperature, unable to warm up his fingers that were getting colder. Amidst the silence, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "Little fox, the J5 is gone." Pa! The phone suddenly fell from his hand and smashed onto the ground. The blood in his body stopped flowing. His heart was crushed by a heavy object, and his flesh was badly mangled. I couldn't resuscitate her. She died in my arms 30 minutes ago. Xia Jinyuan curled up her long legs as she sat in the dark fire escape of the hospital. She pressed her back against the cold wall and hid herself in a dark corner. She raised her head and forced back her tears again and again. She was filled with sorrow. "It's gone just like that, all of a sudden," he said in a low voice. The tears that he had forced back into his eyes did not flow out. They just kept rolling in his eyes. Yi Jian, who picked up the phone again, was so sorrowful that she began to cry. "It's gone just like that, all of a sudden? How could it be gone just like that? How could it be gone just like that?" Little Fox, before the J5 left, he told me that he wanted me to apologize to you on his behalf. He broke his promise to you. He has never broken his promises before, but this time he broke his promise. Chapter 31:16. Xia Jinyuan tilted his head back. His neck was stretched into a straight line. He was too emotional, and the veins on both sides of his neck looked like cobwebs. He said, "Sorry, he can't fight with us anymore." At this moment, he could no longer hold back the tears that he had been holding back. They flowed out instantly. He didn't cry out loud. Tears the size of beans gushed out of the man's eyes, leaving several tear stains on his smoke-stained face. He tilted his head back and suppressed his cries. His exposed Adam's apple moved up and down. The entire corridor was filled with sorrow. It was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Xia Jinyuan opened his hand. A thick layer of brown scab had formed on his palm. The scab was so thick that every time he flexed his fingers, he felt a little sluggish. This was J5's blood. It stained the gauze red and also stained his palm. His body was covered with J5's blood, and there was also J5's blood on his back. It was all his blood, all of it. A person really had a lot of blood. So much blood, but it still flowed out so quickly. "All right, Cute King, don't waste your energy. We're done here today." J5, who was on his back, spat out a mouthful of blood every time he spoke. He knew he wouldn't be able to live. While he was still alive and could still say a few words, he wanted to talk to his comrades and talk to them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it again. If he wanted to speak again, his life was no longer in his hands. "Shut up. You King, shut up. Shut up." Beside him, his comrade codenamed X roared. "Don't spit out blood. Swallow it back. Didn't you always say you wanted to replenish the iron? All you're spitting out now is iron. Swallow it back." He roared at the top of his lungs. It was so sad that all his comrades' eyes turned red. J5 wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. There was only a smile in his eyes. He didn't know if it was because he was running too fast on his back, but he couldn't even speak properly. His words were intermittent like a girl's, as if he would disappear at any moment. King, please apologize to Qing Niao for me later. I've never broken a promise in my life, but this time I have to break my promise. I can't fulfill my promise with her. Go back and tell your mother, he answered him, and refused his request. What the hell? Since he had promised to do it, he had to do it. A gentleman never goes back on his word. All of my comrades are gentlemen. Don't King, go back on your word. He yelled at him again so that he could hold on. There was a warm liquid flowing down his neck. That was the blood that gushed out from J5's throat. It was obviously warm, but when it flowed onto his skin, it felt like it was on fire. It burned him painfully. With blood gushing out from his throat, J5 curled his lips weakly. He knew that his comrade would definitely pass on his words. He couldn't get past today's difficulties. He had to rely on his comrades to conquer the unfinished journey and complete the unfinished business for him. Brothers, sing me a song. How about the song, Farewell, Comrade? The sound of the helicopter's propeller finally came from afar. The propeller stirred up a gust of wind and dust. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was like a race with life. So they jumped onto the helicopter as fast as they could. The rescue team that came with the helicopter quickly started the rescue. All their comrades stared at the two rescuers. They didn't want anything else. They just wanted their comrade to survive. J5's breath was getting weaker and weaker. The light in his eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. They hadn't arrived at the hospital yet, and the doctors were sweating profusely. They were doing their best. Chapter 31:17. Life and death were in the hands of fate. The doctor shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. The patient's injuries were too serious, and he had lost almost all of his blood. It was already a miracle that he could hold on until now. The captain of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan, hugged his comrade tightly. He hugged him tightly. Beside him was a group of strong men, a group of Special Forces soldiers who would rather bleed than cry. At this moment, they forced their tears back into their eyes. Their eyes were red, and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. They looked like trapped beasts. J5, who was lying in Xia Jinyuan's arms, could no longer open his eyes. He could only move his pale lips slowly. Brothers, sing a song for me. Don't treat me as if I'm dead. Treat me as if I've retired from the army. The noise in the helicopter was too loud, so loud that their eardrums were swollen. Xia Jinyuan hugged his comrade, who was almost out of blood, and nodded. Okay, let's sing. Sending off my comrade, embarking on a journey. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Sounds of camel bells ringing in my ears. The road is long, the fog is boundless. Often we break up in a revolutionary life, two separate feelings for each other. Comrade, oh comrade, dear brother, be careful of the cold wind in the middle of the night. Take care of yourself. Comrade, oh comrade, dear brother, until the spring breeze brings good news, we meet again. At 22:36 on the night of December 24th, 2000, J5 finally collapsed in his comrade's arms. He and his comrade would never meet again. The 10 miles of spring breeze, the revolutionary life, The cold wind along the way had finally come to an end. I washed his face clean and saw his smiling face. Other than the lack of color, it was as if he was asleep. Little Fox, do you think J5 is just asleep? The man's sorrowful voice came from the other end. Every word was sobbing. How everyone hoped that their comrade, their J5, was just asleep. When he opened his eyes tomorrow, he would shout loudly as usual, "Run, as long as you're not dead, run." How they wished that when the sun rose the next day, they would see their comrades standing under the morning sun, dressed in martial attire, looking handsome and unrestrained. Hurry up and find a wife. The whole camp can smell your hormones. How they hoped that they could hear his voice and see his smile again. Such hope turned out to be a luxury. Yi Qian's lower lip was bleeding from biting it. His mouth was full of blood, and his face full of tears. How could this be? How could this be? How could J5 be sacrificed? Yi Jian, who was far away in school, couldn't accept the sudden sad news. How could J5 be sacrificed? At the end of August, he had come to the airport to welcome his comrades who had returned from the competition. His voice and laughter still echoed in her ears. He had even promised to take her to the Shui Yu Brigade for basic training during the winter break. Yi Qian Qian Qian, S's Qian, of Qian Qian's is Qian, of Qian's to Qian's Qian's Qia, to Qian's is Qian, and Qian's. There were still so many unfulfilled promises. So many unfulfilled promises. How could he sacrifice himself? Of Qian's. I'm going to send him off. I want to see him one last time. Yi Jian, who didn't cry out loud, opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was mournful, and the sadness that couldn't be erased was like ink that wrapped around her every word. I want to see him again. Can I see him again? Little Fox, help us send J5 off one last time. He'll come back to China in a while. You can send him off. Xia Jinyuan answered her. His answer made Yi Qian's vision turn black. Chapter 31:18. From Xia Jinyuan's words, Yi Qian understood another layer of meaning. It was a layer of meaning that made her vision go dark and her whole body tremble. She asked in a trembling voice, I'm going to send the J5 off for the last time. Can't you guys come back yet? No. Xia Jinyuan answered Yi Qian. They couldn't go back yet. Their comrade had been sacrificed, but their mission was still ongoing, and they still had to carry it out. Next, they had to carry out their mission and avenge their comrade. Yi Qian, whose voice was hoarse, asked him, How much longer will it take for you guys to come back? She wanted to ask where they were and what mission they were carrying out, but she couldn't ask. Even if she did, Captain Xia wouldn't answer her. There's no return date for now. Little Fox, I'll contact you when I'm back. Goodbye. They didn't talk again. Xia Jinyuan, who had already cried, hung up the phone. He was very straightforward and efficient. The fire door was pushed open, and the light from the corridor outside shone in. Xia Jinyuan looked up at his comrade, who was standing against the light. He slowly got up and asked his comrade, Is everything ready? Yes, everything is ready. We'll set off in 5 minutes. His comrade, codenamed X, answered his captain. His voice was low and hoarse like a handful of coarse sand, and there was a sharp, murderous aura in his coarse voice. Find those bastards and avenge the J5. Xia Jinyuan walked into the light that shone in from the doorframe. The slanted light only illuminated his long and straight legs, and his upper body was hidden in the darkness. He looked like an ancient sword that was about to break out of the ground, murderous and hostile. He pursed his thin lips, and his sharp gaze passed over X's shoulder and landed on a medical illustration of the internal organs on the wall outside. He stared at the lungs on the illustration and said, Keep an eye on them. Don't give them any hope of escaping. Don't worry, I won't give them a chance to live. Project X gritted his teeth. Don't even think about escaping. Mogadishu, which was 5 hours later than China, was still at 6:16 in the evening. December 24th was Christmas Eve in Western countries. At 22:36 on December 24th, China time, many businesses in China were launching Christmas Eve activities. Men and women who followed the trend were celebrating. And they would never know that a Special Forces soldier in his early 30s had sacrificed his life for China's military security. They also didn't know that while they were celebrating, a group of Special Forces loyal to the country, and the people were in Mogadishu, the most chaotic city in the world. They stood upright in a foreign country and raised their hands to salute their comrades and send them back to their country. Goodbye, my comrade. I hope that we can meet again in the next life, become comrades again, and fight side by side again. The wind blew from the horizon, and the sun disappeared into the clouds. The clouds were embedded with a layer of dazzling golden edges. At the end of the day, the setting sun was blood red, as if heaven and earth were mourning. In China, Major General Yang, who received the news, sat in his chair for a long time without moving. An outstanding Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade had left his comrade forever and slept forever. The country had lost its general, and the country was crying. Major General Yang, who had been sitting quietly for 5 minutes, moved. He raised his hand and picked up the phone that he had pressed 5 minutes ago. He needed to call the University of Science and Technology of China. When he dialed the number, Major General Yang couldn't get it right 3 times in a row. His hands were shaking so badly that he kept slipping from the correct number key to another number key. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian boarded the last plane to Jingqing. She needed to go to the military airport to welcome her comrade back. She wanted to send him off for the last time. Chapter 3119. When Yi Qian received a call from Xia Jinyuan, he happened to walk out of the laboratory. Even now, he was still dressed in his military uniform and sat in the business class at the front of the plane. When he heard the sweet voice of the stewardess saying good night and sweet dreams to all the passengers, the emotions that he had been suppressing burst out again, and tears fell like rain. J5 said, "The job of a soldier is not for humans. But if you do it, you won't regret it." J5 said, "A person's life is only a few decades long. You have to do a few big things in order to live a happy life." J5 said, "Qin Niao, why do you think some people don't believe that this is not an era of peace? I want to ask, do you believe that this is an era of peace?" J5 said, "The mountains and rivers, the strategic passes, the cities and villages, the fields and wells, every flower and every blade of grass, every tree, these are all our countries. We have to guard them well. No one can step on them." J5 said, "The smoke of war has not gone far. The color of our military uniform is still the same. We have our own heroes. Our swords point to the future. The best thing I've done in my life is to become a soldier." J5 said, "I don't want to retire. I just want to fight. If one day I really die in battle, brothers, sing a song for me. Farewell, comrades. We'll meet again when the spring breeze brings good news. We'll meet again when the spring breeze brings good news. We'll meet again," except for J5. The laughter was still there, but the old friend was already far away, afraid of disturbing the passengers resting next to her. Yi Qian bit her arm with her mouth. She was so sad that the flesh on her arm was red and swollen, even through her clothes. There was no sound of crying, only the rise and fall of her chest. Even though she didn't cry, the male passenger next to her could feel her silent sadness. "Comrade, are you okay?" She was crying so hard, but she was holding it in. What big thing did she encounter that made her cry like this? Yi Qian didn't say anything. She just shook her head and adjusted her body so that she was lying on her side. Not good, not good, not good at all. Her comrades had been sacrificed. How could she be okay? A child's voice came from the economy class at the back. He must have woken up from his sleep and was crying. The young mother gently coaxed the child, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep again. There were even some people who were snoring in their sleep. They were sleeping soundly, and all the distracting thoughts in their minds had dissipated. There was a low cough, followed by a middle-aged woman who seemed to be both concerned and complaining. "I told you to take your medicine on time, but you don't listen. Isn't it uncomfortable to cough? Good girl. Come, drink some warm water." One by one, the sound was loud and low, weaving a picture of peace. And this picture was the peace that J5 and the others had sacrificed their lives to protect. "Come, comrade, wipe your face. Don't cry. You're still young. There's nothing you can't overcome. Don't cry." The middle-aged man handed a tissue to Yi Qian. This girl was crying too hard. Even if she didn't cry out loud, she was crying so hard that his heart was flustered. Yi Qian, whose nose was blocked, took a few deep breaths to adjust her breathing. Then she took the tissue from the passenger. "Thank you. I'm sorry to disturb you." Her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. The passenger softly sighed and said, "You're welcome. Go to sleep." Then he didn't disturb the young soldier, who was crying silently beside him. Yi Qian sat in the aisle. After wiping her tears, she got up and went to the bathroom. She needed to wash her face properly. Chapter 31:20. When she returned, she saw a tall flight attendant standing next to her seat. When she saw her, the flight attendant handed her a glass of milk. "Have some milk. It will help you sleep." It turned out that after she went to the restroom, the passenger on the other side of the aisle called for the flight attendant and asked for a glass of milk for Yi Qian. The warm care from strangers and the concern from all the people that the soldiers protected warmed Yi Qian's heart. J5 had said that this was the country they protected and the people they protected. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves for them, it was worth it. After drinking the milk, Yi Qian did not fall asleep, nor did she cry. She closed her eyes and recalled every detail of her time with J5. From the moment she boarded the plane to the moment she got off, she did not sleep for even a second. J5's body was secretly sent back to China on the morning of the third day. When it arrived at the military airport, it was snowing heavily. The cold wind blew large snowflakes, and heaven and earth used the purest colors to welcome the return of the martyrs. This was the third time Yi Qian had to face a sacrifice. The first two times, it was a comrade she had met by chance, and her feelings for him were not that strong. But this time, it was a comrade who had fought side by side with her. Standing in the snowy wind, Yi Qian felt her body shake violently when J5's body came down from the plane covered in a bright red national flag. "Salute!" A loud voice that sounded like the evening bell of heaven and earth came from the front. It was filled with sorrow and strength to welcome our martyrs back home. All the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade who were not on duty came. They were originally in the depths of the Daxing-Yanling mountain range for winter training. When they heard that their comrade had died, the moment they heard the news, they shed manly tears. As the only female soldier in the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian personally put on the medal for J5, who seemed to be sleeping with a smile. "J5, this medal should have been given to you by the leader, but your comrades said that I'm the only female soldier in our brigade, so they sent me to put it on for you. Don't mind. Sleep well. Just sleep well underground. Don't worry about what's going on outside. We're here. We have guns, cannons, bullets, and the strongest national power. We will definitely guard this country that you love and the people that you love. We will carry on your last wish until we die in battle." J5, who had thick eyebrows, slender eyes, and a handsome nose, was lying in the coffin in his favorite military uniform. There was a faint smile on his face. He didn't look like a sacrifice at all. He looked like he was in a deep sleep. It was as if he would wake up when he had enough sleep and greet his comrades warmly. The north wind whistled, and the mournful music traveled for thousands of miles. A piece of snow fell on J5's face, gently embellishing his pale and resolute handsome face. Yi Jian gently brushed away the snowflakes that stuck to his skin, but did not melt. Her heart clenched tightly. It was this snowflake that told her that the J5 wasn't sleeping, but it had stopped breathing forever. After the medal was put on, Yi Qian gently covered J5 with the bright red national flag. Then she stood up, raised her hand, and gave a military salute that made her tear up like rain. Just as the coffin was closed and ready to be sent to the funeral parlor, a sorrowful cry came from behind the rows of soldiers. The cry made the world pale in comparison. J5's family had arrived, and with them came a woman who had always liked J5, but was rejected by J5 and still waited for him with infatuation. J5 had an older sister and a younger brother. The older sister was already married and had children. The younger brother had also started working for 2 years. His parents didn't like city life and had always lived in a mountain village. Every time their second son was mentioned, his parents' faces were filled with deep pride. How could they not be proud of the first university student in the village? Chapter 31:21. But today, J5, who his parents were so proud of, would never wake up again. He lay there quietly, unable to hear his parents' heart-wrenching cries. The cries of "Son, son, my son," made the eyes of all the soldiers turn red. His mother, whose hair had turned white, held onto the coffin tightly with both hands. She could not believe that her son had closed his eyes forever and would never be able to open them again, to call her Mom. She cried and screamed at the top of her lungs. Her white hair fluttered in the cold wind. She hugged her son tightly in the coffin, crying so hard that it seemed as if tears of blood were dripping out of her eyes. J5's father did not cry loudly. When he saw his son's pale face, this father, who shouldered the responsibility of the family, pounded his chest with his fist. He pounded his chest fiercely, using this method to express his pain. His sister and brother comforted their mother and father respectively. The moment the coffin was closed, their mother, who still could not accept it, fainted. When Yi Qian saw this, he cried so hard that he bit his lower lip until it bled. J5 came from a remote mountain village. The first person to be notified of his death was his younger brother, who was a police officer. His younger brother went back to the village to pick up J5's parents. It took them 2.5 days to arrive in the capital. A son was a mother's flesh and blood. When J5's mother heard that she was going to the capital, she knew that something must have happened to her son. Something that she did not want to see the most had happened to him. His mother, who was so sad that she fainted from crying, was helped into the car by his sister and Yi Qian. The doctor immediately gave her an 4 drip to take care of the martyr's mother. "Thank you, comrade." J5's sister thanked him. She looked like J5. She had a pair of thick eyebrows and was wearing the uniform of the Railway Bureau. When she heard from her younger brother that her eldest brother had died, she was on the night shift. When she heard the news, she endured her grief and finished her work. Only then did she go back to the village with her younger brother to pick up their parents. Yi Qian gently stroked the back of his mother's hand and said softly, "You're welcome. This is what we should do. Big brother is my mother's greatest pride. She always talks about what's good about him. Last time, she even said that when Big Brother comes back during the new year, she will let him marry a girl who has been waiting for him, so that she can have a grandson soon. His sister's eyes were also filled with pride as she talked about J5's past. Yi Qian listened quietly and learned about J5's other side from J5's family. Because his father was a soldier, he had been determined to become a soldier since he was young. From the time he was sensible to the time he entered university, whenever someone asked him what his wish was, he would always answer that he wished to become a soldier. Today, he had finally become a soldier who was indomitable and respected by all. J5 wasn't buried in his hometown. He was buried beside the countless heroes and martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country. He lay to rest here, waiting for the 10-mile spring breeze to reunite with him. White chrysanthemums were placed in front of the tombstone, one by one. Yi Qian looked at the valiant and heroic J5 in the photo. He saw the fearlessness in his eyes, the determination in his eyes. The snow was very heavy. It was so heavy that the snow and fog blurred everyone's vision. The soldiers standing in front of the tombstone took off their hats and saluted. They were sending their comrade off on his last journey. Pigeons, cranes, eagles, weaving sparrows, walking cuckoo, pond herons, sparrows, loons, snow eagles, Z7, T6, and so on. They were all comrades that Yi Qian knew. Yi Qian looked at the familiar faces in front of him. He saw their red eyes and clenched fists when they took off their hats. Only then did Yi Qian know how important their comradeship was. Chapter 31:22. Their silent grief shrouded the graveyard. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt like there was a boulder pressing down from above. The cold air was compressed into an invisible wall, and everyone was crying silently under this wall. J5's parents were not as emotional as they were yesterday. The white-haired mother caressed J5's picture on the tombstone with her rough hands. "Son, your comrades are here to send you off. You have to bless them and keep them safe, okay? You're gone, but your comrades are still alive. You have to bless them and keep them safe." She cried too much. Her voice was so hoarse that every word was unclear. Even so, all the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade standing in front of the tombstone could hear her. Major General Yang wiped the corners of his eyes as he put on his military cap. He said to Yi Qian, "Xiao Yi, go and help Annie up." It was time to go down the mountain. The old woman's body would not be able to take it if she stayed any longer. The two old women did not stay any longer. They insisted on going home today. They did not ask for anything, not even the country's pension. They only asked for J5's military uniform, daily necessities, and even his toothbrush. Before they got into the car, the two old women insisted on shaking hands with their sons' comrades, one by one. They reminded them to live well and to be safe. Their families were still waiting for them to come home for the new year. Simple words were the most touching. The group of young soldiers secretly wiped their tears after the two old women left in the car. The reason for J5's sacrifice was an eternal secret. His story was destined not to be widely known. J5 was like many other martyrs. He would not be recorded in history. He would not be known as a hero. He did not leave behind any earth-shattering words. He did not leave behind any unforgettable words. When he was alive, he was a special forces soldier that no one knew about. After his sacrifice, he lay quietly between heaven and earth, just like how he was when he was alive. Not too many people knew about his past, and not too many people knew about his bravery. The only people who knew about this were his comrades. They would always remember him in their hearts and never forget him. After sending the J5 away, Yi Jian fell seriously ill before she even left the capital. Moreover, her illness was so strong that it scared her comrades. She was fine a second ago, but the next second she suddenly fainted. What followed was a high fever that couldn't go down no matter how hard she tried. Pigeon and the others still needed to continue training, so there was no way they could take care of Yi Qian. Before they left, Yi Qian was still unconscious and lying on the hospital bed with an foredrip. Yi Qian himself did not know why he fell sick. When he was awake, he was accompanied by Commander-in-Chief Xia. Seeing that Yi Qian had woken up, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had never been so nervous before, immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally awake. After sleeping for a day and a night, Yi Qian woke up to a meeting with Commander-in-Chief Xia. It was a very serious meeting, but it was also a meeting that cleansed the soul. Little Yi, remember, none of us will forget J5's sacrifice. We will not forget his past. He used his sacrifice in exchange for the safety of thousands of families. Even if no one knows, he is still a hero in everyone's heart. He will be praised from generation to generation. He will be admired and remembered by the people of the world. A mountain is mighty because of its ridge. A house is strong because of its beam. A nation and a country stand tall because of its hero. No hero who sacrificed for the country will be forgotten. You remember him, I remember him, and your comrades remember him. J5 also remembered you before he died. Little Yi, this is eternal. Chapter 31:23. Yi Qian, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. She had no idea why Commander-in-Chief Xia suddenly wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. However, as a soldier, she was already used to obeying orders. In addition, Commander-in-Chief Xia suddenly had a serious expression on his face that she had never seen before. This made her heart tremble violently, and she temporarily suppressed the dizziness in her head. The reason why Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to wait for Yi Qian to wake up and have a serious talk with her was because Yi Qian kept crying and mumbling in her unconsciousness. And the one she mentioned the most was J5. Commander-in-Chief Xia could hear her fear from her unconscious murmurs. She was afraid that one day she would forget about J5. She was afraid that one day J5 would no longer be remembered. This child, when she was tough, all the male soldiers admired her. But when she was so soft that it made their hearts ache. A child who valued friendship and loyalty would always be more hurt than others. Commander-in-Chief Xia admired Yi Qian's loyalty, but he didn't want her to hurt herself because of it. When Yi Qian was still in a coma, he decided that he must talk to her and tell her some of his experiences. Looking at the haggard female soldier, Commander-in-Chief Xia said with a serious expression, "Life is not eternal, but the spirit is. In the future, you may encounter another comrade who has left you, or even sacrifice yourself. Will you still be afraid?" "Will I still be afraid?" "No." Yi Qian shook her head and answered Commander-in-Chief Xia firmly. "No, I've never been afraid, but I'm afraid of forgetting J5. "Then are you afraid that you will be forgotten?" Commander-in-Chief Xia asked again. "No." Yi Qian shook her head again. "You're not afraid, and neither is J5. You're both good." Commander-in-Chief Xia gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Since you're not afraid, then get well quickly. Once you're well, you should go back to school. Carry on your comrade's unfinished business. Do it well and pass down his spirit from generation to generation. The hero has already left. His spirit is pushing his comrades to continue forward. Little Yi, don't disappoint J5's wishes. Don't disappoint his expectations for you. When the spring breeze sends good news, he will be looking forward to your good news." This conversation went straight to Yi Qian's heart. It made her realize that there were only two ways for soldiers to return home. One was to return in triumph, and the other was to sacrifice. Since the J5 had returned home as a sacrifice, then his comrades at home had to carry his dreams and continue moving forward in their best years. Yi Qian, who was facing the sacrifice of her dearest comrade for the first time, quickly adjusted her state of mind. She carefully stored the beautiful memories of herself and J5 in the depths of her mind. She placed the beautiful memories and the beautiful moments they spent together in the deepest part of her heart. She would always remember that there was such a great soldier in her life. After returning to school, Yi Qian had lost a lot of weight. Her small face, which was already the size of a palm, looked even more beautiful and delicate. Su Wen envied her for a long time. If she saw Yi Qian suddenly lose so much weight, she would definitely pester her to ask how she could lose weight in a few days. But this time, Su Wen didn't ask, because she saw the sadness in Yi Qian's eyes. It was a kind of sadness that she didn't dare to disturb. She was afraid that if she accidentally touched Yi Qian, she would make Yi Qian cry. She secretly said to He Jing, "Something big must have happened. Let's not tease her too much for the next few days. Don't tell her any jokes. I feel like this isn't the right time to tell jokes." Chapter 31:24. Usually, they would tease each other in private, telling harmless jokes to lighten the atmosphere of military academy life. But this time, even Su Wen, who usually did not take the initiative to show concern for others, sensed that something was wrong. He Jing was a meticulous person. That night, Yi Qian only took a coat when she returned to the dormitory. She did not even have time to talk to them before leaving in a hurry. 4 days later, she returned thinner than before. Her small face was so thin that it was sharper, and her dark eyes were bigger. When she spoke to them, there was a hint of sadness between her brows. He Jing knew that Yi Qian had something on her mind, and this was something that they did not know. Yi Qian was different from them. No, it should be said that she was different from her classmates. She had a murderous aura around her during training. Even the instructor had said that the murderous aura she occasionally exuded was as if she had been on the battlefield and killed people. Even he was a little afraid of it. The company commander had also said something similar. Especially in the first half of the year, Yi Qian's performance far exceeded the average first-year military academy student. Her battle plan was very mature, and every step she took was very strategic. If not for the fact that her army was too weak, the third-year seniors would not have had a chance of winning. Yi Qian was different from them. Unlike them, Yi Qian would disappear from class from time to time. No one knew where she went. The places she went just so happened to explain why she was different from the rest of her classmates. Don't say anything outside. Just keep it to yourself. He Jing said to Su Wen in a low voice, "Keep an eye on her for the next few days. If there's anything we can help with, do you understand?" Okay. I got it. Su Wen nodded lightly. Just then, Yi Qian came out of the bathroom. She pretended to tidy up her blanket, not daring to look at Yi Qian. At this time, 8 days had passed since the J5's sacrifice. Yi Qian gradually walked out of her sorrow. She remembered Commander-in-Chief Xia's words. She had to face the sacrifice of her closest comrade head-on. She had to learn to face it and learn to accept it, because there might be more sacrifices in the future. It was New Year's Day, and the school had a day off. After Yi Qian had breakfast, she received a message from the guard at the gate saying that a girl named Unshakable was looking for her. Yi Qian, who had wanted to go to the laboratory, jogged over. He saw Unshakable, whom he had not seen in a long time, wearing a dark blue down jacket and a pair of white fluffy earmuffs. She was standing in the snow with her hands clasped together to keep warm. Seeing Yi Qian come out, Unshakable did not say a word. She hugged Yi Qian and burst into tears. This scene was a little unusual. Unshakable registered with her student ID, wrote down her school address and home address, and the guard verified Yi Qian's student ID before letting her into the school. Unshakable, who had already cried once, rubbed her red nose. She buried her little head into the hood of her down jacket and said in a choked voice, "Jane Eyre, you called me a few days ago." He said that one of his comrades in the team had been sacrificed and that he had to go and seek revenge. If he was lucky enough to come back alive, he would immediately come and find me. Whether I agreed or not, he had to kidnap me and make me his girlfriend. I was revising at the time. I thought he was joking with me, so I didn't take it to heart. But yesterday I received a letter from him. Look. She took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. She had just taken out the letter when she started crying again with white steam coming out of her mouth. This is his will. I received his will. Chapter 3125. And Jiasin also attended one of the top universities in the country, and she was a foreign language major. She listened to Yi Qian's suggestion and took a minor language as an elective, so she was very busy with her studies. In addition, she was deeply influenced by Yi Qian in high school and middle school, so she knew that the best time to study was to do her best and not just play around. Therefore, even during the holidays, she would try her best to improve her professional standards. Now, she was already translating original works in foreign languages with the translation department in her second year of university. It could be said that Jiasin in university was more fulfilling, busier, and more confident than the Jiasin in high school. From the letters she wrote to Yi Qian from time to time, it could be seen that this was a girl who relied on her own two hands to win a beautiful tomorrow. Girls like this were usually very strong and would not cry over small things because they believed that instead of crying foolishly, it was better to do something while crying. Now that she was crying like this, it was something that had not happened in years. This time, Yi Qian was also scared out of his wits. He felt as if he had fallen into a cold lake. A sense of suffocation washed over him, and his limbs were so stiff that he almost lost his balance. "Don't cry, calm down." Yi Qian did not immediately reach out to take the letter. Instead, he took out a glove from Jiasin's pocket and wiped her face a few times. "Wipe your tears clean." And Jiasin, who was crying loudly, did not notice Yi Qian's strange behavior. When she was provoked by Yi Qian's cold voice, she habitually closed her mouth like she did in high school. However, she still made muffled sobs in her throat, but at least she did not directly burst into tears. After Yi Qian finished speaking, she pursed her lips. She had to admit, when she heard Jiasin's howl earlier, she was also a little flustered. If it were any other time, she would not have panicked because of what Jiasin said. However, because J5 had just left and Captain Xia and the others had not returned yet, they were still in a dangerous country carrying out a mission where their lives could be lost at any time. Her heartstrings had been stretched taut all this time. When she was suddenly provoked by Jiasin, her taut heartstrings trembled, and she instantly felt as if she had returned to the state she was in a few days ago. From waiting for J5's return to the country to the burial of J5, during those few days when she found out that Captain Xia and the others were still on a mission, she was actually very anxious. It was not an ordinary anxiety, but an unprecedented anxiety. It was many times more anxious than when she found out that they were out on a mission. This phenomenon was caused by the sudden sacrifice of her comrades. In the end, she had a high fever and passed out for a day and night before she woke up. This was a form of psychological escape. She couldn't accept the sacrifice of her comrades, but she was also worried that after the sacrifice of her comrades, there would only be a small number of them left. It seemed that they would be forgotten in a few days. Furthermore, there were still comrades fighting dangerous battles abroad, and there was nothing she could do but wait. Anxiety, powerlessness, fear, and worry suddenly surged like a flood breaking through a dam, but she couldn't solve them. She, who had always been healthy, fell sick. What really woke her up was Commander-in-Chief Xia's words, "A mountain is mighty because of its ridge, "A house is strong because of its beam, and a nation and country stand tall because of its heroes." It was this sentence that woke her up instantly. It made her realize that sacrifice was not the end, nor was it obliterating, but the spirit was eternal. She took a deep breath, took the envelope from Unshakable, and said calmly, "They are all soldiers in the field forces. Sometimes the letters they write may cause misunderstandings. Don't cry, let me take a look first." Chapter 31:26. All right, take a look first. "I won't cry, I won't cry." And Unshakable also took a deep breath and let the cold wind blow into her chest in an attempt to temporarily freeze the uneasiness in her heart. But for some reason, she suddenly burst into tears again. "Jane Eyre, you said he's in the field forces. Is that place very, very dangerous?" No. How could there be any danger now? There's no war, it's just training. There's no danger at all. Yi Qian knew that the T6 combatant must not have told Unshakable much about it. She was at a loss for what to do when her good friend burst into tears like this. It was snowing heavily in the city during New Year's Day. This was already the second winter snowfall, and the snow was falling heavily. Before long, the two of them were covered in a layer of white. A row of third-year students who had just finished sweeping the snow on the side of the road were returning neatly with brooms in their hands. When they heard the sound of a girl crying, they couldn't help but look over from the corner of their eyes. When they saw a girl in a down jacket standing in the white snow with a student from their school comforting her beside her, they looked away. Crying usually only happened in the first month of freshman year. After a month, the crying would basically disappear. Even if someone wanted to cry, they would find a place to hide and cry, too embarrassed to show their faces and make a sound. It was extremely rare to see someone like Unshakable wailing without any regard for her image at the University of Science and Technology of China. There won't be any danger. Look at his baby face and delicate features. At most, he's a clerk. How could there be any danger? All right, can you stop crying? Everyone's looking at us. It's definitely not a suicide note. You must have misunderstood. Yi Qian knew that the Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade would always write a suicide note when they went out on missions. However, they would never mail it out. That was because they did not wish for a suicide note to be mailed out one day. As he tried to persuade her, Yi Qian also calmed down. It was unlikely that it was a suicide note. The T6 combatant would not ignore the rules and send out a letter that would cause panic among his loved ones. If it was not a suicide note, could it be a love letter with the intention of scaring them? Thinking of this, Yi Qian's face darkened a little. With the Snowfield Brigade soldiers who did not play by the rules, it was not impossible for them to write a love letter with the intention of scaring them. Furthermore, the relationship between the T6 combatant and Unshakable was unclear. It looked like they were in contact, but they rarely did. They looked like they were together, but they were actually not really together. It could be said that the two of them were in an ambiguous relationship be Yi Qian. With such a relationship, it was really possible for T6 to send such a love letter to Unshakable. The suicide note, SSSTS, was a suicide note. SSST, BA to write to, S longs to be to testy. After Yi Qian finished reading the letter from the beginning to the end, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Strictly speaking, this was not a love letter, so it was even more unlikely that it was a suicide note. It was just a heartfelt letter written before a battle. She was afraid that she would not be able to return, afraid that she would never be able to speak again, and afraid that she would leave behind her greatest regret this time. That was why she wrote this letter. This letter was probably written by the T6 combatant before he went out on his mission. It was a heartfelt letter written after J5's sacrifice. after she found out that Captain Xia was still fighting overseas. She also found out that the T6 combatant had also gone out on a mission. It was also a very dangerous mission. However, when had the Snowfield Brigade's special forces ever not carried out a dangerous mission? Chapter 31:27. What she had to do was wait for her comrade to return safely and return to how she used to be. Even though she knew her comrade was carrying out a dangerous mission, she could still remain calm. Right now, she had to make Jiasun believe that this was not a suicide note, but a love letter. T6 did not forget to write a letter to confess before he left for the mission, so it was clear that he really loved Jiasun. Since a carefree girl like Jiasun could still feel the faint desperation in the letter, it could be seen that she also had T6 in her heart. Only by placing him in her heart could she understand the desperation in this letter. She refolded the letter and put it back into the envelope before putting it back into her good friend and Jessen's pocket. Silly, this isn't a suicide note. It's just a letter that I want to say from the bottom of my heart. It's not a suicide note, understand? If it's a suicide note, it wouldn't be mailed out in advance. Instead, it would be handed in for safekeeping and would only be taken out when something really happens. Why are you in such a hurry? Why are you so afraid? It looks like Wu Yue's letter was sent at the right time. He still wasn't sure if you had him in your heart. Now, I can confirm for him that you have him in your heart. This is a love letter. Perhaps it's because Wu Yue encountered something that put him in a bad mood. When he thought about how his relationship with you hasn't been confirmed, he was a little worried and a little scared. Under such circumstances, he wrote such a heartfelt letter to you. It's just that he didn't expect you to misunderstand and think that this is a suicide note. Jiasun, I can tell you with certainty that this is not a suicide note. You can treat it as a love letter that will allow you to respond to Wu Yu's heartfelt words. It will allow you to truly realize how important Wu Yu is in your heart. It will allow you to clearly see what you want in your heart. This is not a suicide note, but a love letter that will let you understand each other's feelings. And Jiasun, who was still sobbing, was a little dumbfounded now. It wasn't a suicide note. It was a love letter. Why was there such a huge difference in understanding between people? A suicide note, a love letter, this. How did she understand this? And Jiasun, who felt that her brain was not enough, stared at Yi Qian in a daze. The cold wind blew between the two of them, causing the tips of their noses to turn red. The uneasiness in her heart gradually disappeared. After a long time, she asked softly, "Is that so? Is it really a love letter?" A love letter that was filled with fear. F***CK. Shouldn't love letters be sweet and make people blush when they read them? Why was the love letter she received so unique? What if he scared her out of her wits? Yi Qian looked into her eyes and nodded without hesitation. Yes, it is indeed a love letter. A love letter that allows you to see your heart clearly. As he spoke, Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "Jiasun, I didn't expect you to love Wu Yue so much. You love him so much that you're afraid of losing him. You specially flew from another province to mine. Come, tell me, how do you plan to respond to this love letter?" And Jiasun's eyes, which seemed to be covered by a layer of gray, suddenly brightened. The gray color disappeared in an instant, revealing the original brilliance, bright and full of hope. Respond to this love letter, F***CK. Right now, I really want to give him 2 slaps and stomp on him dozens of times. Who was he trying to scare? I was almost F***king scared out of my wits. And now you're telling me it's a love letter? F***CK. Is this a love letter? Chapter 31:28. Jane Eyre, are you sure you're not seeing things? Are you sure this is a love letter? Why does it look like a suicide note to me? Although she said that, She already believed that this was a love letter and not a suicide note. That was why the color in her eyes was so bright. Yi Qian replied with certainty, "It is indeed a love letter, but a rather unique one. It's not a love letter that an ordinary person can write." "Why, you don't believe me? When have I ever lied to you?" Not really." Ever since she met Yi Qian, she had never lied to herself. And Jiasin shook her head and put the last bit of uneasiness in her heart back into her stomach. She took out a pair of wool gloves from her down jacket pocket and heroically wiped the tears off her face. She complained, "I haven't cried in a long time. There's too much salt in my tears. It's salty enough to break the skin on my face. It hurts so much. I'll go to your dorm room later and apply some Yumei-jing." "You have Yumei-jing in your dorm room, right? That bastard. If he wrote a love letter, so be it. How could he write such a love letter to me? I'm about to kneel in front of him." She probably didn't want the gloves anymore. She rummaged through her pockets, but couldn't find any tissues. Her nose was blocked by a clear liquid that made it difficult to breathe. She simply covered her nose with the gloves and blew her nose violently. Yi Qian couldn't help but frown at her bold and careless attitude. "You don't want the gloves anymore? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" he asked, and Jiasin waved her hand. No, it's not cold. It's not cold when it snows. It's cold when the snow melts. What's so cold about this?" Her heart felt alive, and her whole body felt warm. She wasn't cold at all, and Jiasin was completely reassured by Yi Qian's words. She took out the letter and was about to read it again when Yi Qian grabbed her wrist and laughed. "Read it in my dorm room. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow the letter away? It's even better if it blows it away. It saves me from being scared. Who would write a letter like that? He said that if he were to die, he would regret not telling me that. Uft, it's up to him to say it or not. Who are you trying to scare?" She spoke briskly, and Yi Qian couldn't help but tease her. "He doesn't need to scare anyone. He just needs to scare you. What do you think? Now, you know how important Wu Yu is to you. It doesn't matter. I don't want to talk to him." Now that her sadness was gone, and Jiasin's little tail was raised again, she took small, quick steps and even enjoyed the scenery of the University of Science and Technology with interest. Yi Qian glanced at his good friend who still wanted to put on airs in front of him and said deliberately, "Since it's not important, I'll just tell him that you don't like him the next time I see him and tell him to hurry up and find another girlfriend. Wu Yu is not young anymore. Since you don't like him, don't drag him on. Just say it clearly. Don't play with people." Who played him? Would he dare to find another girlfriend? I'll castrate him. Upon hearing her friend's words, and Jiasin, who had been cocky just a moment ago, suddenly cowered. She muttered in a low voice, "I didn't say that I wouldn't agree to his request. It's just that he's not coming and he's not saying anything. Am I supposed to take the initiative?" "That means you like him." "Okay, I'll tell Wu Yu the next time we meet." Yi Qian saw his good friend's hesitation and found it funny. "He's not taking the initiative. It's okay if you take the initiative a little. Don't tell me you're embarrassed." "Who's embarrassed? When have I and Jiasin ever been embarrassed?" And Jiasin, who had lost her tail, suddenly exploded. She raised her eyebrows and glared at him. "There hasn't been anything that could make me embarrassed." Chapter 31:29. When Yi Qian heard her boasting shamelessly and lying through her teeth, he was laughing inside. Her good friend, Jia Xian, had always been happy. When she was with her, her mood would also be happy because of her happiness. This was probably why she could become good friends with Jia Xian, even though she came back for revenge. Seeing that she was still lying, Yi Qian took advantage of the situation and immediately said, "Since you're not embarrassed, why don't you take the initiative to say that you like him too? Wouldn't that settle it?" "Fine, I'll say it. It's not a big deal." And Jessen, who had fallen into his trap, blurted out. Yi Qian, who was walking with her, was already laughing loudly. The laughter made Jessen realize what she had just said. Instantly, her cheeks, which were usually carefree, turned red. "Don't laugh, don't laugh. Aya, when did you become so naughty all of a sudden? You weren't like this in the past. Damn, you're still trying to trick me." She was finally embarrassed. When Yi Qian saw this, the smile in his eyes deepened. "Jessen, what you said in this letter is from the bottom of his heart. He really, really wants to be with you. Since you have him in your heart, don't be afraid. Bravely take a step forward and accept him. Do you still remember what we talked about at the hotel last time? They didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but they had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye. Later on, didn't I also leave without saying goodbye? Jessen, I'm not trying to persuade you to accept Wu Yu. I just feel that since the two of you care about each other, why don't you give each other a chance to face each other? I know what you're worried about, and I also know what you're afraid of. I don't want to persuade you too much, so as not to interfere with your true feelings. What I want to say is, look at your heart clearly and follow it." After Yi Qian finished speaking, she quietly looked at her best friend, who was smiling. She thought that she would need to wait for her best friend to reply, but who knew that after she finished speaking, her best friend would say, "I've already seen my heart clearly, so I promised him that the next time he appears in front of me, I will tell him personally, 'Wu Yu, I like you very, very much.'" The north wind was very strong, and the snow was very white, and Jessen, whose heart had been swept away, had a smile on her face. Her thick, heroic eyebrows were raised high from time to time. At this moment, and Jessen was so cheerful and happy. Yes, she liked the handsome soldier, who left without saying goodbye, but always wrote her letters. It was no big deal to take a risk for the person she liked. Yi Qian looked at her good friend's bright and beautiful smile, and a warm smile appeared in her eyes. This was very good. It made her believe that the letter she received was a love letter. T6 Wu Yu, she had never known T6's real name. She did not expect to learn it from her good friend. His name was the same as T6, delicate and pretty. Once she remembered it, she would not forget it. At this moment, he should have already arrived at the combat zone and started carrying out his mission. She wondered, had he met up with Captain Xia to carry out the mission together? She hoped that he would come back soon and come to look for Jessen. It had already been a year or two, so their relationship should have been confirmed by now. A high-risk professional soldier and a university student who wanted to join a foreign company as a senior translator were a good match for each other. And Jessen trusted Yi Qian very much. When Yi Qian said that this was an unusual love letter, she also firmly believed it. The main reason was that T6 had taken an unusual path in her heart. Chapter 3130. Wu Yu, who took the unusual route, wrote a scary love letter. And Jessen didn't think there was anything wrong with it and didn't even think about it. There was only one day off on New Year's Day, and Jessen still had to go to class tomorrow. She went to Yi Qian's dorm for a while and chatted happily with Yi Qian for nearly 2 hours with Su-Wen and He-Jing. The 4 girls went to the cafeteria to eat Chinese food and walked around the school in the afternoon. Only then did Jessen leave, without any psychological burden. Before leaving, Jessen smiled and said to Yi Qian, "If you meet Wu Yu before me, then tell him directly that I like him and ask him to come find me. There's no time limit. He can come to school to find me when he's free." Yi Qian, who couldn't leave school, stood on her own campus and said to her friend with a bright smile, I hope that you can express your feelings to him personally and not through me. Of course, if I meet Wu Yu before you, I'll remind him appropriately so that he can understand your feelings. Okay, then it's a promise. And Jiasen, who had only stayed at the University of Science and Technology for 6 hours, smiled and high-fived Yi Qian. When she came, she was in a daze, but when she left, she was full of sunshine. After New Year's Day, the learning atmosphere and training at the University of Science and Technology became more intense. At the same time, the school's New Year's Literary Gala also entered into intense preparations. At this time, Yi Qian realized that she really didn't have any literary talent. Dancing? I don't know how. Singing? Ha, ha. Sorry, I don't know how either. Playing the piano? Ha, 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 ha. That. I haven't learned it before. Skit? Crosstalk? Come look at my face. I don't have any talent on my face. Yi Qian was a little nervous facing the questions of the class committee member in charge of the program, Lu Yang, mainly because she didn't know what to ask. The more she asked, the more she didn't know. The more she asked, the more the class committee member's face fell. At this time, she didn't dare to look at Lu Yang's face. I really don't know anything. I don't know anything. I've never learned anything. I'm sorry. I really got the wrong person. Yi Qian put his palms together and apologized sincerely. There was no other way. She really didn't know anything. She didn't know anything about performing arts. She wasn't being modest, but she had never learned it before. Lu Yang thought that her famous classmate from Yi Qian would be able to come up with a good performance, but in the end, he didn't know anything. She was dumbfounded. In the eyes of her classmates, Yi Qian was omnipotent. There was nothing she couldn't do. However, this time, she actually said that she didn't know anything. Even the class committee felt that it was rare. Yi Qian was also quite sad. When it came to performing arts, she really did not have any merits. It was a cruel reality that she had never taken to heart. That's impossible. Why wouldn't it be possible? How was she going to sing the choir at that time? Lu Yang, who had suffered a blow, turned around in a daze and muttered to herself. Su Wen, who was beside her, laughed so hard that her stomach almost cramped. It was only with He Jing's help that she managed to stabilize her body. Only then did they realize that the big sister in their hearts was seriously lacking in arts. However, what made them want to laugh even more was Lu Yang's devastated and hopeless expression. Yi Qian glanced at them. After glancing at them, she also felt that it was very funny. She pursed her lips and lowered her head to laugh. Chapter 31. A shadow loomed over them again. Yi Qian subconsciously looked up. Lu Yang had returned, and his eyes were even brighter than before. Yi Qian, how about this? Go, stand on stage for a while, represent our class, and say a few words. If that doesn't work, why don't you put on a dress and walk around the stage? Help. Hero, every class has to come up with 5 acts. Then we'll screen them out. Our class is seriously lacking in artistic talents. We can't even come up with 5 acts. If we can't, we'll lose our collective points. Lu Yang looked so desperate that he wanted to jump off a building. Yi Qian very responsibly told him, I can't help you. If I go on stage, I won't just lose our collective points. I'm afraid I'll lose our entire class's points too. How do I usually sing in the choir? I just lip sync. As for the voice, I don't even make a sound. This is the truth. It's good that you know it. He really didn't lie. It's the truth. Su Wen and He Jing couldn't hold it in anymore. They lowered their heads and laughed until their shoulders twitched. I can vouch for this. Yi Jian really doesn't sing. She always moves her lips, and at the same time, she uses her expression to make up for the regret in her voice. Everyone can see that she is trying very hard to sing with everyone. Jing rubbed her stomach and stepped forward to testify. For Yi Qian, Suwen raised his hand in agreement. It's true. I'm not lying to you. There were only 3 girls in the class. Yi Qian was completely eliminated. It was impossible for her to contribute to a show. The hopeless class committee finally gave up and left. Suwen pretended to be unhappy. Hey. She stopped Lu Yang and pointed to herself. I'm also a girl. Jing is also a girl. Why don't you ask us? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I only know how to be an audience member. Jing, who was called out, immediately stood up and stood on Yi Qian's side. She solemnly declared that she also didn't have a talent show. Lu Yang, whose eyes were shining, placed all his hopes on Suwen. Come, tell me, what's your specialty? Singing? Dancing? Playing the piano? I don't know how to sing. Suwen replied. The burning in Lu Yang's eyes slightly lowered. Dancing? Suwen deliberately teased Lu Yang, until her heart was in her throat. Lu's burning hot again. She asked Suwen eagerly, You know how to dance? Give me a definite answer. Suwen rubbed her nose and said with a smile, So, the dawn arrived, instantly illuminating Lu Yang's gloomy inner world. Family, you're my family. That's. Give me a solo dance. Lu Yang was so moved that she was about to cry. Suwen, who came from the capital, chuckled. You're so touched just by dancing? Since I know how to play the pipa, won't you have to call me sister? Ha. Come, call me big sister, and I'll play Ambush 10 Miles for you. Sister, my dear sister. You are my sister. Lu Yang, who was already in despair, was so happy that she was grinning. She originally thought that the girls only needed to come up with a performance and the boys would take care of the rest. Who would have thought that a glimmer of hope would solve 2 problems at once? It was like a dream. Okay, I'll do 2. 1 to dance, 1 to play the pipa. Go to your work, little brother. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry. Suwen looked at Yi Qian meaningfully. Yi Qian's heart trembled for no reason. This guy, why is he looking at me? I can't do anything. Chapter 31-32. Yi Qian didn't know how to do anything, but Suwen did. Ever since Suwen agreed to Lu Yang's 2 performances, she had included Yi Qian in her list. Yi Qian, who was frightened by her stare, tidied up her desk and smiled. You can go back to the dorm now. Do you need to continue studying? After New Year's Day, all students divided their time into 2 parts. The first part was training, and the second part was studying. It could be said that every student's schedule was very tight. Even students like Yi Qian, who usually focused on both training and studying, were no exception. In the past, after self-study, all the students in the class would leave within a minute. However, things were different now. They would take the initiative to study in the classroom until it was almost time for roll call before leaving in a hurry. Roll call was at 9:50, and it was already 9:40. Yi Qian, who had a good schedule, didn't plan on staying in the classroom. Plus, with Suwen's expression, she just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Don't tell me this guy wants me to dance. Suwen was already prepared for her to leave. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed Yi Qian's wrist and said with a smile, Come, let's discuss something. We have to talk about the performance in detail. The bad feeling in her heart reached its peak. Yi Qian couldn't help but tighten her grip on her textbook. Something like a performance. She had never done it in her 2 lives. She would more or less show her fear. However, if they really wanted her to do it, she would do it. It wasn't a big deal. At most, she would make a fool of herself and make everyone happy. With this thought in mind, she calmed down. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and said directly, How do you want to talk about it in detail? Make it short. Pick the important things and finish in 3 minutes in time for roll call. The performance was simple, but also not simple. One would be responsible for most of it. She would be responsible for playing the piano and teaching. Yi Qian only needed to be responsible for learning and acting. The sword dance of ambush from 10 sides. When Yi Qian heard this, his interest was greatly piqued. He didn't even think about it. Under Su Wen's mischievous smile, he readily nodded, "Sure, no problem." Su Wen was dumbfounded. This, he agreed just like that. You don't even need to think about it. This was not in line with the script. Of course, I've always had a strong sense of collective honor. Since you're lacking a backup dancer, and you've chosen me, I'll do it. Why? Are you looking down on me now? As a member of the class, they naturally had to have a sense of collective honor. How could they be alone and immerse themselves in their own matters? Moreover, in her previous life, she had heard the Pipa song of 10-sided ambush in a certain movie's promotional video. At that time, she had been very shocked, and the memory was still fresh in her mind. No, of course not. It's just that there's no sense of accomplishment. Su Wen felt deeply frustrated. She even lowered her head and said, "You agreed so readily. I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. I was still thinking about how to persuade you, how to convince you, but you've agreed without even thinking about it. The lines that I prepared in my heart were all useless. It's so stifling." He Jing looked at Su Wen with pity. This child still didn't understand Yi Qian. She still wanted to make things difficult. For Yi Qian? How could that be? Who was Yi Qian? He was the Yi Qian who wasn't afraid of any difficulties. He also wouldn't show his cowardice. He was the Yi Qian who could take control of the situation. How could she be afraid and need others to persuade her? Completely not. No matter how difficult the situation was, other people might be afraid, but Yi Qian definitely wouldn't be. Chapter 31-33. It was not a big deal for her to perform a sword dance. She was not asked to perform any other dance. It was not difficult for Yi Qian to perform a sword dance that combined strength and gentleness. As a result, Yi Qian had the first artistic performance in his 2 lives, sword dance. Su Wen wanted to perform a sword dance more valiantly, but He Jing slapped her on the face and laughed at her. You should at least pursue some visual beauty. You are playing ambush on 10 sides while Yi Qian is performing a sword dance in front of you. Is it beautiful? Is it harmonious? Su Wen imagined the scene in her mind and shuddered. She could not watch it at all. In the end, Yi Qian had one more skill to practice: sword dance. The next day, when the students in the class learned that Yi Qian would perform, they were full of confidence in Yi Qian even before seeing the result. They believed that this performance would definitely be chosen and win the competition. However, Song Jiqiu, who was performing the piano solo, was a little worried. Ambush on 10 Sides was a Chinese Pipa song and one of the top 10 ancient songs. It was meant to express the mood when Xiangyu was surrounded by the army and had no way out. The music was fierce and shocking. The strong sound of zheng, zheng, zheng of the Pipa was even more powerful. Sometimes the player could even break the strings of the Pipa directly. Yi Qian did not have any dancing skills, so it was very difficult for him to perform the sword dance of ambush on 10 sides. A few days later, when Su Wen was still waiting for the Pipa shipped from Jing City, Song Jiqiu talked about ambush on 10 sides with the CD player and CD that she had asked her family to send to her. When the 2 armies fought, the sound shook heaven and earth, and the roof tiles flew down. Gradually, there was the sound of drums, swords, and crossbows, the sound of men and horses. Those who heard it were excited at first, then frightened and unable to weep. It was so touching. Yi Qian repeated Song Jiqiu's words and frowned slightly After hearing what you said, I somewhat regret agreeing to sue when immediately. Song Jicho smiled and said, "It's useless to regret. There are still 20 days before the performance. You can familiarize yourself with the music of Ambush on 10 Sides first. This is a CD. Listen to it first, and you will know what to do." Then he said to Su Wen, "Although your pipa hasn't arrived yet, you can teach Yi Jian the movements first so that she can learn them in advance. When your pipa arrives, you can rehearse with your song. There won't be any delay in time." Su Wen did not think of this. She only cared about her pipa, which was not in her hands yet, so she could not play it. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I'll teach Yi Jian today." Yi Qian had already started to listen to the whole song of Ambush on 10 Sides, which was 5 minutes and 19 seconds in total. At the beginning, there was a series of urgent notes, which made his heart tremble. Probably because he was a soldier of the Special Forces, Yi Qian had never learned to dance or listen to the whole song of Ambush on 10 Sides, but he had already fallen in love with this famous song. It was as if he could hear the sound of drums and bugles and the shouting of people fighting for their beliefs. Especially in the last 4 minutes of the song, Yi Qian's face became extremely solemn due to the sad and stirring melody of the wind and rain. In the end, the music stopped abruptly. Yi Qian felt his heart tighten violently, and there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. The indomitable conqueror was not a coward who gave up and fled. He knew that once the war started, there was no turning back, but he still fought resolutely. In the face of the torrential river, he sighed and said, "It is not the war that kills me." Regardless of his merits or demerits, he had the bravery and fearlessness of a contemporary soldier, just like J5, T6, and Captain Xia, who were still fighting outside. Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, they still fought bravely without hesitation because of their duty. Chapter 31-34. Yi Qian had never wanted to do something perfectly. She didn't know why she was so infatuated with the ancient song, Ambush from 10 Sides. After that, Yi Qian diligently learned from Su Wen. She treated the sword dance as a compulsory subject and studied it seriously. Her enthusiasm made Su Wen nervous. She was afraid that she would make a mistake and become a sinner. Yi Qian didn't take too long to learn the entire dance. She almost finished it in one go. She remembered every movement clearly. In the end, before Su Wen's pipa arrived, Yi Qian had already skillfully performed the entire dance. When the two armies fight, the sound moves the heavens and the earth, and the roofs fall. Yi Qian murmured softly. Her eyes were fierce, as if she had returned to the battlefield. On the battlefield, she fought side by side with her comrade J5. She heard J5 shout to her, "Sniper, take out the target at 6 o'clock. Quick!" Bang! The sound of bullets shook the heavens and the earth, and the roofs fall. Slowly and carefully, there is the sound of metal, drums, swords, and arrows, and the sound of men and horses galloping away. Suddenly, there is no sound. After a long time, there is resentment, but it is difficult to understand. This is the song of Chu. Her footsteps changed rapidly. She leaped into the air. The sword in her hand trembled as if it would be broken into pieces by Yi Qian's dance. Amidst the gunfire, her comrades cooperated and protected each other. They passed through the rain of bullets and broke through the blockade as fast as they could. Some people say there is no war. Wrong, 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 wrong. Very wrong, very wrong. The wars of the present age are not something you can see or hear. It is not something you can understand. Some people say there is no sacrifice. Wrong, 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 wrong. Very wrong, very wrong. Without sacrifice, there is no peace. Without sacrifice, there is no peace. The mournful yet strong. This is the elegy of the king of Siam. the sound of generosity, the sound of farewell. She bent her waist, turned her body, and thrust her sword backward. The sword trembled and clanged. The unseen sacrifice, the unseen tragedy, the unseen danger, the unseen darkness, all of this was because someone was protecting and stopping them. If they were sacrificed, their grief would only be borne by their closest comrades and loved ones, while they would continue to live a peaceful life and grow old together with their loved ones. However, the person who sacrificed himself was destined to have no fate with the girl he loved. Along with the entire ambush on all sides, Pipa's song, Yi Qian finished the song and danced for the first time. Su Wen, who was watching from the side, stood motionless. Unknowingly, her face was covered in tears. Sheathing his sword and adjusting his breathing, Yi Qian finished his song and closed his eyes, slowly suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. She asked Su Wen, "What do you think? Is there anything wrong?" Applause rang out. Song Jiqiu stood up from the piano. She looked at Yi Qian with a complicated look in her eyes and replied, "No, it's not wrong at all." It was too shocking. It had never occurred to him that Yi Qian, who did not have any dancing skills, could dance to such a high level. The glint of the blade and the shadow of the sword were sorrowful and touching. The sound of the war drums was touching. He had thought that there would be some accidents in the first round of the song. However, nothing happened at all from the beginning to the end. What he saw was her wholeheartedly and the perfect combination of her and the song. His excited heart could not calm down for a long time. It seemed that something was struggling to break through the shackles, but it was so powerless. When the song ended, the audience dispersed. "Yi Qian, your performance will not be rejected. It will definitely be selected," Song Jiqiu told Yi Qian with certainty. Chapter 31:35. On the other side, Su Wen finally got over her sadness. She wiped the cold tears off her face and apologized for her loss of self-control. "I'm sorry. I lost myself a little bit. Until now," she pointed at her heart and said, "until now, I still can't calm down. Yi Qian, you're really awesome. It's the first time I've cried while watching a sword dance." It was as if Yi Qian had traveled through time and space and danced for this famous song based on his own experience. Yi Qian didn't care whether she would be selected or not. She just liked the song. Ambush from 10 sides, from the bottom of her heart. She was deeply touched by the passion in the war and the sadness in the end. She held the sword and stood up. What appeared in her mind were her comrades who had fought side by side with her and were not afraid of death. As for whether they were good or not, it was not within her scope of consideration. However, if she achieved the effect and resonated with it, it would be more perfect. "Okay, when your people arrives, let's play together again. I'll practice by myself these days. You two don't need to accompany me. I've already found the feeling and can practice while listening." After putting away the sword, Yi Qian picked up a towel and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She was so absorbed in the dance that she didn't restrain her feelings at all. When she finished the song, she felt as if she had practiced for hours. She didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she felt happy. Song Jiqiu slightly restrained her gaze and then smiled. "Okay, I'll come again when you're on the stage. At that time, it would be more amazing and shocking." Su Wen, whose eyes were red, said, "I don't want to come here every day. I'm afraid I'll cry every time I see you like this. It's too embarrassing." As Song Jiqiu had said, if she could dance to people's hearts, she would definitely not be selected. It would be great if she could be selected. However, if not, Yi Qian didn't feel any regret. She simply liked it. She liked the shining spears and armored horses in the song and the brave battles that were surrounded by enemies on all sides. She simply liked it. She didn't care if there was no audience. For the next 3 days, Yi Qian would lock himself in the sound studio for an hour to practice over and over again. He would wave the sword in his hand over and over again, using the sword as a gun, recalling the battles he had fought alongside his comrades and the bits and pieces of the J5. Su spent a week transporting his pipa from the capital to the school. He tuned the strings, tested the sound, and played it with a zheng-zheng sound. The sound flowed through the microphone and was broadcasted through the speakers. The sound power was many times stronger than the sound from the CD player. Each of them played a sword dance, and the sound studio became their battlefield. When the song ended, the two of them could not speak for a long time. The music made people's hearts tremble, and the dance made people's eyes red. By the time it was time for the selection of performances, the two of them had only worked together 4 times. After each performance, their emotions fluctuated greatly. Su Wen's feelings were stirred up by Yi Qian, and Yi Qian's feelings were stirred up by Su Wen's ambush from 10 sides. That kind of tacit understanding between them was even more tiring than a day of training. After working together 4 times, the two of them didn't practice again. He Jing saw several times that the students of other classes were still nervously rehearsing, but the two of them didn't take it seriously at all. She was a little worried and reminded them implicitly several times. In response, Su Wen waved her hand and said, "We know what we're doing." She and Yi Qian knew what they were doing, but Lu Yang didn't. There were 5 performances in the class. He could occasionally see Su when rehearsing her solo dance. However, he didn't see any rehearsals for the music and sword collaboration between the two of them. 4 days before the selection of performances, he caught the two of them after the evening self-study class and asked them about it. Chapter 31-36. Su Wen smiled and said, "If I don't get chosen, Lu Yang, I'll run 10 laps around the school. I'll make a promise and never go back on my word." Running 10 laps around the school would be a lot of 5 kilometers. Yi Qian also smiled and said, "I can't guarantee that I'll get chosen, but I'll try my best not to embarrass myself." Since he said that, Lu Yang didn't ask any more questions. He didn't ask for much, as long as all 5 acts could be successfully produced. He didn't even think about performing for the entire school. If they got chosen, then so be it. If they didn't, they'd already tried their best. When the selection of acts began, the students in the class actually wanted to watch, but it was impossible. Thus, they sent Lu Yang, Qian Yanjun, and the other 4 male representatives to watch. The selection of acts was carried out during the lunch break. By the time Lu Yang, Qian Yanjun, and the other 4 male representatives finished watching, it was already 2:40 in the afternoon. It was the 5th class from 3 to 3:50. The 5 of them didn't return to the dormitory and went straight to the classroom. Along the way, the 5 of them didn't talk. They were still immersed in the shocking sword dance of ambush of Tenli. The howling cold wind seemed to have come from an ancient battlefield. It swept through the vicissitudes of time and crossed the long river of history. It transformed into a sword wrapped in blood-red mist and swept straight towards them. Sword light flashed, life and death battles, the sound of horse hooves, the clashing of swords. Some people lived, some died. Blood flowed like a river. Tragic, magnificent. All the students in the class had already arrived. They all specially came to the classroom in advance to wait for the news brought back by the 5 representatives. Although they didn't have much hope that their class would be chosen, they still hoped that their class's act would be chosen and that they could represent the class to perform in the school. They usually didn't care and pretended not to care, but when the day really came, they were still quite nervous. When the 5 representatives walked out, the waiting students all looked over and landed on their faces. After seeing their expressions, they didn't ask anything. The students felt a chill in their hearts. This situation didn't seem right. It was too serious and tragic. Damn. Even if none of the 5 acts were chosen, there was no need for all of them to be so tragic. It's fine, it's fine. Even if we didn't get chosen this time, there's still next year, right? Even if there was no next year, there was still the year after that. We still have 3 more chances. Don't worry about it. The students in the front row were very considerate and comforting. They were all frightened by the solemn and stirring faces of the 5 representatives. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Even if we don't get selected this year, next year, the year after that, we should prepare early. We'll definitely get selected one day. It's just a small matter. Don't be too sad. Don't worry about it. It's good that you didn't get chosen. At least you can use all your time to revise. Brothers, don't forget that we're about to take our exams. You'd better hurry up and revise. Everything has a good side and a bad side. Don't be so pessimistic. We have to smile. When the students who are participating in the show come back and see us, they will feel even worse. No, the performances have been selected. Out of the 5 performances, they chose 2. They originally wanted to choose 3, but they cut Su Wen's solo and kept her and Yi Qian's ambush from 10 sides. Lu Yang wiped his face and explained, "We didn't do it because we didn't get selected, but because we were shocked. We were shocked by Yi Qian's sword dance. When the time comes for the performance, you'll know what it means to point a sword at the heart." It was precisely because of this sentence that the entire class looked forward to the arrival of this day. Chapter 31-37. Just how shocking was Yi Qian's performance? They knew a thing or 2 about it through the grapevine. It was not just any kind of shock. It was the kind of shock that they would dream of after seeing it. Before the New Year's Gala even started, Yi Qian's solo performance had already become a hit. Other than the students of the same class, the students of the other classes, as well as the freshman and third-year students, all knew that Yi Qian, the popular figure of the command faculty, had shocked the teachers who were in charge of the selection of performances. Yi Qian was already a popular figure in school. Now that he had performed such a feat, it made many of the students gasp in amazement. Not only was he pretty, but he was also not just a pretty face. He was good at both academics and martial arts, and his academic and physical results were miles ahead of others. Now, he had even performed a talent show. They heard that it was quite good, so it really made people feel unconvinced. The saying that no one was perfect did not apply to Yi Qian. From what they could see, Yi Qian was perfect and outstanding in every aspect. He was definitely a winner in life. I want to live like Yi Qian. Only then will I be satisfied. If you want to live like Yi Qian, you have to do something big first. What is it? You have to change your gender first. Yi Qian is a girl, and you're a boy. If you want to live like Yi Qian, you have to change your gender first. Damn, get lost. The male students in front were joking with each other. They did not notice that 2 female students were following them closely behind. One of the female students was none other than the person they were talking about, Yi Qian. When Su Wen heard this, she pursed her lips in amusement. She whispered to Yi Qian, "Wherever I go these past few days, I can hear your name. You're like a celebrity. Everyone knows about you and is looking forward to your performance. It'll be fine after this." Yi Qian never took these things to heart. It could be said that she was already used to it. Once she was used to it, she felt that it did not matter. In any case, it did not affect her life in any way. Su Wen had been with Yi Qian for a long time, and her impetuous personality had been restrained. In the past, when she heard so many students talking about Yi Qian, she would definitely be pleased with herself. She might even come out and say that she knew Yi Qian. Now, they wouldn't. They had probably gotten used to it. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "That's true. From the first year to the second year, there would be a period of time where they would talk about you. After this period, no one would have the mood to think about anything else. Everyone would be exhausted from the exams." He continued, "The banquet is the day after tomorrow. Shall we perform a song together tomorrow and let He Jing come over to take a look? She's been nagging me every day for the past 2 days. My ears are getting calluses from her nagging." They were in the same dormitory, but He Jing had never seen Yi Qian. She had elective classes that she had to rush to in the evening and study in the afternoon. Even if she compressed her time, it would not be enough. She had no time to watch Yi Qian, and Sue, when's rehearsal? Every time she heard the students discussing Yi Qian, her heart would itch. She really wanted Yi Qian to dance for her in the dormitory. She wanted to see what kind of shock could make people dream of it. But even until the banquet, He Jing did not get her wish. In Suwen's words, "Tired, too tired." Every time she played, she would be so tired that her fingers would cramp. He then pointed at his own pipa and sighed. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to use my own pipa. If I had used a rented pipa, I don't know how many strings would have been broken by me." Chapter 31-38. Because they felt exhausted every time, Yi Qian and Suwen did not participate in the rehearsals. They just walked around the stage and played Ambush from 10 miles on a CD to coincide with the time needed to perform together with the host. This made the other participating students feel that it was a pity. They wanted to see how beautiful Yi Qian's sword dance was, but Yi Qian was always there during the rehearsals. He also held a sword in his hand and stood at the edge of the stage. They never really rehearsed. But even so, when the students saw Yi Qian holding a sword and standing there, they felt that it was especially satisfying. They did not know why, but they felt that he was especially handsome and special. It was snowing heavily on the day of the orientation party. The whole campus was pure white. The snow was a little heavy, and the north wind blew the snow, making it hard for people to open their eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the various programs had already started their preparations. When the students were busy backstage, a few inconspicuous cars slowly drove into the campus. These were the leaders from the military region and the leaders from Beijing. There were also a few guests who were not soldiers but had a certain status. They were all from Beijing. After a while, a minibus drove into the campus. The minibus was full of beautiful young female soldiers. They were also here to participate in the orientation party. Many of the actors had to change their costumes. Each program had its own costume characteristics. Yi Qian, who was wearing a camouflage uniform, was dazzled. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the ancient long-sleeved dress that swayed as she walked. So beautiful, like a fairy who walked out of a Dunhuang mural. She was so beautiful that, as a girl, he wanted to go over and touch her. Don't be envious. Your movements are too big. It's not suitable for you to wear this kind of clothes. Otherwise, all the male students in our school will benefit. Seeing this, Suwen came over and giggled. To be on the safe side, you should wear your camouflage uniform so that you won't expose yourself during the journey. It's sturdy and tight. No matter how much you dance, you won't be exposed. It was Suwen who suggested that Yi Qian wear a camouflage sword dance outfit. Originally, he should have worn a long-sleeved dancing outfit, but Yi Qian's swordsmanship was too fierce. Suwen was worried that his clothes would be torn apart, so she didn't do it. In order to cater to Yi Qian, she did not change her clothes and wore the same army camouflage uniform to save time and effort. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. Wearing army camouflage was fine, but if she were to wear that kind of beautiful and thin dance costume, there was a possibility that her clothes would tear halfway through the dance, just as Su-Wen had said. What was even more embarrassing was that she probably did not even know that her clothes were torn. Is there anyone else without makeup? Come on, come on. It was time to put on makeup, especially the female students. It's a rare opportunity to put on makeup in school. Hurry up and come over. Who else? Who else? If not, we're going to collect the makeup bags. You can't do that. Male students can also put on makeup. For example, they can draw their eyebrows or apply some powder. Cover the hairline on my forehead, will you? You can go by yourself. We won't accompany you. It's good that we don't wear any makeup. Don't do that. It's not easy for the female students to see another side of us. Who knows? We might still be able to keep in touch after graduation. Good fellow, you're so scheming. Come on, count me in. Do you want to make it whiter? Whiter can cover up 100 ugliness. Damn it. Just now, he was determined not to put on makeup, but when he mentioned that he could still keep in touch with the female students after graduation, he immediately changed his mind. I'll make it whiter too, but not too white. It won't look good if it reaches the neck and face. Chapter 31-39. It was very lively backstage. When Yi Qian heard them chatting, the corners of her mouth unknowingly turned up. She did not notice that Su-Wen, who had been talking to her just a moment ago, had already run to the front. Even now, Yi Qian did not realize that she also needed to put on some makeup. It was not until Su-Wen, who was in front of her, said, "We will have to trouble all of you here. Yi Qian, and I did not put on any makeup. Thank you for your hard work." Only then did Yi Qian realize that she also needed to put on some makeup. Putting on makeup was just like how Yi Qian had never danced before. This was also her first time doing it. Yi Qian, who was sitting in front of the dressing mirror, took off her military cap. Under the bright light, she could clearly see her reflection in the mirror. She then looked at her face in the mirror. Perhaps it was because she had never seen her face reflected in such a bright light before. Even though she was clearly herself in the mirror, for some reason she felt that it was somewhat unfamiliar. It was a combination of her and her previous self. It was her, yet it was not her. You have such a good foundation. Why are you still so pale even though you train every day? Why are you not tanned? You don't even need to put on any powder. You don't even need to draw your eyebrows. You don't even need to put on any lipstick. You're already beautiful enough without even putting on any makeup. The female student who was putting on makeup for Yi Qian did not know where to start. Her natural beauty did not need any makeup at all. She had never observed Yi Qian up close before. In the past, she only knew that Yi Qian was especially beautiful from afar, and that her skin was also very good. However, she did not expect her skin to be as good as a peeled egg. It was so fair and smooth. She touched it. It felt really good. The female student really did touch it. After touching it, Yi Qian did not say anything, but she was already blushing. Yi Qian did not even realize that he had been touched by a female student. He even asked, "How do you want me to put on makeup?" "Just do as you see fit. Don't worry about me." The female student who had touched Yi Qian was still rubbing her fingers, recalling the feeling of her skin. When she saw that Yi Qian did not look any different, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "I feel like I don't need to put on makeup. This is already pretty good. The powder in my hands is not as smooth as your skin. I want to draw eyeshadow." Su-Wen turned his head and said to the female student, "Make your eyeshadow deep and draw your eyebrows into your temples. You don't have to apply powder. Just apply a little lipstick, not too much." The female student was a third-year senior, so her makeup skills were not very good. For things like eyeshadow, she had no idea where to start. In the end, Suwon had to do Yi Qian's makeup herself. Because Yi Qian's sword posture was very fierce, Suwon deepened the eyeshadow according to Yi Qian's imposing manner. She deepened the contours of his eyes, and then drew his eyebrows to his temples. When she was done, she said to Yi Qian, whose eyes were closed, "Look fierce, open your eyes and let me see." Sharpen his gaze. Yi Qian didn't even need to deliberately prepare. He opened his dark and silent eyes. His gaze wasn't just sharp, it was filled with the aura of a blade, and a murderous aura. The third-year senior, who had been watching from the side, was so frightened that she let out a soft "ah" and took a few steps back. She was frightened by the murderous aura in Yi Qian's eyes. In the mirror, Yi Qian's brows were like a painting. His eyes were dark and without any ripples. His gaze was cold, and his gaze was cold. When his dark eyes swept across, his cold gaze turned into a sword. When he lifted his eyelids slightly, the cold light of the sword swept over with murderous aura. His eyebrows, which reached his temples, seemed to be more agile and graceful. He looked like a celestial in a painting. He had the charm of a woman, so beautiful that he could steal one's soul. It was just eye makeup, and it wasn't even done by a master. It was just a simple eye makeup, but coupled with the murderous aura in Yi Qian's eyes, it attracted everyone's attention and made their hearts tremble. Chapter 3140. Perfect! After all, Suwon was familiar with Yi Qian, so she wasn't as shocked as the other students. She put down the eyebrow pencil in her hand and looked at it carefully for a while. She was almost convinced by her own standards. Yi Qian had already restrained the fierceness in her eyes. She had taken in all the students' reactions through the mirror. She didn't expect that she would be able to stun the students with just one look. Even she felt a little surprised. As she restrained the fierceness in her eyes, the murderous aura in her eyes also disappeared. She said with a smile, "Are you all right? Can I get up now?" If Suwon said she could, then she should be able to. Yi Qian had always gone with the flow when it came to matters like this. She never expressed her opinion. Because she didn't understand, she had no opinion to express. At this moment, Yi Qian, who didn't have any murderous aura in her eyes, once again made the students' eyes light up. Suwon's eye makeup wasn't exaggerated. She only swept the corners of her eyes with light brown and dark brown eyeshadow, and then added a faint pearl-colored eyeshadow to add the finishing touch. It was just that faint smile, her eyes moving, and the color of her eyes overflowing with magnificence. Several male students inexplicably blushed, and then they didn't dare to look at Yi Qian again. Even if they did, they would sneak a peek, and then immediately look away with a guilty conscience. Suwon regretted that she didn't send her camera over from the capital. If she had it, she would definitely take a few more pictures. Before she could finish her thoughts, a flash suddenly flashed past. Someone had already taken a picture of Yi Qian. It was the students from the school's publicity department who had taken the picture of Yi Qian. Yi Qian's mouth slightly pursed. She didn't say anything, but when she spoke, she leaned her body slightly to avoid the camera. She said to Suwon, "Let's make some room. There are other students who need it." There was still half an hour before the welcoming ceremony. All the students had already entered the venue. There wasn't much noise in the large venue. Every student's movements were very light. From the time they walked to the time they sat down, it was completely silent. Elegant light, music flowed, slowly. The school leaders, military leaders, and special guests took their seats one by one. The 6 hosts wore winter clothes and walked valiantly to the center of the stage. The sound of singing filled the hall while snow fluttered outside. The campus at night was quieter than usual, as if everything in the world had fallen asleep. There was the sound of footsteps on the snow approaching from afar. A tall and slender figure slowly walked over from the end of the curved path. His pace was slow, and he was calm and composed, as if he was attracted by the scenery of the school on a winter night. The figure came closer from afar. In the light and shadow of the road, a handsome face that seemed to have been cast was stunning, causing the originally cold night to suddenly be dyed with the aura of the mortal world. The bone-chilling cold wind also added warmth because of the smile at the corner of his mouth. In front of him was the venue for the freshman welcoming party, and his girlfriend was there at the moment. She didn't know that he had arrived, and was still watching every program carefully, applauding for the brilliance and ending of each program. She was a very serious girl. As long as she integrated into the group, she would never act alone. Therefore, she would definitely not come out to take a breather. She would definitely sit obediently until the end of the evening party. If she didn't come out, then he would go in and look for her. All the doors of the venue were tightly shut. Xia Jinyuan pushed open one of the doors and walked in. The guard standing at the door raised his hand to ask, but Xia Jinyuan handed over his pass and asked with a smile, which section are the second-year students sitting in? Chapter 30, 141. Xia Jinyuan, who found a place to sit down quietly, did not observe the wonderful performance on the stage. He leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to take a nap, perhaps because he was too tired, and because he was close to Yi Qian. Even if he did not find Yi Qian, he gradually fell asleep because he was back by her side and felt her presence. The leaders sitting at the front of the audience were looking at the program list. The special guests, Ambassador Qin Dingkong and his son, Qin Xiu, were also looking at the program list. When Ambassador Qin Dingkong saw the beginning of the second half of the program, he whispered to Qin Xiu, "Yi Qian, a student of the National University of Science and Technology. She's good at literature, martial arts, and performing. She's a well-rounded talent. Not bad." Qin Xiu looked at the name on the program list with deep eyes. Then, a faint smile appeared on his elegant and handsome face. "It should be her, but I just found out that she can perform a sword dance." He was pleasantly surprised again. The sword dance of ambush from 10 sides is not easy to perform. You have to have an imposing manner to succeed. If you only have movements without an imposing manner, it is equivalent to a person losing their temperament and a piece of jade losing its essence. Ambassador Qin Dingkong did not immediately believe that Yi Qian could perform the dance well. He still needed to watch. Qin Xiu said, "I believe in her. She will only do anything if she is confident. She must be well prepared for such a large-scale party. She's confident." Ambassador Qin Dingkong smiled deeply because of the certainty in Qin Xiu's tone. He said with interest, "I didn't expect you to know her so well. You really know her? Or do you just know her? I don't think you have much interaction with her. Some people may not know each other for a lifetime, but some people only need to know each other once to know each other." Qin Xiu closed the program list and answered his father indifferently. "Some people will only attract people to want to know them and get close to them. The girl I like belongs to this category. So, no matter what she does, I am sure that she will do it perfectly." Ambassador Qin Dingkong chuckled. Young man, as long as you're happy." As for him, he really didn't think that Qin Xiu and Yi Qian would end up together. The main thing was that the girl didn't have any feelings for his son at all. Moreover, girls like Yi Qian were usually very opinionated and had very clear goals. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. This was how she treated people and things. Her attitude towards love was even more so. A girl with upright values, a righteous heart, a righteous temperament, and a righteous I was not so easy to pursue. Such an outstanding girl would definitely have caught the eye of an outstanding man with good taste, and he would have already made his move. For someone like Qin Xiu, who didn't have much time to date or pursue a girl, the possibility of success was very, very low. But after all, he was his son. His family background and personal conditions were not bad. It was not easy for him to like a girl, so he could not be too harsh with his words. If she were to say too much and cause him to become disheartened, then something bad would happen. After Ambassador Qin Dingkong finished speaking, the school's leaders came over to shake hands. The topic about Yi Qian was temporarily put on hold. Backstage, a group of young and beautiful female soldiers were also preparing. The students who were acting in the program gave the entire backstage to them and secretly watched with great interest. Su Wen tugged at Yi Qian's sleeve and said softly, "Why don't you ask them to help you with your makeup? They are quite good at drawing. Look at their eyes. When they draw, it's so vivid." Yi Qian did not look at the female soldiers putting on makeup. She was looking at someone she knew. Chapter 3142. Once on the snow mountain, a female soldier had warned her not to go against Du Jiai and told her about Du Jiai's family background. The female soldier who warned her to be careful was Wei Jiayue. She didn't recognize the other female soldiers. She remembered that Wei Jiayue was a female soldier from Nangguang's Arts and Arts Division. Now, her armband was from Linan Military District. Previously, she didn't get along with Du Jiai from Nangguang Military District. The other female soldiers didn't dare to argue with Du Jiai, except for her. Now that she was transferred to Linan Military District, it was a good thing. Wei Jiayue didn't see Yi Qian. Even if she saw him, she wouldn't recognize Yi Qian. At that time, Yi Qian's face was disguised. She only knew his name and didn't see his face clearly. Now, even if Yi Qian stood face to face with her, he wouldn't recognize her. She was talking to her comrades in a low voice and didn't notice that someone was looking at her. Yi Qian looked away and said to Su Wen, "No, they're used to it. We'll just do it occasionally." Su Wen thought about it and agreed. After all, amateurs and professionals were different. I heard that they even invited guests. Even the military leaders are coming. Little Jane Eyre, I'll be nervous later and play the wrong note. Pretend you don't know and don't worry about me. If I play the wrong note, pretend you don't see it too. Don't worry about me. I'll try my best to make it right. Yi Qian joked seriously. Su Wen hugged her arms and trembled. She quickly said, "Let's try not to make any mistakes. Otherwise, we'll be embarrassed." As the two of them chatted, a few hosts came over to check with the two of them on how they would appear. Whatever the host said in Taiwanese, the two of them would prepare accordingly. Although there were many people backstage, everything was in order. There was no chaos at all. This was the difference between the army and the outside world. No matter what, everything was neat and orderly. One after another, wonderful performances were displayed on the stage. Thunderous applause sounded and fell at the same time. The whole scene was very orderly. Even if it was a banquet, it showed the rigor of our country's reserve officers. However, Xia Jinyuan did not wake up from the loud applause and wonderful performance. He had been sitting upright with his eyes closed the whole time. His body did not sway, and he maintained an upright posture until the phone in his pocket vibrated against his skin. He suddenly woke up, opened his bloodshot eyes, and took out his phone. It was a private phone, so the call was also a private phone. Before he could say anything, G3 said, "We're all outside. When you two plan to come out?" After the program on the stage ended, the two student hosts walked onto the stage and began the exciting prelude to the next program. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to the next program for a long time. This is also the program I'm looking forward to the most. According to hearsay, when this program was screened, the students, teachers, and leaders were all shocked. They didn't even consider it and directly made the decision. The female student began her explanation with a clear accent. She then asked, "Does everyone know who's going to perform next? Are you looking forward to it as much as I am?" Therefore, Xia Jinyuan was about to answer. He hasn't found Yi Qian yet when he heard a deafening voice. Yes, it was so orderly and powerful that it seemed like the entire venue was about to be lifted up. Then, the male host continued. "Then, does anyone know who this student is?" "Yes." There was another burst of explosive voices. This time, it was even louder than before. Chapter 30, 143. It was a very loud and clear voice. 1,000 people shouted at the same time with a hint of excitement. The leaders sitting at the front couldn't help but laugh. The school leaders then introduced the next student to the military leaders and why she could make all the students so excited. A very diligent female student. Her cultural and physical results have always been in the top 10 since she entered the school. No one has been able to break her physical results record until now. In the drill in the first half of the year, she was the overall commander of the first-year students. The tactics she used set a precedent for our drill. She used modern information warfare tactics to toy with the enemy. The military leaders didn't know Yi Qian. They nodded in satisfaction. This is a talent, and also a talent our military needs. We must nurture her well to serve the country and the people. When Yi Qian was mentioned, the smile on the school leaders' faces deepened. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was sitting next to them and could vaguely hear a few words. Although he didn't hear everything clearly from the smiles on the school leaders' faces, he knew that Yi Qian was like a fish in water in the school. She was deeply loved by the school leaders and students. To be able to participate in the competition in Estonia as a military school student was enough to show how outstanding she was. Such an outstanding girl. Ambassador Qin Dingkong couldn't help but look at her. His gaze landed on the stage. Because he had been waiting for a long time, he couldn't help but lean forward slightly. The smile on his face was much deeper than before. His son's face was full of anticipation. What should he do if he really bumped into a wall with such thoughts in his mind? Ambassador Qin Dingkong was a little worried, but he was also a little happy. He was happy that his son had good taste and fell in love with such a good girl. If he could really win her heart, even if his wife objected, he would definitely stand on his son's side. The two hosts on the stage were also excited by the atmosphere. They said loudly, "Come, let's say her name loudly." The hosts spoke together and pushed the next performance to the highest point before it even started. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything. G3, and the others could only hear the students' neat and powerful voices. Then, an extremely familiar name came from the microphone. Even though they were separated by a phone, the voice was so loud that it made G3's eardrums hurt. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian. All of the students shouted Yi Qian's name 3 times in a row. After the 3 shouts, they all fell to the ground in unison. The female student host announced the next performance loudly. "Next up, let's welcome command faculty students Yi Qian and Suwon to give us a wonderful performance, the sword dance ambush from 10 sides. Welcome!" Thunderous applause sounded. And then the lights on the stage went out with a pop sound. The applause disappeared, and the audience was silent. Xia Jinyuan was stunned, not by the voices, but by the fact that all the voices were calling out one person's name. Yi Qian? Qingyao? F***CK. "We are rushing over right now." G3, who was standing in the cold wind, reacted faster than Xia Jinyuan. probably because he had been exposed to the cold wind for a long time. He reacted instantly and said to his 3 comrades beside him, "Big surprise! There was a performance on Yi Qian. Run!" When he said this, he had already run away. T6, V8, and Z7 broke into a run. Their speed was so fast that it shattered the drifting snow. In the blink of an eye, they had run several meters away with a gust of wind that was even stronger than the north wind. Chapter 3144. Fortunately, they had also entered the school. Previously, they were afraid that Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian would not be able to find them, so they kept walking towards the venue. Then, they heard from the microphone that the next performer was actually Yi Qian. What a coincidence! What a huge surprise! Xia Jinyuan did not hang up the call. When the stage fell into darkness, his gaze was fixed on the stage, and his breathing gradually stopped. Suan walked out with the pipa in her arms. Because the stage was dark, and she was a little nervous, she did not pay attention to the cables below. She tripped and fell forward just a little. Yi Qian, who was beside her, steadied Suan, whose expression had changed. "Don't panic. Take a deep breath. Think about how we practiced before. Think about how you should play the pipa." Yi Qian supported her and said calmly, "I like ambush from 10 sides because I think of my comrade. Suan, please play it well." "Thank you." "Comrade? Is he a student in class?" Suan did not understand the meaning behind Yi Qian's words, but with his comforting words, her panicked heart gradually calmed down. She took a few deep breaths, patted her chest, and said, "Okay, leave it to me. I'll play it with even more vigor than before." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded gently. Suan walked to her seat and slowly sat down with the pipa in her arms. Yi Qian walked to the center of the stage. The second beam of light lit up the stage and shone on Yi Qian, who was wearing a camouflage uniform and holding a sword with one hand. Before the performance began, the audience burst into applause. Clang, 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 like a sudden storm. Yi Qian, who was holding a sword with one hand, began a high-spirited and majestic sword dance. His figure spun, and his sword danced. Amidst the majestic sound of the pipa, all the students in the audience seemed to hear the golden drums and war bugle before a battle. As Yi Qian waved his sword, it was as if he had traveled through time and space, looking down at the ancient soldiers holding their spears and swords and shouting. The sound of the pipa was fast and slow, strong and weak. Yi Qian's voice was as cold as the wind. When the battle between the 2 armies, the sound of the roof tiles. Her comrades, the battle between the 2 armies is not certain whether they are dead or alive. Please remember that she is still here waiting for your return. Please come back safely. His figure spun, and the sword suddenly moved. The beam of light followed Yi Qian's figure closely, enveloping Yi Qian. All the students held their breaths, as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts. Their hands were filled with boundless strength. Their emotions had been completely stirred up by Yi Qian. How Yi Qian was feeling right now, the spectating students were feeling the same way. As Yi Qian leaped forward, his sword sliced through the air. He rushed forward, as if he was using the sword in his hand to defeat all the enemies in front of him, carving out a path of blood. Kill, 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 charge, charge, charge. Through the smoke, blood staining their battle uniforms, through the darkness, they saw hope. Look, there was light in front of them, victory in front of them. Chapter 3145. At this moment, many students couldn't help but clench their fists. A scene of war horses and spears unfolded before their eyes. They saw the brave generals leading their soldiers into battle without fear of death. Their blood boiled, and they wished they could fight on their behalf. On the stage, Yi Qian, dressed in camouflage, was like a link between two different times. He not only let the students see the bloody storm of that era, but also let them see the fierce aura that a soldier should have. The zhang zhang sound of the pipa was the medium. It was either fast or slow, soothing or high-spirited. Su Wen used her exquisite technique to play the heroism in ambush on all sides, making everyone's heartstrings deeply gripped by the sonorous and powerful rhythm of her pipa sound. The zhang of the urgent zhang was like a war drum. Yi Qian's low voice rang out. Slowly and carefully, there is the sound of drums, swords and crossbows, and the sound of men and horses, the tense atmosphere before a great battle hit them in the face. The bugle horns sounded, the war horses galloped, and swords and crossbows pierced through the enemy's body. The generals and soldiers of both sides began to fight. The figure holding the sword spun rapidly in the center of the stage. Then, like a flying swallow, the long sword in her hand pointed forward. In front of her was the battlefield. The enemy and her side were fighting to the death. Gradually, Su Wen's fingers moved faster and faster. Yi Qian danced faster and faster in the fierce pipa music. Her face was murderous, her body was murderous, and the sword in her hand was even more murderous. The 1,000-year battle of life and death had finally entered its final stage. The cold light of the sword seemed to travel through time and space. It brought the students to see flesh and blood splattering on the battlefield, and hear the miserable cries. Yi Qian was crying. Her comrade had sacrificed himself. I have the strength to pick up a mountain, but my spirit is unparalleled. When times are unfavorable, I don't die. What can I do if I don't die? The voice was deep and sorrowful. Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He could tell what the figure waving the sword in the center of the stage wanted to express. She was dancing and crying for the J5. 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 Do you see how your comrades miss you? Do you know how sad they are about your departure? It doesn't matter if we don't know. It's fine as long as we know it in our hearts. Although you're far away, you'll always have a place in our hearts. Forever, forever. At the very back, G3, T6, V8, and Z7's eyes turned red. Their tall bodies were so tense that every muscle was as hard as rock. Their emotions were completely stirred up. Even so, their bodies stood tall like mountains that had experienced thousands of years and would never fall. They were not stunned by Yi Qian's appearance. They were only moved by the emotions that Yi Qian had expressed. The sound of the strings gradually became softer, turning into a deep sadness. A gap finally opened up in the dark sky, and the first rays of the morning sun slowly seeped through the gap. A breeze blew past, and the thick smell of blood was still strong even after 1,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky turned bright by J5. Goodbye, my comrade. The stage lights were all lit up, and the quiet venue was suddenly filled with applause. All the leaders sitting in the front seats took the lead and stood up to applaud the two students on stage. Xia Jinyuan and G3's applause seemed to be the loudest. The students were experiencing the tragedy of ambush from 10 sides, while they were experiencing the tragedy of their comrades leaving after a great battle. This song, Ambush from 10 Sides, was given to J5 by Yi Qian, and it was also given to all the comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. They knew it very well and deeply understood it. Chapter 3146. The students who had never been on the battlefield could not feel the sorrow of seeing their comrades die in battle. All they saw was Yi Jian's dance, and what they imagined ambush from 10 sides should be like. The soldiers were mighty, the army was brave, the soldiers were close to each other, the swords and spears clashed, and the 1,000-year fierce battle was shocking. However, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade did not feel that way. What they saw was their comrades passing through the smoke and facing the bullets. In order to protect the comrades behind them, they would rather use their own Suns. On the stage, Yi Qian and Su Wen gave a military salute to the students and leaders below the stage. They were about to leave the stage amidst the thunderous applause when the host stopped them. "Students, please wait a moment. We would like to ask the two of you a small question." The male host quickly walked up and stopped the two students, who shocked everyone. According to the plan, the two of them could leave the stage after the salute after their performance. It was obviously a last-minute change to keep them on the stage. The applause below the stage stopped with the host's question. The leaders who had stood up sat down together. Ambassador Qin Dingkong pulled his chair back a little. After sitting down, he leaned slightly towards Qin Xiu and joked, "Your palm must be swollen." Qin Xiu, whose palm was burning, looked at her palm. She did not know if it was swollen or not, but her palm was indeed burning. Every wonderful performance deserves the warmest applause. Ambassador Qin Dingkong obviously did not believe her answer. He asked with a smile, "Is it as wonderful as the previous performances? Is there anything special about it?" "Dad, you saw Yi Qian's performance just now. I believe you already know how wonderful it is." Qin Xiu calmly replied to her father's teasing. "I have been impressed again." She answered her father directly. She wanted to let her father know that she did not have a playful attitude towards Yi Qian. She wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. When Ambassador Qin Dingkong heard this, the smile in his eyes deepened. Although his son was talking to him, his gaze never left the young female student who had also shocked him. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was completely sure that his son had really fallen in love with that outstanding female student. As a father, he had to support his son. The two young people rarely interacted. They only knew each other. If they wanted to go further, they needed to communicate more and get to know each other better. After pondering for a while, Ambassador Qin Dingkong smiled and said, "Dad will give you a chance. After the performance, you can represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to shake hands with the students." This was a good opportunity. Qin Xiu gladly accepted it. At the same time, her eyes were full of gratitude. "Dad, thank you. You're welcome. I support you because Xiao Yi is indeed a good girl. She's much better than those girls who like to cry, act coquettishly, and throw tantrums. Qin Xiu, if I find out, and you should know the consequences of my anger. If a man doesn't even have the most basic sense of responsibility, how can he take on great responsibilities? Especially with your current position. If you dare to be half-hearted, I am not afraid of exposing our family's dirty linen." Ambassador Qin Dingkong was not trying to scare Qin Xiu. When Ambassador Qin Dingkong learned that his younger brother had an illegitimate son, Qin Yi, the first thing he did was to punish his younger brother. He did not even explain and directly asked his younger brother to step down. Chapter 3147. Then he brought Qin home and personally asked his sister-in-law if she wanted to divorce or forgive him. If she chose to divorce, the Qin family would definitely treat her well. If she chose to forgive him, then all of his finances would be handed over to his sister-in-law. She would not be allowed to interfere in the family's affairs, including disciplining the illegitimate child. From this, it could be seen that Ambassador Qin Dingkong was an iron-blooded person who meant what he said. When he said that if Qin Xiu had second thoughts, he would be angry with him. He was not trying to scare Qin Xiu. He meant what he said. Qin Xiu didn't think that he was trying to scare him. The corner of his mouth slightly curved as he smiled. "Dad, if I really manage to get her, I will only love her more and more every day. I understand my own heart. Well, then I will give you a chance this time. If there is really a possibility of development, you can go after her. If there is no possibility of development, I will not allow you to pester her. It will be ungentlemanly. You young people have a saying, if you can't be lovers, you can still be friends. Even if a girl like Xiao Yi can't be lovers, she can still be friends. Yi Qian had a lot of affinity with the elders, except for the Yi family members who wanted to harm her. All the elders who met her liked her without exception. The older generation had experienced too many storms and seen too many different kinds of people, especially people like Ambassador Qin Dingkang. They had seen all kinds of people. They could tell whether they were real or fake with just a glance. Getting his father's support was undoubtedly icing on the cake for Qin Xiu. He smiled and said, "If she doesn't accept, I will withdraw. I will not burden her." On the stage, the host asked Yi Qian if he had learned a lot of dancing because he seemed to have a good foundation. Yi Qian, who was holding the microphone, lowered his eyes slightly and answered the host, "I didn't learn dancing. I only started practicing because the class needed to prepare 5 performances. Later, I heard Ambush from 10 sides and liked it very much. I always wanted to express something in my heart, so I expressed it through my sword." "Then what do you want to express?" the host asked again. Yi Qian was silent for a moment before replying, "Blades and swords flashing, life and death battles. Some live, some are sacrificed. The living continue to advance bravely, while the sacrificed are separated from their families and loved ones forever in eternal slumber. Their spirit is eternal." This was what she wanted to express. Hearing this, G3 couldn't help but wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. "I'm going out for a while. It's a little hot inside." His originally hoarse voice became even lower. With that, he turned and walked out of the venue. "Wait for me, I'm going out too." V8 chased after him. His voice was slightly choked as he tried to cover it up by saying, "It's already 8 o'clock. It should be over soon." "They've all left. Do you want to go out? Let's go out together." T6 said to Z7 Hanjiang, who was still standing still, "I think I've put on too many clothes. My back is so hot that it's sweating." No one admitted that they had cried at the first moment. How embarrassing would it be to say it out loud? Han Zheng nodded silently. With a heavy heart, he also walked out of the venue. Behind him, there was another wave of applause because of Yi Qian's answer. Actually, what Qing Niao wanted to say was that some comrades live, some are sacrificed. The living comrades continue to advance bravely, while the sacrificed are separated from their families and loved ones forever in eternal slumber. Their spirit is eternal. Chapter 3148. She replaced the word comrade with people. Those who didn't know would never know this replacement, but as J5's comrades, they all knew. The north wind was still blowing outside, howling like ghosts crying and wolves howling. A few clumps of snow fell from the tree trunk, creating a deep hole in the snow on the ground. G3 bent down and dug out the snow that fell from the tree from the deep hole. He put it in his mouth and chewed. His back was facing his comrades, so they didn't see the tears at the corner of his eyes. Han Zheng and the others didn't say anything either. They stood quietly in the snow and secretly adjusted their breathing. Suddenly, G3 coughed violently. The first cough was very loud. Then he raised his hand and covered his mouth with his arm. He continued to cough for a long time. After coughing, he smiled bitterly. "I choked on a mouthful of snow. It's a little embarrassing." Standing under the streetlight, tears appeared at the corner of his eyes. V8 chuckled. "Look at you. You're crying. Isn't it just choking? What's there to cry about?" "You didn't choke. Why are you crying?" G3 choked back coldly. He turned his head and quickly wiped the tears from his eyes. He refused to admit that he was crying just now. In the end, he choked on the snow and his tears flowed even more fiercely. V8, whose chest was still heaving, wiped his face in front of his comrades and chuckled softly. Qing Niao's performance was very exciting. It was very good. I cried because of her performance. As he spoke, a few drops of tears fell from his chin and into his clothes. I didn't expect our female soldier to be so amazing. Not only is she good at both martial arts and literature, she also has a hobby. I've never heard her mention it before. Yes, it was very good. I cried too. G3 said very softly, "Why is it so good?" "It's the first time I cried because of a dance." Z7's Han Zheng was a prideful person. After secretly wiping away his tears, he smiled and said, "There are still many things that we don't know about. Fortunately, we chased after her and were lucky enough to see her wonderful performance. Otherwise, with her personality, we might not know about her even after a few years." Qin Niao had always kept a low profile in the team. She wouldn't publicize anything and never thought of herself as a great person. Therefore, the more she kept a low profile, the more people were shocked by her. It was truly an honor to be able to see her dance for the J5, for her comrades. The T6 combatant did not say anything. He was still adjusting his emotions as he turned around. He did not know if it was because he already had a girl he liked in his heart, but he could see the love of life and death in Yi Qian's sword dance. Actually, at the end, Yi Qian's soft and sorrowful voice rang out. "Yushi, Yushi, what can I do?" The face of his beloved flashed across his mind. He wondered if he were to die on the battlefield one day, what would happen to the girl he loved. Yu Ji said, "The Han army has already conquered the land." The cries of Brother Chu come from all directions. "When the king is exhausted, what can I do to live?" After that, she drew her sword and committed suicide, swearing to follow the hero in her heart. At that moment, he thought of the girl he liked. If he also sacrificed himself one day, what would happen to the girl he liked? She would definitely be very sad. Would she be so sad that she would do something stupid? If she really did something stupid, wouldn't it be his fault? At this moment, the T6 combatant was very confused. He did not know what to do. He did not know if he should go over to the girl he loved and confirm their relationship. He wanted to, but he was also afraid. Chapter 3149. "Why aren't you saying anything?" His shoulder was hit by a ball of snow, and the broken snow splattered on his face and neck. The cold touch woke him up from his daze, and he looked at Z7 blankly. "What did you say?" "Oh, you mean Qin Yao's sword dance, right? It's beautiful, very beautiful. I like it a lot." "There are still many things we don't know. Ask where the captain is. Should we sit inside and wait? Or should we let our female soldiers come out?" T6 Wu Yu had yet to fully wake up from his daze. His words did not make sense, and his comrades were confused. "Are you dumbfounded? Come, look around. Where are we now?" V8 put his hands on Wu Yu's shoulders and moved him. "We're all out here to enjoy the northern wind, so why are we still sitting, waiting in the snow?" Only then did Wu Yu fully wake up. He adjusted his military cap to cover up his loss of composure and said vaguely, "I'm still in a daze. I didn't even know Yi Qian knew how to perform a sword dance. It was very shocking. She was dancing for J5. I could feel it." After he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The air was so condensed that it felt suffocating. "When Yi Qian comes out later, let's not talk about it if we can. She's too sentimental. If we mention it a little, I'm afraid she'll cry in front of us. Who will coax her then?" G3 reminded everyone. "Yes, understood. If she cries, let the captain coax her. He has a way to coax her. We just have to stay away." Han Zheng turned around and looked at the venue. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said to adjust the atmosphere, "The captain hasn't come out yet. He's probably a little reluctant to come out. Let's take a walk outside. He'll contact us when he comes out." G3, who had calmed down, took the lead. They had to take a walk. Although the incident was over, the pain in his heart did not lessen. His heart still ached when his comrades who were far away were mentioned. It was as painful as having one's heart cut out. Endure it some more. After a year and a half, the pain in his heart would be healed. At that time, he would have a chat with J5. Over a glass of sake and a few tails of peanuts, he would speak his mind. At that time, it would be a different way of interacting with him. The snow-white street lamps shone on a few tall and straight figures. The light elongated their shadows, making them as straight as swords and imposing as rainbows. Backstage, Wei Jiayue stared at the figure walking down the stage, her eyes full of surprise. Yi Qian? Could she be the female soldier who saved her that year? Aren't they ordinary female soldiers? How did he suddenly become a military academy student? She was even able to perform a sword dance that made the leaders stand up and applaud. Even the few female soldiers were unable to take their eyes off her, as they were stunned by her performance. So beautiful! How can she be so beautiful? She's just like the person in a painting. So beautiful! What to do? I want to take a photo with her. Can we learn her sword dance? If we can learn it, we can perform together in the company. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiayue couldn't help but say, learn? If he learned her movements, would he be able to learn her aura? Don't even think about it. We can't learn from her. It's our turn to perform next. Get ready. Don't discuss anymore. The host had already started a new segment of lines. It was the female soldier's turn to go on stage. After walking down the stage, Yi Qian and Su Wen walked towards their class. Along the way, they received countless gazes. If it weren't for the strict discipline of the military academy, as long as there were students, they would have stood up to chat with Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan watched as his beloved girl walked from the bright stage to the darkness and then walked towards him. His hands on his knees tightened, but he didn't do anything else. He was waiting for his lover to recognize him. He believed that she would be able to find him even if she was thousands of miles away.